If you're not building AI-powered projects, trust me, your resume will be lost among thousands of others like this full-stack AI CMS platform called Creator. With a complete content creation flow that combines AI content generation with a manual rich text editor, giving you the best of both worlds for creating engaging posts. You can enhance, expand, or simplify the AI generated content as well. You can add featured images and embed images throughout your content, then transform them with powerful features like background removal, drop shadow, aspect ratio adjustments, smart cropping, text overlay, and much more using this popular tool called Imagekit. To start posting, users simply need to set their username first and then they're ready to create and share content. The platform features a dynamic newsfeed with For You and trending tabs where you can consume content and discover new user suggestions to expand your network. You can follow any user, read their posts, like their content, and engage through comments to build a thriving creator community. The best part is this complete content management system with in-depth analytics including likes, views, comments, recent activity, follower count, and daily stat charts to track your growth. You can also manage your followers and following lists to keep track of your creator network. Along with this fully responsive and beautiful user interface that we will be building using Next.js and Shadcn UI. So I've opened VS Code over here and let's go on and initialize a brand new Next.js app. So I'm gonna say npx create-next-app at latest and press enter. Now what this will do, it will first of all ask us if you want to proceed. So I'll say yes. And then you'll see that it will initialize a brand new Next.js app right here. So what is your project name? If you enter anything right here, it will create a folder over here. But I'm gonna press dot since I'm already inside of this creator folder. Would you like to use TypeScript? I'm gonna use ESLint. Would you like to Tailwind CSS? Yes. SRC directory? No. App router? Yes, because it's part of modern Next.js. Turbo pack? Yes. Customize import LIS? No. So now you'll see that it is initializing a brand new Next.js app right here. So let's wait. All right, there we go. It's done. So I'm gonna say npm run dev now, and this will run our Next.js app. There we go. This is done. Just take this link right here or just press Control and click on it, and this will open it up right here. Awesome. So you can see currently we have this code written inside of our app. So if you go inside of this app folder, which is where we will be doing most of our work, here we have this layout.js file. So let me make this small. Inside this layout.js file, you can see we have basically configured the layout of our app, like the HTML tag, the body tag, and then the children tag. And inside of over here, this is coming from right here, which is this page.js file, right? So if I remove this div right here and simply have a div right here, you can also call it page.jsx. It will help you write HTML tags. And I'm gonna say subscribe to Roadside Coder, which you should if you haven't yet. Let's see. Yes, subscribe to Roadside Coder is rendered right here. Awesome. Now, when it comes to our app, notice how beautiful it looks, right? And if we were to write custom CSS for each and everything, it would take us ages, right? So it only makes sense that we use Tailwind CSS, and also on top of that, we will use Shadcn UI library, which helps us a lot in creating our applications faster by providing us pre-built components. So if I show you Shadcn UI, let's click on over here. So Shadcn UI is not a UI library, but it's basically pre-built component like these that you can copy and paste inside of your app. Let me show you. It's much more easier than you think. So if I click on Next.js right here, I'm gonna copy this command right here and just go to the terminal. Let's open a new terminal and paste it right here. npx Shadcn latest. In it, it's gonna ask us a few questions like which color would you like to use. I'm just gonna go for neutral, and then it's going to be installing all of the dependencies. Like it's gonna have this components.json file for configuration and stuff. You don't need to worry about all of these things. It will just configure a few things over here in the globals.css by defining all of the color palettes and stuff. And that's it. We're done. Let's see how this looks. See, now things have changed a little bit. So let me show you an example. So if you want to add any Shadcn UI component, all you have to do is this: npx Shadcn at latest add, and then the name of the component. So you can see we have a bunch of different components over here, right? So let's just take an example of this button. So if I go to this button right here, see, this is the button. This button has many different variations as well, like secondary, destructive, outline, ghost. We will also go on and create our own variation for this button. So if I just paste this right here, npx Shadcn at latest add button, and let's try to use this over here. Let's say instead of this div, I'm gonna use the button from Shadcn UI. And notice this is importing from add component /UI /button. So it has created this components folder over here. Inside this UI folder is where it will put all of these components. So again, you don't need to worry about all of these things, but I will still show you how you can add your own variant over here. We will add a primary variant to this button so that you don't always rely on what is given to you by Shadcn UI, right? So yeah, this is the button, and I have imported it right here. Let's go and check it out. There we go. It looks awesome. Let's try to change the variant. I'm gonna say variant, and let's see what variants do we have over here. You can also see this from their documentation. So like destructive, outline, secondary. Let's use destructive. I'm gonna say destructive and save this. You can see it turned to red. Awesome. Now, if you would have noticed, our app is sort of in a dark mode. So let's do one thing. Let's convert our app in the dark mode as well. So Shadcn UI provides us with a component for switching to dark mode. So just click on this dark mode over here, Next.js, and we have to install this next-themes. And keep in mind, all of these things that we are doing at the beginning, all of these are to be done just one time, right? So again, even if you follow documentation to do this, that's fine. You don't need to remember it. So I'm gonna paste it right here. Let's see, what do we have? Create a theme provider. So we have to create this theme provider component. Okay, I'm just gonna copy it up and I'll go right here in the components. Outside of this UI folder, I'm gonna create a new file, theme-provider.jsx, and paste this right here. Let's get rid of these types since we're not using TypeScript over here. Okay, this looks good. And simply after this, it's asking us to wrap whole of our app in this theme provider, and also add this suppress hydration warning in the layout.js. So let's just add suppress hydration warning so that it does not breaks due to hydration. And inside of the body, I'm gonna paste this theme provider. Let's move this right here and import this theme provider from over here. Let's put the default theme to be dark. And now you'll see, if I go back, the whole app is now dark. Let's switch to the normal variant, and you'll see now it is white. Earlier it was black, right? Because of the light. So yeah, this is super cool. How about we go on and add even more Shadcn UI components over here, right? So there are multiple types of components that we will be using inside of our app. But I've already showed you, we have like the card components like this. We would have dialog components, right? Bunch of different types of components that we will be using inside of our app. So instead of manually installing them one by one, let's just install them at the beginning. So let's just bring this npx Shadcn latest add button. We've already installed it, so I'll install badge. If you want to show some badge next to something, card component, dialog. If you have if you don't know any of these components, highly recommended, just as you are following this video, go to Shadcn UI doc and just search it over here, right? Or you can also find it over here. You will instantly know what that component is all about. Drop down menu, input for our inputs and stuff, label, select, slider, tabs. I'll also install Sonar. So Sonar is basically toast. Whenever you perform some action, it will show a small toast on the bottom right or wherever you want to put it. And the text area. I think these are all the components that we need. So it's installing all of them, and you'll notice that it will put it all of them right here in this UI folder, just like this. Awesome. Now, let me show you, if we want to add some custom variant to our button, how can we do it? So see, all you have to do, we have all of these classes defined over here, right? Similarly, let's just do one thing. I'm gonna copy this class, let's say, and paste it right over here. Let's call this one as primary, and I'm gonna provide it with some gradient. So you know what, let me just empty it and I'm gonna write it from scratch. So background gradient to right. So what this basically means is that we will add some gradient to the background from left to right. So on the left side, we will have purple 600 color. On the right side, we will have blue 600 color. And what will happen when we hover on it? We can also add that. So, I can say hover : and I'll say from purple 700 to blue 700. I also want to add some shadow over here. So shadow XS. That's all. Let's say if you want to add any custom size, let's just duplicate this. And we can change these values, like I've said height to be 12, rounded medium, padding 6, and if we have any SVG, it will change some padding around it as well, right? So awesome. This is how you can do it. Let's just go on and check it out. I'll say variant and I'll say primary. Save this and check. Yes, this looks awesome. You can see this is the primary button that we will be using throughout of our app. So this was a very important step for us. Great then. Let's go to our layout.js and fix a few things like fonts, right? So we have these two fonts right here. I don't need them, right? So I'm actually going to be using this inter font, and you can use whatever font that you like. This again will be a one-time thing. So make sure to import it from right here, remove both of these fonts, and subsets are going to be Latin. Let's take this enter right here and I'll remove these and I'll say enter dot, oops, class name. This is how you import a font. Let me remove this class as well. Let's see if the font looks good now. Enter is not defined. Oh, never mind, it's working. So you see, it's working. Now you can also add metadata over here. So you can see they've given some default metadata right now. I can replace it and say AI content platform, content creation powered by AI, right? Something like this. If you want to have some wrapper around this children over here as well, like for example, we're gonna have header component over here. So we will add that. I'm gonna have a main tag, oops, main tag, such as this. Background slate is going to be 900 for this. We're gonna have some minimum height of 100 viewport, some text color to be white, I mean all the text color to be white, and overflow X to be hidden. All right, let's go on and check it out. Yes, we have background slate to be 900 right now. Great then. All right, now let's go on and set up our backend. So click the link in the description down below and you will land on Convex. And Convex is the open source reactive database for app developers. Now, some of you will ask me, why are you using Convex? And it is because Convex is a real-time database, as it mentions over here, always in sync. And in an app that we're trying to build over here, like when we are typing our blog or something like that, right? This will enable us to save our blog in real time without any buffer, right? So you might remember I created a image editing app on this channel as well a few weeks ago, and I used Convex in that as well. So for these use cases, and even in other use cases as well, Convex works amazingly, and a lot of companies use Convex nowadays. So let me show you. If I, let's say, try to add this to do over here, add, notice it instantly got added inside of our database. And this is the only code that we're supposed to write, like for all the CRUD operations. See, for listing, all we're doing is ctx.db.query, and we're saying to do stable. Order this in the descending order, right? If you want to add it, we're just saying ctx.db.insert in the to-dos table and just add the text and complete it, right? And don't worry, I will show you everything as we move forward in this video, how you can work with Convex and build your own powerful apps along with this app that we are building over here as well, right? So, okay, so I'm going to go on and click on login and I'm going to continue with Google. And there we go, I am in. You can see I've created these couple of projects before this, AI image editor as I mentioned, and a splitwise clone as well, right? So you can check out those projects as well if you want. So let's go on and create a new project over here. I'm gonna call creator and click on create. There we go, it is done. Now let me open their documentation and see how we can proceed if we want to add Convex inside of our Next.js app. So here we go, Next.js quick start. So we already created our Next.js app. Now we have to do npm install Convex. Okay, let's go back. I'm gonna open my terminal and say npm install Convex. And then after this, we're supposed to set up Convex dev deployment. So npx convex dev. Let's copy this up. And here I'm gonna paste this up and press enter. Now you'll notice what it does inside of our app. So first of all, it's gonna ask us if you want to create a new project or choose an existing project. Since we have created an existing project, I'm gonna click on choose existing project and we can choose it from right here. So it's creator, right? So I'm gonna press enter over here. And if you were not logged in, it would have asked you to logged in first over here, but I was already logged in, so no worries. And now notice it has created this Convex folder right here, inside of which we have this generated folder. Now we're not supposed to touch this because here we have some Convex files which helps us to query the database or add some mutations, etc. Right? All of those things. So we don't need to worry about all of these things right here, but we will be creating our schemas and all of our API endpoints and stuff right here for Convex. All right, cool. Let's see what's the next step. So over here, they're telling us that we can create a sample data for our database, something like this, and we can add it, something like this, but we're not gonna be adding it right now. And they've given a very simple example of a database query as well. Okay, now to use Convex inside of our Next.js app, we're supposed to create a Convex client provider, right? So something like this. So I'm gonna copy it up. Let's choose JavaScript and I'm gonna copy it up. And inside of the app folder, we're gonna create this file. So right click, new file, convex client provider.jsx, and paste this right here. And notice what it's doing. All it's doing is it's taking our app and it's wrapping this convex provider in around it, right? So we're gonna take this and see, we're gonna have to wrap our app something like this, right? So that's what I'm gonna do. So go to layout.js right here, and right above over here, I'm going to say convex client provider, and let's put it something like this. Oh, sorry, over here, and make sure to import it like this. So there we go. And also, while we are configuring Convex, you can see it has created .env.local file with all of this endpoints for Convex deployment and next public Convex URL, all of these development endpoints, right? When we go on and deploy it to our production, we will change these. All right, now that we have set up our database, let's go on and set up the authentication inside of our app. That is this thing, sign in and get started. So we will have a UI something like this, where we can log in with Google or email addresses, right? So click the link in the description down below and you will land on Clerk. And Clerk is the complete user management platform. You might have seen I have used in so many of my past apps and I absolutely love it. It makes our job super easy by abstracting so many things that we don't need to worry about, right? We can only worry about building our app. And it provides us with such beautiful components as well out of the box, like sign in, sign up, the user button as well, the user profile, and waitlist. And you can also add organizations and all. I've also shown you how you can add billing in the past videos as well, right? So the possibilities are endless, honestly. So let's go on and quickly sign in. I'm gonna sign in with Google. There we go, I am in. Let's name our application. I'm gonna say creator. Let's enable email and Google. Yeah, that's all I need right now. And see, it shows you the preview as well, how this will look like. Let's click on create application. And there we go, we are in. Awesome. Now, it tells us how we can install Clerk inside of our Next.js app. Let's copy npm install clerk/next.js. And I'm going to open another terminal. And by the way, keep in mind, you have to keep this open so that it gets connected with like Convex, right? So let's just paste it right here. All right, that's done. Now what's next? We're supposed to set the environment variables. So just copy it up and go to this .env.local and paste it right here. And this will set up our environment variable, which is important for connecting with Clerk. Now we have to update our middleware file. So we don't have any middleware file right now. So I'm going to create a new middleware file. Now what is use of this middleware.js file? So this basically runs before our app runs and it helps Clerk authenticate our app, right? So you can see export default, Clerk middleware, and it has also added all of these matcher over here with respect to how it needs it. Like it skips Next.js internals and all static files and lets it in search params, right? So yeah, apart from that, we are now supposed to add Clerk inside of our application. So let me show you how easy it is. So first of all, let's take this Clerk provider right here and wrap our app with it. So I'll go to layout.js, and before this Convex client provider, I'm going to add this Clerk provider just like this. Make sure to import it from Next.js. And now we're going to be creating our sign in and sign up pages. So here inside of our app folder, I'm going to be creating a new folder. So in Next.js, if you want to create a new route, you will create a new folder inside of our app. But if you want to create a folder which contains multiple routes, like for example, I want to create a folder for authentication. So I'll say auth, and this will not be considered as a route now. But inside of it, if I say sign dash in, oops, sorry, it should be a folder. So sign dash in, and let's say page.jsx, RAFCE, sign in, right? Now this is a brand new page. So let's try to go to sign dash in. So here I'll say /sign dash in, press enter and see, we are over here inside of this page. Amazing. Now if I open Clerk's documentation, it tells us if you want to create a sign in page, it comes out of the box with this sign in component that we can use over here. So see, something like this. We can import it inside of our page and see, it tells us what path that we need to use. It is telling us to use optional catch all route. Now what are catch all route? Let me show you. So inside this, I'm going to create another folder and I'll say two open square braces and two close square braces, and I'm going to say dot 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 sign dash in. So basically, catch all routes can catch whatever you put after this URL, and optional catch all route can still work if you don't put anything or if you do put anything, right? So let me show you. If I just go on over here in the Next.js docs, see something like this. If you're gonna say shop A, AB, ABC, it's gonna capture all of them over here in the slug, right? But this is catch all route. And what we have added is optional catch all route. So see, in this case, it will still work if there's nothing in front of this URL. So this is basically for Clerk to configure itself, right? So it's not necessary that there will be something over there all the time, right? But it's just to be safe. So I'm just gonna move this page.jsx inside of it and I'm gonna paste it right here. See, now we will see we have a sign-in page. So yes, this looks amazing. Now we have to position it in the middle, right? So what I'll do, in the auth, I'm gonna create a new file called layout.jsx, RAFCE. I'll say auth layout. Now auth layout will take children, and this will contain whatever's over here inside of this auth, because this layout only answers to this auth folder since it's inside of auth, right? So this page.jsx will be wrapped in this layout, whatever that we put over here. So I'll simply say just wrap this children, and over here I'll just give the class name of displayFlex, justify to be center, and padding top to be 48. That's all. There we go. It looks awesome. I've kept it a little bit lower because we will be having header over here, the floating header, if you remember, something like this, right? That's why I've positioned it in this way. We can also set theme for this thing, right? We can customize it as well fully as we want. So if you go to Clerk's documentation over here, we have themes, I guess. Oh, sorry, this is Next.js docs. Here in the Clerk docs, we have theme. So see something like this. Yes, you can provide different types of themes just like this over here, right? So how do we apply it? Let's see. We have to say npm install @clerk/themes. So I'll paste this right here. And then after this, we are supposed to provide this appearance to this Clerk provider tag, okay? So I'll go to layout.js file, and right here, I'm gonna provide it. Let's wait for it to get installed. Okay, it's done. Let's say shades of purple. And now if I go back to my app, yes, it is purple now. Great. Let's create a similar component for our sign up as well. So instead of sign in, I'm gonna say sign up. And then inside of this, we're also going to rename this thing. So sign up. And inside of page.jsx, instead of sign in, I will simply use, sign up over here, right? Let's go on and check it out. If I go to sign up, we have a sign up component right here. Great. So now for the main thing, if I go back again to the docs, you will see that it gives us these buttons over here for like sign out, sign in button, etc, etc. So what I'll do, I'll just copy it up until this point, and I'll go to my components and I'll create a new file for header.jsx, RAFCE header, and I'll paste this right here. So let's import all of these. Make sure to import from Next.js. So this button, sign up button, sign in button as well, user button. And let's take this header right here. And I'm gonna go to my layout.js file and import this header right here where we left the space for it. So import the header just like this. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, something like this. It looks ugly right now, but we will make it work. So this code is basically saying when the user is signed out, we will show this UI, and when the user is signed in, we will show this UI right here. That is the user button. Let's just add some styles over here in the header. I'm gonna say class name to be position to be fixed on top, right? So top to be 6. From the left, I'm gonna provide it the half of the width of the screen, like not width actually, the space, right? So it is shifted from left side half space of the screen. Then I'm gonna translate it to the half of the size of itself, right? So that it appears in the very middle of the screen. Z index will be 50, so it is on the very top. Width to be full, max width to be 3XL, and padding horizontal to be 4. Let's see. Okay, we will be adding more things inside of it, then it will look much better. But let's see. Let's try to click on sign in. And taking us to this different URL actually, what we have to do, we have to configure the route over here in the .env.local. So right here, I'm going to say next public clerk sign in URL to be /sign in, and for sign up URL to be /sign up. Let's try it out now again. So if I click on sign in, see, it's taking me to /sign in page now that we had created. Let's click on sign up. It should take me to the sign up page. Awesome. This is working flawlessly. All right, great. Now that we have configured clerk or added clerk inside of our application, it is time to connect Convex with clerk so that we can store our user data inside of our database, which is right here. And I'll show you how you can create different tables inside of your database as well and store other types of data. So let's see, I've just opened Convex documentation over here, and let's see what they tell us. Okay, they're first telling us to like set up clerk. We've already done that. Then we have to create a JWT template. So JWT tokens are basically responsible for authenticating both of these things. So let me show you. If I go to clerk and let's go to configure. And by the way, if you want with email sign up, if you don't want to have verify, you can turn this off as well, like disable it, like completely depends on your needs. If you want the user to be able to set their name, so I think it would be here in the user model, first and last name, right? You can save this so that you can user can update their first and last name, right? Okay, so let's go to this JWT templates, and I'm going to click on add new template. And right here we have this templates where we can select Convex, or we have a bunch of different options over here. Let's select Convex since we're using that, and we need to copy this issuer URL. So make sure to copy it and save it. Let's see what's the next step. So for the next step, we are supposed to copy it inside of our .env file. Okay, so right here I'm gonna paste it, and we will use this clerk JWT issuer domain. I'll tell you where this will make sense. So next, they're telling us to configure Convex with clerk. So internally inside of our app, in the Convex folder, we're supposed to create this auth.config.js, right? So just say JS, we just copy this code, and oops, I'm gonna say .config.js and paste this code right here. So basically this is picking up this clerk JWT issuer domain from over there. And if you go to Convex now, it's gonna show you some error that this needs to be configured inside of our dashboard as well, right here. So I'll just copy this up and I'll paste it right here. Here, this is where we need to add this. So let's take it from our .env, and I'm gonna paste it right here. Okay, yeah, and click on save. Okay, what's next? Deploy your changes. Yes, these will be all automatically deployed, and it's telling us other things related to clerk. We've already done these things. Okay, configure Convex provider with clerk. Now this is the main thing. So we have created this Convex client provider, right? Now we need to tell Convex that we are going to be using a custom authentication setup with clerk, right? So right here, instead of this Convex provider, now we're going to be using this Convex provider with clerk. So we're going to paste it right here. Make sure to import it. This will be imported from convex/react-clerk, right? Let's remove this one. And this will take something called as use auth, which will come from use auth from @clerk/next.js. And since we're already wrapping whole of our app, like our layout in this Convex client provider, this will continue to work, right? So this will successfully connect Convex with clerk, right? If we were to sign in right here. Okay, we are signing in. Obviously nothing will happen right now because we are not storing our user inside of our Convex database. It is authenticated, but you cannot see the exact data. So how do we do that? But before doing that, you can actually check using this. So they've given us this show UI based on authentication state. So if you remember earlier, in the header file, we had this sign out and sign in as well, right? So instead of this signed out and signed in that we used over here, so if I just currently go on and show you, see right now we're currently signed in when we can see this user icon right here, right, with the profile pic and everything. You know what, the header looks very weird right now. Let me just add a div to wrap this. So this div is basically a glass like container. So backdrop blur medium, background white to be 10% opacity, border white, rounded to be full, some horizontal padding. In the bigger screens, like in the screens, like with medium screens, you can say, it will be padding horizontal 6. And in the even bigger screens, we will have padding horizontal to be 8, padding vertical to be 3, display flex, item center, justify between so that all of them are in the different corners, and gap to be 2. Right, so let's take this closing div, and I'm gonna wrap whole of this with this. Yes, this looks much better now. So as I was saying, now that we have added the authentication, instead of this signed out, we can say unauthenticated. And this will come from, where is it? Oh, I didn't import it. Convex/React, right? There's one more thing called authenticated, which will be shown when the user is signed in. So if I go back, this should show us, okay, it tells us that we need to use client directive since we are using hooks over here. So internally these are using hooks. So that's why we need to use client right here. Okay, now this should work so that this becomes a client component now. I'll explain you what's the difference between client component, server component as we move forward in this video. Currently it might be a little bit advanced for you. Don't worry, we will move step by step. So yeah, you can see it's working. If I click on sign out, yes, we have sign in and sign up buttons over here, right here. Okay, let's move forward. So we were going to store the user data inside of Convex, right? So storing users in Convex database. So first of all, we are supposed to create a users table, right? And to do that, you can see they've given an example over here. We have to create this schema file. Inside of this, we have to write a code something like this. So let's go to Convex and I'll say schema.js. And we're supposed to say export default define schema, right? This is where we will be defining our schema. And first of all, I'll say users. So let's take this users table that they've given over here. So define table, something like this. I'll paste it. So what's going on? So first of all, this define table is responsible for creating a new table inside of Convex. Then we have different fields that will be inside of it. And this v is basically going to be defining the type, right? So it comes from Convex/values. So this one will be string. This one will also be a string, right? We will also be adding email, image URL, username, etc., right? Different types of things. And over here, this dot index basically means that we are indexing this user table with respect to the token. That is, whenever we try to find the user with the help of this token, it will be much more faster, right? This is the concept of indexing which most databases follow. So now if I just save it and let's try to see if this table is created. Yes, you can see user table is created right here. If I click on add, it will show me these two fields right here. Let's add more things according to our application that we will have inside of this table, which is going to be an email. There is going to be an image URL, a username, and token identifier basically is going to be containing the Clerk user ID for the authentication. We can also have the activity timestamps, which is created at, last active at, etc. Now, if you want to add more indexes, you can do that as well. Like if you want to find user with respect to the email, so if you want to find them quickly, you can add index by email with respect to this email field, right? By username with respect to the username field, which is going to be very important, right? We're going to have a username page. We can also search users with respect to the name and email. So you can also add search indexes. So it will make much more faster, like the search in our front end, much more faster to get the data from the backend, right? So yeah, these are some of the things that you can do in Convex and it makes our job super easy. Let's see what's next inside of the docs. And don't worry, I know right now you might be thinking that we are still in the process of setup. Yes, and this is only like a one-time thing. Once we have set up like Clerk, Convex and all of these things, right? Then we will finally move towards building our header, our landing page, and basically our UI and the main parts of our app. So these things are equally as important, right? So, and you can see most of the things are configured in the docs, so we don't need to write each and every line. That's why I am picking these codes up over here so that it makes our setup much more easier. And this is how you'll be working in mostly like real world company as well if you want to set up something inside of there. So okay, mutation for storing the current user. So this is basically the mutation that they have given pre-built that you can use to store the user inside of their database. So they've given users.ts. So there are basically two things. One is a query and other is mutation. So query is basically for fetching data and stuff, and mutation is for changing the data. And this is what we will be building throughout this video, right? This is basically an API, you can say. So for the users, let me just create a new file, users.js. In the Convex language, they call it function, Convex functions. You can call it an API as well if you want. Let's paste it right here and understand what's going on. So basically, we're importing this mutation from right here, from inside of this generated folder. And here, it takes an args if you are providing it with any parameters. Right now, we're not providing it. And a handler. So handler is basically a callback, which like where all of our logic exists. So first of all, what we're doing here is we're taking out the context or CTX. I'm saying ctx.auth.get user identity. We're getting the information from the Convex database of the user, and we're checking if user is authenticated or not. So if identity is not present, then obviously user is not authenticated. So we're gonna give them the error. Otherwise, let's get rid of these things. It's not needed. I'm gonna say check if we have already stored this user inside of our database. So what we're doing, I'm saying ctx.db.query the users table with index. You remember we added the index. So this is how you use it. By token this. So identity.token identifier that we're going to be taking from right here. So it's going to fetch the user and unique, so that obviously there's going to be one user per token, right? So if we have seen this identity before, that is user is not equals to null, then we're going to check if user's name has changed. If user's name has changed, then we're going to use the patch function, which is for updating a field inside of our table, right? So ctx.db.patch for this particular user ID, update the name, right? And then return it. But if that is not the case, if it's a new user, then we're going to create a new entry inside of our database by doing ctx.db.insert. Inside of users table, we're going to provide the name, which is going to come from clerk, and the token identifier. We can add more things over here, just like we added inside of our schema. So email, image URL, created at, last active at, etc. Right. So this is a very simple example of a mutation. Let me show you a simple example of a query as well. What if we want to fetch a user from your Convex DB? So I'll say export get current user equals query, right? This also comes from the same folder. Inside of this, we have handler. This will be an asynchronous callback. I'll say ctx, and again, we're going to check the identity of the user, if user is logged in or not. If user is logged in, then we're going to fetch the user. So I'll say const user equals await ctx.db.query the users table. And inside of the users table, I'm going to be using the index. So again, same thing that we're doing right here. So with index unique, so that we get the information of the particular user. And then I'll check if the user is not there, then user not found. Otherwise, we're going to simply return the user. So it's a very simple example of fetching the data from Convex, right? And again, as I mentioned, we're going to be writing a lot of such functions as we move forward in this video. So you will be able to properly understand. Okay, let's keep moving forward. Let's see how we can call this store function. So what have they given over here? So calling the store user mutation from React, and they have created this use store user effect. Okay, let's copy this code and let's paste it, then we will understand. So I'll create a new folder, hooks, and I'll say use store user.js and paste this right here. So basically over here, we're taking this use convex auth hook and we're taking out is authenticated from inside of it. There is also is loading that we can take out from inside of it. You can rename it to be use store user over here. I think that we have a wrong example over here. This is from for auth 0, not for clerk. Let's just copy the TS code instead of JS code. That is more appropriate right here. We're gonna remove all of these types first, and yeah, so let's see. First of all, what we're doing over here is take out the is loading and is authenticated. Like if it's loading, that is user is being authenticated, then it will show loading. If they are authenticated, it will return true or false, right? Here we're taking out user from use user hook from at clerk/-react. It will give us all of the information related to the user. Then we're gonna take a use state over here with user ID, and we're gonna call our store right over here that we created over here, right? So we're going to be using use mutation hook for calling it, and we're going to importing api.users. Users is the name of the file that we created, and store, right? So store user, and then we can simply call it right here. So we have taken this use effect. I'm going to check if user is not authenticated, then return. Otherwise, we're going to move forward and we're going to create the user. So I'll say await store user and set user ID to be this ID inside of this state right here, right? And then we're simply going to create the user and return set user ID to null. And this will only run if these changes, right? So this, again, you don't need to understand this much in depth. This is the part of our setup, and we're returning is loading and is authenticated at the end, which we will be using next inside of our header, right? So if I go to the header.jsx, and let's finally start working on our header, right? And let's call this over here, and you'll see how user is stored inside of our database now. So I'm going to call this use store user hook that we created, and meanwhile the user is being authenticated or is loading, I'm going to show some loading indicator over here as well. By the way, instead of this div, I'm going to wrap this inside of header tag. That is more appropriate. So for showing the loading, I'm going to be using something like a library, npm install react spinners, press enter. So there's this bar loader that I really like, and I use it in most of my apps. So let me show you right over here. I'm going to say if is loading to be true, then I'm going to have a div right here with class name position fixed, bottom 0, so that is on the very bottom of the header, left 0, width full, z index to be 40, display flex, justify to be center, and then we will import this bar loader over here with width to be 95% and some color, right? This is, you can take whatever values over there. So let's import bar loader, something like this, and let's see how this looks. If I refresh my app, wait, cannot resolve react spinners. Did I do something wrong? It was spelling mistake. Let's do it again. Now let's see. If I refresh the page, you can see, yes, there was that loading there for split second, right? So yeah, that is exactly what we wanted. If I click on sign in, and let's try to go and sign in, continue with Google, and let's see, yes, it is showing the indicator, and don't worry, we'll fix this shrinking of the header. And let's go and check inside of our DB. Yes, we have our user stored in there. Awesome. Let's continue working on our header. But you know what? If you're someone who's preparing for front-end interviews, you can definitely go and check out my front-end interview preparation course. This is the only thing that you will ever need to prepare for your front-end interviews. And not only this, I've covered every single topic of React.js, like React Router DOM, Redux, all of the hooks, class-based component, function-based component React, even the performance optimization, which is asked from senior developers a lot, tons of machine coding questions as well, and obviously in-depth interview preparation course on JavaScript as well. And not just this, along with this course, you get an active Discord community where you can ask your doubts whenever you get stuck, and we will be there to help you. So click the link in the description down below, because right now we're having the biggest sale of the year for a very limited time. So don't forget to check it out. Or you can also scan this QR code on your screen to go directly to the course page. If you notice, we have this logo for our header, right? Now, if you want, you can use your own logo. That's completely fine. Or what you can do, you can click the link in the description down below for the source code, and you will land on this page right here. And here inside of this public folder, we have a few assets, right? Like banner.png. That is this banner that you will be using right here. So make sure to download that. We have logo.png, so I'll download that as well. And we have placeholder.png, which will be used later on when we will be adding some placeholder for our blog cards. So make sure to download all of these things and place it in the public folder. Let's just remove all of these things which are already there. So there we go, I've done it. Let's make use of it and render it inside of our header, right? So first of all, inside of this div, I'm gonna be displaying the logo. So I'll have a link tag from Next.js, so next/link. And inside of this, I'm gonna have an image tag, which will also come from Next.js, so next/image, right? This image tag helps us optimize images in Next.js. src can be logo.png that we have added right here in the public. Alt creator logo, width 92, height 32, width 96 and height 32. Class name, height to be 8 in the bigger screens, height to be 10, width auto, object content. And what happens when we click on the link? If the user is authenticated, then we want to send them to /feed. So if I show you right here, if I click on it, right now the user is not authenticated, so they will remain here, but they are authenticated, then we'll not be showing them this page, right? Because then we would have to add a separate feed page, and then it makes no sense to show landing page, right? Since the user is authenticated. Otherwise, slash, and I'm going to provide with some class name flex shrink, right? So if I check, yes, you can see right here. If I log out the user, let's see. Okay, it looks something like this. Looks weird. If we are on the landing page, we can show some things like features and testimonial, link to features and testimonial. So I'll say path equals, so actually for path, to get the path, I'm going to be taking a hook over here, use path name. So it will be coming from next / navigation. So I'll say if path is equals to slash, and what's going to happen inside of it, I'm simply going to be showing a div. So these are very simple things, right? We're just showing two links over here, one for feature, other for testimonial, and this will be hash features. So if I click on over here, it will take me right here, and testimonial will take me right there, right? Something like this. This will be helpful when we go on and create our landing page. And again, you can modify the styles for this however you like. This is just the plain Tailwind CSS. In the smaller screens, this will be hidden. In the bigger screens, we're saying display flex, space X to be 6, flex to be 1, and justify to be center. For each and every link, I'm saying text white, font medium, transition all, duration 300 when we hover on them, text purple, and cursor to be pointer. So something like this. Looks good. All right, now moving forward regarding these things. So we need to build them properly. First of all, let's build the unauthenticated part. So for the sign in button, I'm going to be having a Shadcn UI button right here with size small. And for the sign up button over here, I'm going to be having same button with get started text, variant primary that we had added, size to be small, and class white space no wrap. So it will look something like this. And actually variant can be ghost for this one. So yes, it looks better. Now for the authenticated part, let's move it right here on the top. Inside of the authenticated part, I'm going to be having a link to dashboard page. So I'll paste this link, href dashboard, variant to be outline, class name hidden in the smaller screens, in the bigger screens flex, size to be small. We're going to have a layout dashboard icon from Lucid React. So this comes inbuilt from Shadcn UI. And we're going to have a text over here called dashboard, which will be hidden in the smaller screens, right? So yeah, let's see. If I go on and sign in, continue with Google, and I think there's something that was breaking in between. So if I just click on sign in again, yes, you can see this is breaking. So what I want to do over here, I want to wrap this inside of a div, and I'll close this div over here after unauthenticated. So this is one thing. And here simply I can add some class name of display flex, items to be center, some gap of 2 between both of them. In the bigger screens, gap of 3, and flex shrink to be 2. So now it should look good, yes. Now if I try to continue with Google, okay, we're seeing the loading over here, and awesome. We can see the dashboard with / dashboard link right here. And yeah, with that, we have successfully created our header component. It looks beautiful, and we can still see this button right here. Let me get rid of that button. So it must be inside of page.jsx. You know what, when we come back to build landing page, we will fix this. All right, so most of the setup of our app is done. Right, so let's do one thing. Let's commit our code up until this point. Let's open our terminal, and I'm going to say git add. And actually, if you're using VS Code, it's much easier to do this thing from over here. So just click on this plus icon, and it will stage all of the changes right here. And actually, I'll do one thing. I'll just, instead of header, I'll stage everything, and I'll show you why I'm doing this. And you can just add any commit message. Let's say setup done. We're not going to push it to GitHub repository yet, just committing it locally so that our progress is saved, right? Cool then. Now, one thing that a lot of us are concerned about while building an app like this is the quality of the code. Now, a lot of times we would be using AI to write a lot of code in our app, right? Imagine if this was the component that was written with AI. How would you know that this is a good quality code or a bad quality code, right? And this is where a tool that I've been using from a lot of days comes into picture. And I've created a video on this as well recently. So click the link in the description down below and you will land on CodeRabbit. Now, typically I showed you in the past that CodeRabbit can help you review your PRs and stuff like that, right? But recently they have launched this CodeRabbit CLI tool so that you can review your codes right inside your VS Code. You always have a senior developer on hand to review your code and tell you what went wrong, right? So simply to install it, just copy it up, copy this command up, and I've given you the link in the description down below. Go back to VS Code right here and paste it, right? And this will install CodeRabbit CLI. Now we have committed all of our code, right? Only this header is remaining. So what I'll do, let me just make a few changes over here. Let me just remove the link. If I remove alt over here, let's say, and to start the review, now you can see we have multiple different review modes over here. If you just use -plain, it will give you a detailed feedback with fixed suggestions. If you say prompt only, it will give you minimal output for token efficiency. So something like this, right? We have multiple commands over here. Let's just log in first. So I'll say CodeRabbit auth login, and I'm going to paste it right over here. And it's telling me to go. Okay, so it has automatically opened this window right here, which will take us to CodeRabbit to log in. Okay, I'm gonna log in using GitHub. Okay, there we go. We are authenticated successfully. Now I'll just say CodeRabbit, press enter. Okay, it has opened this interactive mode over here, and you can see it shows us that we have changed one file and one modified. So right now, currently we have this header, right, that we are trying to commit. So I'm gonna press T, which will show me the file tree. To be more specific, it will tell us which file is changed, right? So okay, I'm gonna press ESC to go back, and let's press enter to review this code, right? So you can see it is analyzing this, and meanwhile it is reviewing this. Let me tell you that if you push your code on GitHub as well and create some PR, etc., right, CodeRabbit will also help you review it and will comment on your PR so that you can resolve any bugs before it goes into the production, right? By the way, it works with all of the major AI code editors like Cursor. Like if you are trying to develop something, you can type that develop this for me, and then you can in the end, right, review it with CodeRabbit, and it will develop and review it on the fly. So there we go. It found one potential issue. Okay, let's press enter. Missing link export. So see, most of the things inside of my app were fine. So I'm just gonna quickly add this link tag over here as well. See, most of the code was written by me, so it was correct. But a lot of times when AI writes your code, it might make some mistake, right? So yeah, I would highly recommend you to go and check it out from the link in the description down below. Alright then, most of the things inside of our app is set up, right? There's just one more thing remaining. So if I show you, if I just open my app, this deployed app, and if I try to go to dashboard, let's click on create post. Now, right here, if I want to add an image, so I'll click on image, or even if I want to add a featured image, I'm going to click on over here and click on drag and drop an image. Now I'm going to select this image right here. So this is uploading. Okay, there we go. Now you can see we have a bunch of different features right here. Like I can remove the background. So I'm going to click on over there and click on apply transformations. And just like that, the background is removed, right? If I want, I can add a drop shadow over here as well. I can resize it. Let's say landscape 16:9. I think it's already 16:9. So let's go with square. So there we go. It is square now. I can add smart crop features. Like if I want to just crop to my face, right? Let's apply the transformation and see. Anyone, let me just remove this remove background for now, because this is creating a little bit more processing, right? Because it's an AI feature. So you can see this face has been cropped for us, right? If you want, we can also define if I want just center part of this image, then it will do that for us as well, right? This is awesome. Let me just put it back to landscape. If I want to add some text over here, let's just say, I don't know, next.js. Let's make the font a little bit bigger, apply transformation. You can see it is added. We can set the position for this as well right here, right? There are a lot of possibilities, and all of this is made possible by using one single tool, and that is Imagekit. I've given you the link to the Imagekit's landing page in the description down below. So just land on this page, and if you've checked this video where I told you how you can, create AI transformations in Next.js, or this video where I told you how you can create a video player in Next.js, all of them were using Imagekit, and a lot of you guys loved this tool and wanted to see me build a full-fledged application with it. So here I am. So cool then, let's go on and click on start free, and I'm going to quickly log into my account with Google, and here we go. I am in. Now Imagekit provides us a bunch of different awesome things. Like for example, image transformations, like we can add resize and crop using it. We can add AI transformations like removing the background, adding shadows, changing the background with a just simple prompt inside of their URL. We can add effects like contrast, gradient, grayscale, and a bunch of different things. And we will talk about a few of them in this video as well. Now, some of you might be thinking, is it free to use? Yes, it is completely free to use. They have a very generous free tier and it's forever free, right? One thing that I really like about Imagekit is that you can also bring your own cloud provider, right? Like if you are using some other cloud provider, you can store your data there, right? But the next step that you have to do is come to their dashboard, click on developer options. So right here, we're going to be needing three things. First, the public key, the private key, and the URL endpoint. So let's just copy them one by one. I'll say next underscore public. I'll just edit this out. Image, URL, and point. Let's duplicate this a couple of times. This one will be for Imagekit public key. And here I'm going to put the public key. And for the last one, this will be a private variable. So I'll say image instead of public key. I'll say private key. So let's get both of those keys over here. I'll copy this public key, paste it over here. I'll click on over here. It will ask me to enter the password. And now this gives me my private key. So I'll just paste it right here as well. Cool. And that is it for now. When it comes to Imagekit, we're going to come back to it when we go on and create our create blog feature, right? Now, the moment of truth. We're going to understand the complete structure of our database. And you can see I've prepared an in-depth diagram for you guys as well, right? So let's start from the beginning. Let's start from the users table that we have already created, right? So obviously our app has a users table with the ID name, email, the token, which like stores the clerk information, image URL, username, and these activity-based fields, right? Now let's see how the rest of our app is connected. But first, inside of our app, like every single user can post something, right? So they have posts table. A user is allowed to follow another user. So we have follows table over here as well. They can like someone's post, they can comment, right? We can see the daily statistics for these posts and for the account as well. So we have that table. So let's see how they are connected to each other. First of all, follow. Every user can be a follower or can be followed, right? So follow table will have a follower ID and the following ID. If one user decides to follow another user, one user will be the follower and other user will be the following, right? Simple enough. Apart from that, it's kind of similar with likes as well, but it has post ID. So let's see the post first. So a post will have the title, content, obviously, status, which is either draft or published, right? It's going to be a union. What category it belongs to, right? If it has a featured image, if yes, then we will add the URL over here. Created at, updated at, published at, these activity-based fields. If we have scheduled it, by the way, we can schedule the posts as well inside of our app. We also have a view count, like count, which we will, all of these things we will use inside of our daily stats, right? And also author ID will be connected to users table. Now, likes, a user can like a post, right? So which user it is and which post they like, right? Simple enough. Comment, which user it is, so author ID, whose comment this is, the post ID on which they have commented, and then the author name, email, content, status, like content of the comment, status that is approved, rejected, pending, etc. Then comes daily stats, which has things like with respect to the date, how many views a post got, right? When it was created, what's the post ID. So with respect to every single post, we will store daily stats and show it to the user, right? So this is super cool. Then let's go on and create it inside of our Convex. So I'll go right here and schema.js. We already have the users table, right? So right after this, I'm going to be saying posts. Posts will be define table just like before. Inside of this will take an object. And now we will take everything one by one and let me explain you. So first of all, title, then the content. So this will basically be a rich text content as I mentioned over here. We'll be using a library for this. Status can either be draft or published. So we will be using v.union and it can either be draft or published, right? This is basically like enum. Then the author ID, right? We are connecting it to the users table over here like a foreign. For the content metadata, we're going to have tags, which will be an array of strings, category, which will be optional, but it will be a string, and the featured image, which again will be optional, but a string, right? After that, we will have timestamps, right? The major one is this and this, like when it is published at and when it is scheduled for, right? And for the analytics, we're gonna say view count and like count. Now let's add a few indexes for this table, like by author, by like all of these things are when we're trying to fetch the data with respect to these fields, right? So these are mostly used fields like by author, by status when we try to filter it, by published, like if it's status and published at combination, by author status, which will combine author ID and status combinations, right? So basically these are the indexes. When they are combined, queried, it will make our job much faster when we're trying to search content, right? And the search field will be the title, that is this. Okay, now after this we're gonna have the comment system. So I'm gonna say comments define table. For a single comment we're gonna have the following, like we're gonna have the post ID on which that comment exists, the author ID who wrote the comment, right? We can also add the anonymous comments as well if you want, author name for displaying on the comments, author email, which is optional. Then we're gonna have the content, which I'll say v.string, status either approved, pending, rejected, or created and created at. Now you can add some indexes over here as well. All of them might not be necessary. Majorly this would be the one that we'll be using, and probably this as well, right? So we're gonna say by post, and with respect to the post ID we're gonna be filtering them out, post ID and status of the comment and the author ID as well. Okay, let's create for the likes. So I'm going to say likes, define table, post ID on which it exists, right? I'm connecting the posts table over here, v.id. Similarly, I'm connecting over here as well. Below this, user ID, who is liking it. Now this can also be anonymous and created at. Again, we can add indexes like post ID, user ID, and combining both of them will help us prevent duplicate likes. Let's do for the follow table as well. So simply this will just have a follower ID and following ID as I showed you, created at, and then some indexes for follower ID, following ID, and both of them combined to prevent again duplicate follows. Then in the end, we're gonna have the daily stats table. So this will have the post ID for which we're trying to create the daily stats, that particular date, views on that particular post, created at and updated at, right? And we're gonna index it using post ID, date, and both of them combined, so to create unique constraint. All right, that was quite a lot. Let's go on and check database, and there we go. All of our tables are right here. Amazing. So you see how awesome this is, like how awesome Convex is. It makes our job super easy by providing these real-time features. Everything is in sync. Now, when it comes to our app, we have user authentication, right? So we don't want to give access to every single page to everyone, right? Like for example, this dashboard, this should be a private route. If a user is logged out, they're not authenticated, they should not be allowed to go to /dashboard, right? So we should route them back to the home page. So what I'll do, I'll go to middleware.js right here, and we will write the rules for our protected routes, right? So first of all, what I'll do, actually above it, I'm gonna say const is protected route equals create route matcher. Inside this, we can mention the routes that we want to protect. Like for example, dashboard, /dashboard, and anything that comes after it, right? This is what we want to protect. And then inside of this Clerk middleware, we're gonna be taking a callback right here, something like this. And then here, I'm gonna say async, auth, and request. So auth will help us to authenticate the user and get the user ID and stuff, right? So if user is authenticated, I'm gonna get the user ID. So I'm gonna check if user ID is not present and user is on the protected route, then we will route them back to the sign-in page. So I'm gonna say const, like we're gonna say await auth, and we're gonna take out the redirect to sign-in function from inside of it, and simply I'm gonna say return redirect to sign in. If not, I'm gonna keep continuing our path, right? So let's import this next response just like this, and this will continue our app execution. So let's see, let's try it out now. I'm gonna try to go to dashboard, and yes, it pushed us to /sign-in. This is pretty cool. Let's continue with Google again and log in inside of our app. See, now it's allowing us to go to /dashboard, and it actually it automatically pushed us to /dashboard after we logged in, right? So this is super cool. Let's go on and create finally our landing page. And you can see I'm clicking on it and it's pushing me to feed because we added that rule over here, right? So anyways, let's go on and create, okay, I need to sign out, this landing page right here, this beautiful landing page that I've created for you guys, so that your app stands out in the interview, right? If the interviewer asks you to show you your app, or maybe if you're trying to pitch a client, whatever, right? This app, this landing page is going to stand out for sure. Let's go then. So I'm gonna go to right here in the app page.jsx. So first of all, over here, instead of this button, I'm gonna have a div, and let's get rid of this and this variant as well. And I'm gonna have the class name of minimum height to be screen, that is 100 viewport height. Background is going to be black, text is going to be white, and overflow is going to be hidden. I'm gonna keep it relative position because I'm going to be adding some animations over here. So if you see inside of my deployed app, we have a gradient background, which you can see is a little bit moving, very subtle movement, but it is moving, right? So it is an animated gradient background. And for that, I'm going to be having a div right here. It can be a self-closing div as well. So I'm going to give this a class name, position fixed, inset to be 0, and background gradient to bottom right, let's say from top right to top left to bottom right. And it will have 3 colors. It will start from purple 900, 20% opacity, blue 900, and go all the way to green 900, right? And then I'm gonna have an animate pulse, which is an inbuilt animation in like Tailwind CSS. So you will see, yep, you might be able to notice there is a subtle animation right here, right? So cool. Then we also need to add that cursor effect. You can see wherever I'm putting the cursor, it is following me, right? So let's create this cursor effect right here. So below this div, and actually this will require me to add a little bit more logic. So right here in the home, and actually let me just make it a client component. So use client. If you want, you can move this mouse section to a separate component so that it does not force us to make this component as client component, right? In a real world scenario, that would be a better practice. So over here, I'm going to be putting a state for mouse position. So use state, make sure to import it from React. We're going to say X to be 0, Y to be 0 by default. And I'm going to take the mouse position state and set mouse position for changing that variable. Now below this, I'm going to be having a use effect hook. And here, I'm going to be creating a function const handle mouse move. I'll take an event right here and I'll change this set mouse position. So the set mouse position to e.client x and y to e.client y. Now, where will we call this? We're going to call it right below this. I'm going to add an event listener for mouse move. As we move our mouse, this will be called, right? And the mouse position will be updated. And with respect to that, we're going to be updating that mouse icon. To clean up, I'm going to say window.remove event listener mouse move. When our component will be unmounted, it will remove the event listener. All right. So what I'll do simply right here, I'm going to have a div, and this div will have some class name similar to this. Let me just copy it and paste it right here. Instead of this inset 0, I'm going to have some width and height of 96. Instead of bottom right, I'll say from left to right for that mouse icon. Instead of these 3 colors, I'm going to be saying from blue 500 to purple 500. And then in the end, instead of this, I'm going to be saying rounded to be full, so it's a circle, some blur effect, so it's not sharp, pointer events none, and z index to be 0. Let's see if we can notice it. Okay, use effect is not defined. Let's import use effect then. Okay, yes, we can notice it right over here, right? Now let's make it move. So what I'll do over here in this div, I'm going to be providing style tag, and inside this, I'm going to be saying all of these values. So we have taken these out from over here, right? So I'll say left will be mouse position x minus 192. So it does not shifts further. Same for the top as well, but for y, and transition is going to be 0.3 second ease out. So let's check it out. Yes, it is working. If I remove this blur, notice it will become sharp, something like this. So we have done this minus 192 so that our cursor appears in the very middle, right? So you can customize it with respect to whatever you want over here, right? That would look much better. And again, as I mentioned, if you want, you can move it to a separate component altogether. Right here, let's create a new file, mouse or you can say custom mouse, something like that, right? And you can move this whole code along with this to right there, right? That'll be much better practice. Well then, after this, let's go on and start working on our hero section. Let's see what our hero section will contain. It will have this create, publish, grow, this beautiful tagline, and then this description little paragraph over here, 2 buttons, and this hero image right here. Okay, we have already imported this hero image, if you remember, this banner.png, right? So we're gonna make use of that. So for this section, I'm gonna give this the class name of position relative, z index to be 10, margin top to be 48, some padding horizontal to be 4, and bigger screens padding horizontal to be 6. Inside this, I'm gonna have a div, which will have another div, which will contain this part and this part right here. So for the parent div, first of all, I'm gonna give the class name of max width to 7xl so that it gives the maximum width to this whole hero section right here. mx auto, display grid. In the bigger screen, grid column will be 2, gap to be 8. In the bigger screens, gap is going to be 12. For this container div, I'm gonna have space y to be 6, in bigger screen space y to be 8, text center, and text is going to be left in the bigger screen, like this for the smaller screens and this for the bigger screens. Right now, inside of it, first of all, let's create that create, publish, grow section along with the paragraph. So I'm gonna have a div which will say h1 and a paragraph tag as well. So for this div, I'm gonna say to be 4 and bigger screens space y to be 6. Inside this h1, I'm gonna have 3 span tags. So first we'll say create, then publish, then grow, right? These 3 things, let's see. Yes, they are rendered over here. I'm gonna give them this class name for now for all of these 3 display blocks. Font black, text to be white. So something like this. For this h1, I'm gonna say class name of text 7xl. In the bigger screens, text 8xl, font black, leading none, and tracking tight, right? So they will be a little bit closer to each other. Okay, let's style them individually. So for example, for this publish, instead of this, I'm gonna be saying font light, and it will be italic, and text purple 300. So let's see. Yes, something like this. For grow, I'm gonna provide it with some gradient, right? So over here, instead of text white, I'm gonna say background gradient to right, that is from left to right, blue 400 to purple, like blue 400 via purple 400 to green 400, right? Background clip text, because we only want this gradient to show for the color, like for the font, right? For the text transparent, right? So now if I see, yes. Now for this paragraph right here, I'm gonna say the AI powered platform that turns your idea into a span, because we have some keywords over here, right? So engaging content, and I'll say, and helps you build a thriving creator business, something like this, right? Let's style this. So for the paragraph, I'm going to say text large. In the smaller screens, in the medium screens, text XL, and in the bigger screens, text 2XL. Then text gray 300, font light, leading to be relaxed. Max width is going to be 2XL, and max width is going to be none in the bigger screens, right? So if I show you, let's make it smaller, you will notice. Yep. You can see it's in the very middle, max width to be 2XL and all those things. Let's style the span. So for the span, I'll say class name, text purple to be 300, font semi-bold. So now you'll see, yes, something like this. Let's see how this looks. Yes, looks quite similar. I think right now we can make screen a little bit smaller like that. Yes, now it looks similar. Now below this div right here, I'm gonna have another div which will have both of those buttons, right? So first of all, I'm gonna have the first button with the link tag. This will take us to / dashboard page. This will have button which will be imported from Shadcn UI. Size XL, variant primary that we added, rounded full, width full. In the bigger screens, width auto, text to be white. Let's check it out. Link is not defined. Okay, we have to import link. Make sure to import from next/link and not Lucid React. And also import this arrow right icon from Lucid React. Start creating for free. Yes, something like this. Let's have one more button below it. So I'll say link href feed, right? This will take us to /feed. Variant to be outline, size XL, class name to be similar, right? Without the text white, because we're already on the outline, right? So this will basically say explore the feed. For the parent div, I'm gonna have the class name, display flex column. In the bigger screens, flex is going to be row, because we want them to be in one single line. So smaller flex row, gap is going to be 4, items to be center, and in the larger screens, items will be at the start. So items start, let's see. Yes, something like this. Starting to take shape, right? Now, below this div right here is where we can show our banner, right? So you already have the banner image. So over here, I'm going to say image, self-closing tag. Okay, it should be I capital, imported from next/image, src banner, alt can be platform banner. I'm going to say width and height to be 500 into 700. Class name width full, height auto, object contain, and this will be a priority image. So let's see. Yes, it looks awesome. Let's go on and move forward and see what else. Everything you need. So basically the features section, right? So for these features section and all of those things, instead of writing them each and every one of them one by one, we can prepare a JSON data and then we can render them one by one, right? So okay, so just click the link in description down below, and again go to my GitHub repository right here. Inside of the lib folder, I have this data.js prepared for you guys, right? You can just copy this data, or if you want, you can prepare your own data as well, right? And just come on over here and create data.js. Let me show you after pasting this. So notice what's going on. I have few types of data like features, social proofs, testimonials, platform tabs, right? So first of all, for features, we have an icon like pen tool over here, title, AI writing assistant, get smart suggestion for title content, etc., and color as well, right? Social proof status will have some metrics, will show us the active creators. So if I show you right here, see features, and yep, this social metric. Then we have testimonials, obviously at the bottom right here, right? So name, role, company, image ID. So these are like dummy data over here. And then platform tabs, that is this one right here. If I click on any one of these, it will show me different features that is inside of our app, right? So title, icon, then description, and then the array of features. Cool, then let's take this data and go on and render this inside of our app. So below this section, so over here, I'm gonna have a section tab with the ID of features, so that we can scroll down to this section, and we're gonna have a grid inside of it, right, of cards, and above that heading and a subheading. So let's just give this a class name, position relative, margin top to be 14, z index to be 10, padding vertical to be 16, in the bigger screens 24, padding horizontal to be 4, bigger screens 6, and some background gradient from left to right of gray 900 to purple 900. See, something like this. Okay, now inside of this section, we're gonna have our div. Inside of this, we're gonna have another div for containing our H2 and paragraph tags. So let me just bring them in real quick. So it will look something like this. Everything you need in the H2, and text will be 3XL. In the bigger screens 4XL, and even bigger screens 5XL, and in the larger screens 6XL. Font black, margin bottom to be 4, and in the bigger screens margin bottom to be 6. And for this everything you need, I have created this custom gradient text primary class. I'll show you what this is, but below it we're gonna have a paragraph tag which will say from AI powered writing assistance to advanced analytics, we build the complete toolkit. So text large, in smaller screens text XL, in the bigger screens text gray 400, and some max width of 3XL. So let's check it out. Yes, something like this. If you want, you can keep it just like this as well, but I'm gonna go to inside of the app globals.css, and right over here I'm gonna be adding a few custom Tailwind classes over here, just like this. So gradient text primary, and to apply them, like to add Tailwind to them, I'm gonna say at apply background gradient from left to right, and it will start from white via purple 200 to blue 200, right? And background clip text transparent, so it has a good effect. Similarly, we're going to have gradient text accent, a different type of class without the purple tint, and also a card glass with the glass effect. The background gray 900, border gray 800, and on hover border purple to be 500. So if I show you, it is this thing right here. It looks awesome, right? So I'm going to go back now, and actually to our app, you can see it looks great. For this div right here, I'm going to say max weight to be 7XL, MX auto. And for this div right here, I'll be saying text center, margin bottom to be 12. In the bigger screens, margin bottom 16, and even bigger screens margin bottom to be 20. So it's properly responsive. So if I show you something like this, you can see this is also properly responsive. Okay, nice. Now below this div right here, we're gonna render all of our features. So let's just have this div, and this div will have class name of grid, display grid. In the bigger screens, grid columns will be 2. In the larger screens, grid columns will be 3. Gap to be 6, and the bigger screens, gap to be 8. Right? So we are adjusting the grid with respect to the screen size. And over here, we can just import features from @lib/data. So if I show you from right here, and here I'm going to say dot map, and we can map all of these features right here. So I'll take each and every feature and index, and right here we are going to be using the card component from Shadcn UI. So if I go over here and check, let's say card component, yes, something like this. So let's copy this up, and I'm going to paste it right here, and we'll make use of whatever we need, right? So we don't need the card header. Actually, we do need card title and description over here. Let's get rid of this. Instead of footer, I'm going to paste them over here. Let's make sure to import each of them. Card component, like card content, card title, description. Yes, you can see something like this. And let's apply the card classes, like class to this one. And I'll actually move both of them inside of card content. So for this card, I'm gonna say class name to be group. So it provides the group effect to all of the card individually. So transition all of these like effects will be provided to them individually. So transition all, duration 300, on hover, scale will be 105, and card glass. So if I show you, yes, something like this, right? Let's provide the key to be index. And then now if I show you in the features, we have the icon over here as pen tool or whatever icon that we've put over here, right? So first of all, we can render the icon. So inside this card content, instead of this p tag, I'm gonna say feature.icon with class name, width to be 6, height to be 6, and the biggest screens width 8, height 8, text to be white. And over here, we're gonna wrap this in this div right here with width to be 12, height to be 12, bigger screens, height and width to be 16, background gradient from top left to bottom right, and I'm gonna add feature.color. If you see this color right here for each and every feature, rounded, 2XL, display flex, item center, justify center. So all of these very common styles, right? Let's go and check it out. Yes, something like this. For card title and description, I'll simply say feature title and feature description. So now, yes, we have them right here, and it looks super cool. You can see in individual icons, we have added the scale, so it looks much better. So scale 110. All right, now below this section. Now next section will be for rendering this platform showcase tabs, right? So first of all, we will need a state for checking which tab is currently active. So here on the top, I'm gonna say active tab, set active tab, and by default, it's gonna be 0, right? So over here now inside of this section, first of all, it will have similar class name like before of position relative, z index to be 10, some padding vertical and some padding horizontal. Okay, now inside of it, just like previously from this features section, I'm gonna copy the title and subtitle. So I'll paste it right here, and this will simply be how it works. And I'll replace this text with this 3 powerful modules working together to supercharge your content creation. So let's see, yes, something like this. Below this div, I'm gonna be rendering all of the data. So inside the data, let's see, let's move this up over here. So this data, next, title with icon, description, and all of the features. So this div is going to be having a class name, display flex, flex column, in the bigger screens, flex row, and gap to be 8, right? There's going to be 2 parts to this. First the platform tabs, and then the card where we will render the data. So we're gonna render it in like with respect to responsiveness. So first div, I'm gonna say in the bigger screens, width is going to be 1/3. And the smaller screens, we will be like, we'll make it full. Then inside of this div, I'm gonna have another div with space y to be 4. So over here, I'm gonna say platform tabs dot map, and I'll take each and every tab and the index. And then inside of this, I'm gonna be rendering a button. Now inside this like button, we're gonna have an icon similar to before we rendered features.icon, right? So we're gonna render tab.icon with class name and height to be 6, And this will simply be checking if the tab is active, then we will show this color. Otherwise, we're going to be showing the other color. And we will also have a tab.title right below it. So if I show you platform tabs is not defined, okay, we need to import this right here. Yep, something like this, but this is like merging into each other. So over here in the button, I'm going to say class name, weight to be full, justify start, height to be auto, padding to be 6. So now it appears separately. So it looks a little bit weird. Inside this button, actually, I'm gonna be wrapping this with another div with the class name of displayFlex, item center, and cap to be 4. So let's just wrap this whole thing with this. And for the tab icon, this will be closed over here, right? This div right here. So now this should look good. Yes, it looks much better. Let's provide the variant to this button. So first of all, I'm gonna be saying key to be index variant if this is the active tab. So this active tab again, if you remember, if it's equal to the current index, then outline, otherwise ghost. So something like this, right? We can change it by clicking on it. So let's add the on click over here. So I'll say on click and I'm gonna use this set active tab and I'll say index. So it sets the current index. So now we can change it something like this. And with respect to that, we're gonna be displaying the data right here. So below this button, this div over here, I'm gonna be having another div, and this one will have the class name of remaining 2x3 width, right? Inside of this, we're gonna be rendering a card component. So let's take this card component from Shadcn UI, and I'm gonna paste this right here. We're not gonna be needing card footer over here. Let's keep the header separate this time. So I'll import the header. Let's see how this looks. Card action. Okay, we don't need card action. Okay, it looks something like this. Obviously, it won't work. We need to render the data. So with respect to what has been selected, I can say something like this. So platform tabs and select the active item dot title. Same thing over here as well for the description, right? So yes, it looks good. Let's provide this card with some classes of background gray 900 and border gray to be 800. So something like this. We can also provide it with this card glass, but we don't want the hovering effect, right? So this is fine, I guess. Inside of the card content, I can simply say platform tab dot active tab is just going to be rendering these features array, right? That I showed you over here, these features. So just simple enough, we're just going to be rendering a div with a check circle that it supports these features, a span, which will say that particular feature, right? So now if I show you, yes, something like this. If I change this, it will be updated as well. Nice. Now let's render the social proof, something like this, right? So let me make this a little bit small. Did I miss something over here? I think I didn't add the width for this one. So let's see. So over here in the top of this section, let's add this div and we can close this at the very bottom right here. Right now, I think this will show us yes properly. Great. It looks nice. Okay, so below it, we're gonna be showing this loved by creators worldwide stat. So for that as well, we're gonna have our data. Oops. So this data right here is going to be pretty straightforward. So below this section, I'm gonna have another section. And again, this will have class name similar to before. Position relative, z-index10, some padding vertical, padding horizontal, some background gradient that we added in the features as well. Inside of this, I'm gonna be having the heading similar to this. So simply I'll just copy the h2 over here. That's all we need, I guess. So h2, and I'll actually wrap this inside of our div. Then I'll say h2 and I'll say class name, max width 7xl, mx auto, text to be center. Let's see how this looks. Okay, it says how it works. So I need to say loved by creators worldwide. Now, yes, looks good. Below this h2, I'm gonna have our div which will render all of our social proofs, right? So for that, I'm gonna be having a grid component, grid class name display grid. In the smaller screens, grid columns 2, large screens, grid columns 4, some gap with respect to different screen sizes. So I'll say social proof status, make sure to import it, dot map. Inside of this, I'm gonna have a callback which will take the stat and the index, and right here I'm gonna be having a div with key index and class name text center. Inside this, let's render the icon the similar way that we did earlier. So stat.icon, class name width 6, height 6, some for medium screens, some for larger screens, and text white. And over here, we're gonna provide it with some background color and stuff. So width 12, height 12, some for medium screens, larger screens. We're gonna provide it some background gradient, some rounded 2XL, display flex, item center, justify to be center, so it appears in the very middle. So something like this. Yes. Below this, I'll simply be rendering the metric and the label. So stat.metric and stat.label. And notice over here we're using gradient text accent class that we had created, custom class, right? So something like this. I think we need to add some gap below the H2. So let's see over here, instead of all of these, I'm going to say margin bottom 12 and in the bigger screens, margin bottom 16. Yes, something like this. Okay, below this section, now we're going to be rendering the testimonials over here. And I would highly recommend you guys to go on and build this yourself, because at this point, it's pretty clear how we are building all of these things, right? So I would recommend you guys to build this. So I'm not going to build this. I'm going to skip this section. I'm using the card glass over here, and if you obviously have any confusion, you can just go to my GitHub repository and check the code to see if you have built it correctly or not, right? For these images, I'll tell you that I'm actually using Unsplash photos. So you can just go to Unsplash and pick photos and just render over here, right? So there we go. I've built this as well, and you can see I am using Unsplash right here, and I'm using this testimonials to render it, right? So inside of this testimonials, I already have the image ID for the Unsplash, right? So you can render it like this. You can just refer to my GitHub repository. I think at this point, if you're not able to build this, then you need to properly practice writing code in HTML or probably JSX, you can say, right? So let's see inside of our app. Now this will give you a error, something like this. Invalid src prop, since we're using this Unsplash right here, right? So we need to add this host name images.unsplash.com inside of our next config.js. So how do you add it? Let's see. If I go to my next config.mjs, you have to say something like this. So images, and then inside of it, domains, right? So I've added images.unsplash.com, I've added for the clerk, and we'll also need to add for the Imagekit, right? So I've added all of these three things right here. You should add that as well. Okay, let's see if this is working. I'll just refresh it real quick. Yep, it is rendering. Let's create the CTA below it. So section, and again for the CTA as well, just like we did earlier, I'm going to add the same class names for providing the background gradient, class relative, etc, etc. Then we will provide the heading. First we'll add that div for max width to be 4XL, MX auto, text center, and then inside of this we're going to have the same h2 and paragraph tags, right, for rendering the heading and subheading. So let's see, yes, something like this, and then we can simply add a couple of CTAs below it. So again, this part is also very straightforward. I'm going to say div right here with link, inside of which we're gonna have button, just like we have already done up until this point multiple times. This was in the hero section as well for the dashboard and the feed. It's the same two buttons, start your journey and explore the feed, right? So if you see now, yes, both of them appear right here. Then this step is optional. If you want, you can add a footer at the bottom as well. So below this section, I'm gonna say a footer with a div which will say made with love by roadside coder, right? Simple enough. I'm just moving a little bit fast over here because it's just a UI section, right? And UIs should be unique to you. So even though you are referring to this tutorial, but I would highly recommend you guys to go on and tailor this according to you, right? UIs should be understood from the psychology perspective, right? But when it comes to building, you should have your own original design. And it's not bad to copy this design as well, but still, like, this is what will make you a better developer over the time, right? So yeah, you can see made with love by roadside coder. And actually what we can do, we can actually move this footer from over here to layout.js. I think that would be more appropriate below this main here, so it appears throughout of our app, something like this. You can see looks much better. And with this, our landing page is complete. It looks so beautiful, right? And from now onwards, we're gonna actually deep dive into the real logic inside of our app by building things like creating the post, dashboard, etc, etc. So let's go. So as you can see, we have multiple tabs over here like create post, my post, followers, right? All of the analytics over here, the settings where we can set our username as well. So this is the complete content management system that we have added inside of this app. So why don't we just go on and start simple, right? First of all, let's create this settings page where we can set our username, basically fetch our username and also update our username inside of our database so that you'll be able to understand how APIs are built using Convex, right? So, okay, I'm gonna go right here in the app folder and I'm gonna create a new folder for dashboard. So if you notice, we have slash dashboard over here, right? When we are on this just dashboard tab, we can see slash dashboard and this is the page. But if you want to go to create post, we have nested path over here, slash create, slash posts for settings, slash settings, right? But this UI right here remains the same, right? So this is the layout that we will be creating. So over here, I'm gonna create a new file called layout.js, RAFCE dashboard layout. So let's go to dashboard over here and you will see that it says page could not be found because we just have layout right now. We don't have any page. So I'm gonna create a new file called page.jsx, RAFCE dashboard. And I'll just simply say over here, like analytic page, right? Because the slash dashboard will just be an analytics page, right? So if you go to layout.js, I'm going to take children over here and I'm simply going to render them right here. Something like this. Let's see. Yes, you can see analytics page. Now, one more thing, in the slash dashboard, we're not going to show this header right here, this glass. So what we can do, we can go to components, header.jsx, and we can add a condition over here. I'm going to say if path dot includes slash dashboard, then return null. So yep, it's gone. Now coming back to layout.js over here. So over here, first of all, let's just decide what are all the sidebar items are going to be, right? So over here, I'm going to be taking a array of objects, something like this. So sidebar items, let me just close this. Yes. So this will have three things: title, where this will take us, slash dashboard, and the icon, which will be coming from Lucid React. So let's import all of these icons one by one. Users, right? So all of these four paths, and we are going to be rendering them right here. Now, when it comes to mobile view, I want to have a sidebar sort of situation. So if I show you inspect, check this out. When I click on it, this opens up, and when I click again, it closes, right? So this is what we want to pay. So over here, for this, we're going to be taking a use state. So first of all, let's create this a client component. Now, what is the difference between client component and a server component? So if you see right here, like for example, this layout is server component since we are not using any hooks and all over here. That is, server components will render on the server, right? And those will mostly contain the static data. But the client component are more dynamic and they will be rendered on the client. That is, JavaScript will be fetched for them and they will be painted on a browser and not on the server. So that's why I'm going to keep use client over here because we're going to be using React hooks. If you don't keep it use client, it will give you an error that you need to make it use client. Okay, so I'm going to be importing use state right here. And the state is sidebar open and set is sidebar open. Okay, I'm going to be taking over here use path name since we want to redirect someone if they click on any of these links, right? So path name. So right here inside of this div, I'm gonna create some gap over here. We will leave space for mobile sidebar first. First, let's go on and build our sidebar. Then we will add the functionality of it getting opened in mobiles. So I'm gonna be taking a tag called aside. It's good for accessibility to use accurate tags. And inside this, I'm gonna take a div over here, which will show the logo, just like we showed inside of our header earlier, right? So I'm going to take the link from next/link and then the image tag from next/image, and we'll render the same logo.png over here. And in the alt tag, create a logo width 96 into 32. Class name height is going to be 8. In the bigger screens, height 10, and even bigger screens, height 11. Width auto and object contains so that it does not lose its shape. See, something like this. Okay, let's give this aside some styles. Class name, and actually I'm gonna be using inside of curly braces cn over here from @lib/utils. So this basically allows us to add conditional classes over here, right? So first of all, I'm gonna say position fixed, top 0, left 0, height to be full, width to be 64, background slate 850, background blur small. So see, something like this for our sidebar. Let's add some border. So I'm gonna say border right, border slate 700, z index 50. Transition is going to be on transform since we're going to be shifting it when it's going to be opening for mobile. Duration 300. In the larger screens, it will be by default translate x0, but in the smaller screens, it will be in minus. So we can add a condition over here by saying comma, and I'm going to say is sidebar open, then translate x0, otherwise minus translate x full for the smaller screens, right? So if I see something like this, if I refresh this, and actually let's open the inspect, see it's gone in the smaller screens, right? All right, so inside of it now for our logo, I'm gonna say display flex, items to be center, justify between, padding to be 5 around it, border bottom and border slate to be 700. So this just not for the logo, we will have other things over here as well, like close button for the side mobile sidebar, right? So I'm gonna say a button over here, variant ghost, size icon, and let's import this X icon over here. On click, we can trigger a function toggle sidebar, or rather we can just take this and I'm gonna say set is sidebar open and not sidebar open. Is this okay? Is sidebar open? So I'll say is sidebar open right here. Let's see how this looks. If I go on over here, yeah, see there was a small icon if you notice. Yep, right there. We will go on and create the icon for opening this as well. By the way, for the parent div right here, I'm gonna say minimum height to be screen, background slate 900, and text to be white, like text color to be white. Okay, now after this div, let's add our navigation items right here. Let's render all of them. So I'm gonna be taking all of these. So sidebar items right here, and below this, I'll actually have a nav tag over here. So nav with the class name of padding 4 space y to be 2. Inside of the nav, I'm just going to simply render sidebar items. So sidebar items dot map. Let's take a callback over here. I'll take each and every item and the index, and inside of it, I'll check to see if that particular item is active or not. So what I'll do, I'm going to say const is active, and this will check if the path name on the URL is equals to the item.href. So basically this item.href. Now we need to check just for this as well. So if I show you just for the dashboard, right, where there's nothing after it, and this condition right here will fix that, right? So it does not render this page in all of the others, right? Because all of them has /dashboard inside of it. Okay, then I'll say return. And inside of it, let's have a link tag which will say key to index, href will be item.href. On click, I'm going to say set is sidebar open to false. Then inside of it, we're going to have a div inside of which we're going to be rendering the item.icon, which is a self-closing tag. And then below it, right here, I'm going to be rendering item.title. Let's check it out. Yes, there we go. In the bigger screens, we can see icon, the title, both of them, right? And you can see on the bottom, when we hover on this, we can see the different types of links right here. I'm again going to be using cn over here because I want to add some conditionals. So cn, inside of this, I'll say display flex, item center, space x to be 3, padding horizontal 4, some padding vertical, rounded from the sides, transition all, duration 200, and group when we hover on them, so that it will look something like this. It's properly structured now. And let's take care of which one is active, right? So I'm going to say if is active true, so background gradient from left to right will be from purple to blue with some border and text white. Otherwise, we're simply going to say text slate 300, on hover text white, and on hover we're going to show a little background color. So something like this, right? This looks awesome. Similarly for icon as well, you can add some effects over here. This is optional. Like for example, I'm going to say height and width 5, transition colors, and colors you can add purple when it is active, right? So you can see it is purple now. It was looking good earlier as well. So if you don't want to add this, it's fine. Now here in the create post, there can be the situation where we have a draft pending, right? When a user has a draft pending. So we can show a badge over here. So obviously right now we don't have the logic for the draft, but I'm just going to be saying if item dot title is equals to create post, then we can render. And actually apart from that, we will have one more condition. So I'm just going to put that as true. That is if draft post exists, right? Then simply over here, we're going to be rendering a badge component from Shadcn UI. So I'm going to render this badge component. So import it from add components, and variant will be secondary, class name, some margin left auto, text access, background orange, text orange, and some border orange as well. So if I show you, see something like this. Again, this does not work right now. So oops, I clicked on it. So this does not work right now. But later on, we will add the condition so that it only renders when there is a draft. All right, now below all of this, below this nav, I want to render the settings icon as well. So I'll say div. Inside this, I'm gonna simply have a link tag, which will take us to /dashboard/settings, and a button, which will say variant outline, size small, width full, justify start, some text color. When we hover on it, it will change a little bit, rounded XL, and padding of 4. And we're going to show the settings icon along with the settings text. So if you see it will appear right here. So we need to fix the styling a little bit. So I guess in the aside, or wait, I think we need to provide it right here. So class name, I'm going to say absolute, and I'll say bottom to be 4, left to be 4, and right to be 4. Let's see. Yes, something like this. This looks awesome, right? With our app is beginning to take shape. Now let's work on the main content of our app. It's currently hidden behind right here, but we're gonna shift it. So over here, this children, I'm gonna wrap it, and I'll provide the class name of, in the larger screens, margin left to be 64. So let's see. Yes, we can say in the smaller screens, margin left to be 0. So inspect. If I make this small, yes, this is fine. In the bigger screens, this is getting shifted. Cool. Now inside of this, we're gonna have a header tag to display our header and elements like user button after user is authenticated. Inside of this header, first of all, I'm gonna show the mobile menu to open the mobile menu, right? So I'll have a div right here. Inside this, we're gonna have another div, which will simply contain a button with variant ghost. Size icon on click, I'm gonna be saying set is sidebar, set is sidebar open, not sidebar open. Okay, class name, in the larger screens it will obviously be hidden because we only want it to be shown in mobile view, and import this menu icon. So now let's see if I make this smaller. See, if I click on it, yes, we are open it, and we are able to open it and close it as well. Cool. Let's provide this div with some class name of display flex. Items to be center, justify between padding to 4, in larger screens it will be 8, and padding vertical to be 4. For this div, I'll say display flex item center and space x to be 4. Yep, like this. Now for the right side, we're gonna show the user icon, right? So below this div, I'm gonna have a div right here with the class name of display flex, items to be center, and space x to be 4. Then inside of this div, we will simply have this user button icon from Clerk, right? So at Clerk/Next.js. So let's see. Yes, if I click on it, awesome. Let's provide with this header with some class names. So I'll say class name, position fixed, width to be full, top 0, right 0, z index to be 30, background slate to be 800 with 80% opacity, backdrop blur to be medium, and some border bottom with border slate 700. So now you'll see something like this, right? Awesome. So you can see that is hidden behind there. Now let's just wrap our main element inside of a main tag. So I'll say main, I'll just give it a class name of margin top to be 16, and let's put this main right here. Let's check it out. Yes, we can see our page being rendered right here. Now we have successfully created this layout. Oops, I clicked on the wrong button again. Now let's go on and first for build this settings page right here. Very simple page. so that you can properly understand our flow that we'll be using throughout our app. So inside this app folder, dashboard, I'm going to create a new folder called settings. I'll create a new file over here, page.jsx, RAFCE, settings page. Let's save this. And now if I see, yes, we can see this settings page right here. Great. Let's first go on and create the APIs for it, right? For setting our username. So inside of the Convex, I'm going to create new file, or actually we don't need new file since we already have users.js. And inside of this itself, let's create that function. So export const update user name. Similar to this, actually, the mutation, we're going to be creating our first custom mutation, right? This one we just copied from the documentation. But let me show you now how you can go on and create your own mutation. So over here, inside this object, as I showed you, we have these args, right? So inside these args, we didn't take anything earlier, but right now we need a username to update inside of our database. So I'll say username to be v.string. Let's import this v right here, string. Okay. Then simply I'm going to have the handler, which will be asynchronous, and this callback basically takes two things: the context for making the queries and stuff, and the args that we have taken right here. So these are passed on over here. So first of all, we're gonna check if user is logged in or not. So just like we've been doing up until now, this thing for checking the user identity, that is what I'll do over here as well. So I'll say await get user identity. If your identity is not present, then I'm gonna say not authenticated. Then I'm gonna fetch the user. Again, we have done this as well over here in the get current user. If you want, I guess we could have used this get current user over here itself. Let's get rid of all of this, and we can simply say, oops, not over here. Let's get rid of all of this right here, and we can simply say ctx.run query and import this internal from /generated as internal.users.get current user, which is this function right here, right? So we don't have to write all of that code again. It will make the check right here. So I'll get the user, and now I can check if user is not present, then throw new error, user not found. And actually this is also over here, so we can avoid it. Now we're gonna validate the username, right? So I'm gonna take the regex over here. So this basically says it should be between A to Z small, A to Z capital, 09, etc., right? Or underscore or dash. So these are the things that are allowed inside of our username. So I'm gonna check if this passes. So I'll say if username regex.test args.username, if it's not true, then I'm going to throw new error. Username can only contains letters, numbers, underscore, and hyphens. After this, I'm going to be saying if args.username.length is less than 3 or more than 20, then again username must be between 3 or 20 characters. I'm going to throw the error again. Or we will check if it's equal to the previous username. So I'll say if args.username is not equal to user.username, right? Only then I'm going to say const existing user equals ctx.db, and I'm going to check if this username exists or not. So I'll say dot query in users table with index. So we have added the index with respect to the username, right? If you remember. So I'm going to find any user if they exist with this username, and if they do, so I'll say if existing user does exist, then I'm going to throw new error, username already taken, right? Simple enough. After this, finally, we can update our username inside of our database. So I'm going to say ctx.db.patch for this user ID. I'll say username is this, and last active add. We can add this right here. Like this is optional. If you want, you can add it, or you can avoid it as well. And in the end, I'm going to return the user ID. And that's all. This is how you go on and create a mutation. I've already showed you how you can create a query such as this. So yeah, pretty simple, right? Let's go back to the settings page. And now to fetch this over here, I'm going to say use query, something like this. And here I'm going to say API imported from Convex dot users dot get current user. I'm going to get the data of current user. So const data equals this right here. And since we're using hooks over here, this should be a client component. So use client, and let's see what do we get over here. So I'll just console log this data over here. So notice inside of the console, we get all of this data being rendered. Awesome. But there's one problem over here. So we are using this use query, that's fine. This comes from Convex inbuilt. But this does not provide us with things like loading or error handling, etc. Right? So for that, we're going to be building another hook on top of this. So let me show you. Inside of this hooks, I'm going to be creating a new file, use convex query.jsx. And now inside of it, I'm going to be creating two functions, one for query and another for mutation. I'll say export const use convex query equals, I'll take the query, and if there's any argument, so I'll say args, and inside of it we will get the query. So I'll take the query and paste it right here, and then we will create the three states that we want to handle, right? So first one is for our data, loading, and the error. So data set data, loading set is loading, and error set error. So again, use state is basically like a normal variable in React.js for storing the values and stuff. So let's import the use state. Instead of this data, let's call it result, right? All right. So when this hook will be running for the very first time, so we'll be using use effect, right? So use effect runs when the component runs for the very first time if the dependency array is empty right here. If there is something inside of this dependency array, like in our case, I'm going to put result. Every time result changes, this column will be invoked. First of all, I'll check if result is equals to undefined, then set loading to true. This will be the start of our loading. If that is not the case, I'm going to say else, then try set data to result, set error to null, right? If there's any error, then set error to error, and I'm going to display a toast. Now we need to set up this toast as well in just a moment. And in the end, we will set the loading to false. Now, how do you set the toast? First of all, import this toast from Sonar, right? So now this toast will work when throw the error when the error occurs. And in the end, we will return the data is loading and the error. Now, similar to this, we will be creating another hook for our mutations as well. So this was for the querying, and I'm just gonna copy and paste it right here. And the other one will be called use convex mutation. Now in this case, the only difference will be we'll be using use mutation over here. We will take the mutation, and also, by the way, these args, I have not provided them over here, I believe, yes. So comma args that we are getting from there. Yeah, so in this case, this will be just be mutation. We don't need the args over here because this thing returns us with a function over here instead of result. So I'll say mutation function, and let's remove this use effect with return and all. We will have these three states right here. I'll say const mutate equals async, and we will be taking the args right here, right? Now, first of all, we will set the loading to true and error to null. And after this, we will be making the API call just like before. So I'm going to say try, and I'll say await mutation function that we have gotten from over here for this mutation, and we'll provide the arguments inside of it. We'll take the response and set data to the response, right? And return it. If we have any error, we will set it to the error and also show the toast. Finally, we will set is loading to false. If you want, you can just remove this throw error as well, since we're already showing it. Then in the end, we will simply return all of these things. So mutate, data is loading, error, right? Simple enough. All right, cool. Then now that we have this, let's go back right here, and I'm gonna get rid of this. I'll say use convex query, and let's import this. Let's get rid of this one, and we can destructure this now, and we can call this current user, and we can also take out is loading. Let's display some loading over here. So I'll say if is loading to be true, then right here we can display probably the bar loader. So this bar loader that we have already used before, right? So I can just render it right here while the user is being loaded. Let's check it out. So let's see, I'm refreshing the page and bar loader is not defined. Okay, we have to import this as well. So we need to add return over here as well. So now you will see, yes, we have a bar loader over here, but it should be, let's say 100%. You know what, actually, I think this header is just too small. So let's just go on over here in layout.js. I'm going to say height to be 10 over here and margin top to be more specifically 72 pixels. Right, that's fine. Now let's refresh the page and see. Yes, we can see this loading right here. If you want, you can display some other type of loading, that's fine, but our hook is working correctly. All right, next, inside of this div, I'm going to be adding the header, which will say settings and manage your profile and account preferences. For this div, I'm going to say class name space y to be padding to be 4 and the bigger screen's padding will be 8. So something like this. Yes. Then below this div, let's have the card component for username updation, right? So I'm gonna paste it right here. Not gonna need card footer. Let's import card header with card title, card description. Not gonna need card action, card content. Let's save this and check. Yep, something like this. Let's give this class name of card glass, margin like max width to be 2XL. So yes, something like this. For my card title and description, I can just simply say username settings and set your unique username for public profile. Inside of this card content, let's have a simple form component. I'm gonna have a div over here, which will contain our input tag and the label. So label something like this, import it from @components. So HTML for username, our input will be username and class name text white. And for the input, I'm going to take this input tag from Shadcn UI again, ID to be username, value is going to be username, for which we will be taking a state right over here. So something like this, use state, username, set username. Let's import it from user state and let's go back. On change, I'm going to set username, e.target.value, placeholder, enter username and class name, background slate 800, border slate 600 and text white. Now, right below this is where we can render if user has already any username, right? The current username. So I'm going to say if current user dot username exists, then I'll say current username and then render it at current user dot username right here. So let's see. Okay, we have not imported this user icon over here. Let's import it and check. Okay, something like this. This looks good. We can also display the help for choosing the username, like username basically, right? So 3 to 20 characters, letters, numbers, underscores, etc. Something like this. And I'm gonna simply say text extra small, text slate to be 500. Now below this div, I'm gonna have another div with button. Let's import this. Type submit, where in primary class name width to be full and in the bigger screen's width is going to be auto. So yes, update username. Cool, then let's make this work, make this form work. So first of all, this form, let's say class name of space y to be 6. And then I'm going to say on submit, I'm going to be triggering handle submit. So obviously this does not exist yet. So I'm going to create it right here. So const handle submit, something like this. We will also import our update username mutation. So use Convex mutation. Make sure to import this and API users update username. And I'll say const, something like this. Now this gives us something called as mutate, which we can call later on if we want to trigger it. And also the is loading, which I'm renaming to is submitting. So let's use this is submitting on this button right here. I'll say disabled equals is submitting. And instead of update username, I'm going to say is submitting is true, then show loader to right here, show updating, otherwise update username. Right, okay, so let's go to this handle submit. This will be an asynchronous function and it will take an event right here. Inside this, I'll say e.prevent default. And then I'm going to say if username does not exist after trimming it, username cannot be empty, right? And we'll return this. Make sure to import this toast right here. And this is going to be coming out from Sonar. So let's do one thing. Let's import this in layout.js. I don't think we have, yes. So Sonar is this. So if I show you this Sonar right here, if I click on show toast, it will show toasts something like this, right? So for this, we have to add something called as toaster inside of over here. So below this main, we can say toaster, import it from Sonar, and I'll say rich colors. So it displays different colors for different type of action. So toast.error, username cannot be empty. So let's try it out. I'm gonna go on over here. If I click on this, you can see username cannot be empty. You can press it multiple times. It will trigger multiple toasts. All right. After this, I'm simply going to say await update username with this username right here that we're providing it. And then I'll say toast.success, username updated successfully. Let's just say roadside coder, update username. And did you forget to run? What's wrong over here? So actually, I think I figured out what was going wrong. Over here, we need to use await. So that's why it was not able to properly check the username. Right, so now it is, I guess, working. Let's try to use this. Yes, username updated successfully. And if I go to the database, in the users, yes, the username was updated. Amazing. Now next, finally, let's go and build the create post flow. So inside of the dashboard, I'm going to create a new folder called create, and I'll have page.jsx, RAFCE, create post. Let's save this and try to go to this page. There we go, create post. Okay. Let's first go on and create all of the API keys for it. So I'm going to create a new file inside of Convex, posts.js. So all of the API endpoints. One of them is going to be obviously for creating the post, other one for updating the post, and one for getting the user draft as well. Alright, so first of all, let's just understand the whole flow on how create post works, right? So basically we have a ability to add title over here. Let's just say importance of CSS. Now this gives you an option for generating the content. If you click on it, it will generate the content, it will work on it. And there we go, our content is generated right here. It looks so awesome. If you wanted, you could have also added the custom content over here by using all of these rich text editor stuff that we have right here. Like if I say hello, and if I just select it, I can change the color as well. See, something like this, I can make this bold, whatever you want, right? Now you have options to either enhance this, to expand this, or to simplify it. Let's just do one thing. I'm going to simplify it. I want it to be a little shorter, and there we go, it has been shortened just like this, right? So this is super cool. And also we have the ability to add images or videos right here. Now for videos, you can just add the URL, but for images, we have created the complete flow using Imagekit as I showed you, right? Same for over here as well to add images, and for adding the featured image as well. Like if I select any photo right here, and if I say use this image, there we go. It has been added as a cover image. Now over here, notice, in the settings, we can select the category. We can provide any custom tags if we want. Like I'm just gonna provide some random tags over here, see something like this. And we can also schedule it so that if we want it to go live in future, right? If you want, you can save this as a draft and it will appear as a draft right here. Let's go out of over here. And if I come back, see, our draft is well preserved. And then we can also publish as well. So cool, then let's go back to our app. Let's now go to our post.js file and start creating the API for it. So there are going to be a few APIs like getting the user draft, creating a new post, and updating an existing post, right? So these three APIs will be the major. So I'm gonna say export const get user draft equals query, and then inside of it, we're just going to fetch if there's any existing user draft right here. Then I'm gonna say handler, it will be an asynchronous callback, and I'm gonna take ctx over here, and inside of it, I'll check if user is logged in or not. So same thing, just like over here, we're gonna run this function. So over here, I'm gonna import this internal over here, and this will check if user is logged in or not, and will give us the user data. Now we can fetch the draft. So I'll say const draft equals await ctx.db.query, and we want to query the posts table, right? So posts, and then I'm gonna say filter. What do we want to filter? Inside this, I'm gonna take a callback. So for each and every query, I'm gonna say q.and, that is both of these conditions should be true. What conditions? First one, that q.eq or equal, what should be equal? The author ID to the user ID. So q.field author ID should be equal to user dot underscore ID. First, this condition should be true. Then I'm gonna duplicate it. Then it should be status, and it should be equal to the draft. And let's add comma right here. So yeah, and since draft can only be one, like there can only be one draft per user, then I'm gonna say unique, and I'll say return draft. Right, so this will give us if user has any draft currently. Then let's write the API for creating a new post. So here I'm going to be saying export const create mutation, right? There's going to be a mutation since we want to change some data inside of our database or add some data. Now I'm going to be obviously taking some arguments from the user, right? So we're going to take args over here, and obviously the handler. Let's make it an asynchronous callback. Let me just do one thing. I'll just copy and paste it right here. This one will be for update, right? So first let's build this. So what are the arguments that this will have? So if I show you inside of our schema right here, inside of post, we have title, content, status, author ID, tags, categories, featured image, right? All of these things. So these things I will take from my front end, right? So let's go on over here. Inside this, I'm going to take all of these things. So according to the type. So title will be string, content string, status will be either of these things, either draft or published. Tags, which is going to be an array, but optional. Category, which is also optional, but a string. Featured image URL. And when is this scheduled for? So these four things are obviously optional. We can also publish our posts without them as well. Okay, now inside of the handler, I'm going to take the CTX and the args. And then first of all, let's check if user is logged in or not by using this. So I'll just paste it right here. So this will obviously check using this get current user function. Now after this, first of all, we are going to be checking if there's a draft that exists. If it does, then we will update it and publish it during the publish time, right? Otherwise, we want to just save another draft, then we will obviously save it in the existing draft. But if there's no draft that exists, we're going to directly publish it, right? Okay, so for draft, we are going to be taking this that we already have. So I'm going to paste it right here. Before publishing, I'm going to take the current date. All right, now for the first case, if you're publishing and we already have the existing draft, right? So I'll say if args.status is equals to published and there's an existing draft, then I'm going to say await ctx.db.patch, which means update. So I'll update this existing draft ID and I'm going to provide the data of title from args.title, content, args.content. Status will be now changed to published. The tags that we have been provided, category, featured image, updated at now, published at now, and scheduled for whatever time that they have scheduled it for. After this is done, I'm going to simply return the existing draft.id that this post was published. Now for the second case, if we want to save this as a draft, right? So I'll say if creating a draft and we have an existing draft, then we can update it. So mostly it will be just like before. So I'm just going to copy it up and paste it right here. We're not going to have any status since we are saving only on the draft. We're not going to have updated at and published at. And then in the end, I'm going to be returning the existing draft ID, right? Now for the third case over here, I'm going to say create a new post. Either it is a draft or if you want to directly publish. So there's a new thing that we're trying to insert. So I'm going to say post ID equals await ctx.db.insert inside of posts table. And then here, I'm going to say title, content, status, whatever status, right? Draft or published, author ID, tags, category, featured image, created at, updated at, published at. If it is published, then we're going to say now, otherwise undefined, scheduled for, and view and like count will be 0 by default. And then after this, I'm simply going to return the post ID, right? Simple enough. Let's create the update now, which is again going to be very similar to this. So I'll just take all of these args from over here. So I'll paste it right here. We will need one more thing, that is the ID. So ID, I'll say v.id from the posts table. What else? ID, title, content, status, tags, category, featured image. Yeah, I think these are all the things that we will be needing. Inside the handler, I'll take ctx and the args and then first of all check if user is logged in or not. So I'm going to be taking this. And you know what I realized here? It should be existing draft, not draft. So let's just take this and go over here. I'll paste it. Now let's get the post that we're trying to update, right? So I'll say const post equals await ctx.db.get args.id. If post does not exist, then we're going to throw new error, post not found. By the way, you might be thinking, how will I know what to write over here, like get, post, like patch, and all those things, right? So all of these things you can find in Convex documentation. After this, we need to check if the current user owns the post. So I'll say post.authorID is not equals to user ID. Then I'm going to say not authorized to update this post. Then we can update the post, the update data, right? So updated at should be now. Now will be date.now, right? So after this, now we can choose one by one. If the title has been updated, if the content has been updated by checking the undefined, right? So Let me show you how we'll do this. Something like this. So we'll get all these things in the args, right? If it's not equals to undefined, then I'm going to say update data, that is this, dot title is this, right? Same for content, tags, category, and all of those things, right? After this, we're going to handle the status change as well for draft or published. If it was a draft already, then I'm going to say if args.status equals published and post.status was draft, then we will update the published at as well, right? Okay, after all of this is done, simply in the end, we're going to patch it, right? So I'll say ctx.db.patch this args.id, that is that post, with this update data that we have created right here, right? Simply we'll return args.id. And yeah, with all that, we have created successfully all of our APIs for this. Let's close this and go back to here inside of page.jsx for our create post page. So right here, first of all, before creating anything, I'm going to check if there's any user draft that exists and also the current user is logged in or not, right? So I'll say use convex query and api.post.get user draft. So let's import API and use convex query as well. And I'll make this a client component. So use client, and I'll be taking out the existing draft data and is loading from over here, right? Similar to our user as well. So just like this. So I'll say api.user.get current user. So now that we have both of these things, I'll add some loading indicator over here. So I'll say if is draft loading or user loading. Let's just take this from our dashboard, I believe. No, from our settings page actually. So this thing. So I'll take this bar loader and I'll paste it right here. Let's import this bar loader and check. So if I refresh this, this should show me some sort of loading. Yes, something like this. Yeah, and create post is right here. So it is fetching both of them. I will also check one more thing. If user has not added their username inside of our settings, we will give them the error, right? Because it is compulsory to have a username to create a blog, right? So I'll say if current user dot username does not exist, then I'm going to be adding a message over here. So I'll say div. I'm going to have another div in there with the h1, which says username required. Let's give this the class name of text 3XL font bold, text white. Below it, I'm going to have a paragraph tag which says setup username to create and share your post. And then below it, we're going to have the button which will send them to the settings page, right? So I'll say link tag with href/dashboard/settings and button will be variant primary. Let's import both of these things and import this arrow right icon as well. So let's make this true for now. So I'll say true. I have to return as well. There we go. Something like this. Let's structure this and design this, like style this a little bit. So for this div, I'm going to say class name of max width to be 2XL. Width is going to be full, text center and space Y to be 6, right? And for the parent div, I'll say height to be 80 and provide some background color with display flex item center, justify between, so it's in the very center, and some padding of 8. So now we'll see something like this. So background slate can actually be 800. Yes, something like this. Whatever you want, you can keep right here. So if you press setup username, it will take us to the settings page just like this, right? Cool. Then let me bring this back like this. And by the way, we left this draft thing over here, right? So where was it? Inside of over here. No, inside of dashboard layout.js, right? So let's see right here. So we want to make sure that this works properly now. So here I'll simply import over here. I'm going to say use convex query, import this and api.post get user draft, right? If draft post exists, so I'll say instead of this true over here, I'm going to put draft post. Then only it will show the draft. Otherwise, see, it's not going to show anything now. Great then. So after this is done, right here, I'm going to return our editor, right? So I'll say post editor component, which obviously does not exist yet. So I'm going to be creating it inside of our component. So I'll say a new file, post-editor.jsx, RAFCE, post editor. Save this and let's import it right here. And I'll send this with some initial data. So I'll send this initial data of existing draft. And also it will have two modes. So I'll say mode. It can either be create or edit, right? So this one will be for create. We will also have editing mode as well. and I'll show you that very soon. So okay, let's go to post editor.jsx and start building it. Here I'm going to be taking both of those props. Initial data is equals to null, and mode is going to be create by default. Now we are going to be creating our post, and it's basically a form, right? So for that, I'm going to be using a form management library, React Hook Form, along with the validation library called Zod. I've created a separate tutorial on this on my channel as well if you want to get in-depth knowledge, but don't worry, I will tell you everything in this video as well. So let's go on and install both of them. In the terminal, I'm going to say npm install react-hook-form. I'll say Zod, and to connect both of these, we're going to use @hook form/resolvers and press enter, and this will install all of them. So first of all, I'm going to be creating this schema for our form. So to create schema is using Zod validation library. I'll say const post schema equals, and you have to import something called z from zod.object. And inside of this is where we will structure this, right? And again, let me just make this a client component. So use client. Inside of this object, you can define the type and the validation that you need to apply to a particular field. Like for example, for title, I'm going to say z.string.minimum. It should have one letter, else we will throw error. Title is required, and maximum 200, otherwise title too long. Then I'm going to take for the content, which will be a string, and minimum 1 character. It is required. Category z.string optional. Then we're going to have for the tags. So tags obviously will be an array. So z.array. It will be an array of string, and max to max it will have 10 items inside of it. So maximum 10 tags allowed. Featured image will be string but optional. Scheduled string but optional, right? So we'll make use of it. Inside of over here, we're going to be importing something called as use form from React Hook Form, and this is the form library that I was referring to, which is going to be managing our form. Now inside this, we need to provide the Zod schema that we have created. So I'll say resolver and import this Zod resolver from @hook form/resolver/Zod. And below it, you can provide the default values for the form. Like for example, I can say something like default values and title. If there is any initial data from the draft, I can provide it, otherwise empty. Same for content, category, tags, featured image, scheduled for. If it has anything, then we're going to convert it into the date, right? Because scheduled for should be a date. To ISO string and slice 0,16, right? We're extracting basically the date from over here, otherwise empty. And I'll assign it to a variable called form. Okay. Now we will also need those two mutations that we had created for create and update, right? So something like this, I'll say use convex mutation, make sure to import it. I'll say api.posts.create, and this one for upgrade. And I'll take out the function, rename it to create post. I'll take out the is loading and rename it to is create loading. Same for this is upgrading. Okay, what else do we need? Let's go to our app and see. If I click on here, it opens up a model for the settings, right? So obviously we are going to be needing a state for maintaining it. So okay, I'm gonna say use state is settings open and set is settings open. When we try to change the image or try to add any image right here, we are also going to be needing a model for that. So I'm gonna have a state over here is image model open, set is image model open. Now there can be multiple types for this image model as well, like for the featured image or for right here for the blogs, which we're gonna call content. So for that, we're gonna have a state right here, image model type, right? By default, it will be featured. Okay, yeah, I think these are the all types of state we need. We're also going to be needing const router equals use router in case we want to, route users somewhere to send them on some other page, right? Okay, cool. Let's do one thing. Let's build the header first. So this header part with all the settings and everything, right? So this will have different components. First header, then the editor, right? Then we'll have a couple of dialogues, one for settings dialog and another for image upload dialog. Okay, let's start with the header. Let me just first give this div some class name of minimum height to be screen, background slate 900 and text white. Right, so for header, let's just create a component right here, post editor header.jsx, RAFCE post editor header. All right. So our header is going to be controlling a lot of things in this page, right? First of all, it needs the information of what mode that we currently on. Like for example, if we are on create mode, we can allow user to have like scheduled posts, but in edit mode, we will not allow it, right? So we're gonna have mode information over here. We're gonna have the information of initial data right here. If the blog is being published, I'm gonna say is published. So I'm gonna provide it with the loading information. Oh, sorry, is publishing. What's gonna happen on save, because this will have save button as well. If I show you, see save button, publish button, it will trigger the settings as well. It will have the button to go back. So on save, on publish, on schedule, obviously all of this logic will be outside because we're creating this as a scalable component. All of this will be outside of here in the post editor, but we are triggering them right here on setting open, on back, right? So all of these things are going to be taken care of inside of this header. Okay, now there's one more thing. If I show you, if I click on publish right here, it will give me publish now or schedule for later. If I click on schedule for later, I need to select the date and time over here, right? All these things. So we will also need this drop down. So for this drop down, let's take a state over here. Is published menu open. Let's make this a use client. We also have the information, like we need to have the information for if it's a draft or not, if we are on the edit mode or not. So I'm going to take two variables over here, is draft and is edit, right? So if is draft, then initial data dot status is equal to draft, and obviously for mode, we're going to check if it's in edit or not, right? So this is the all information, this is all the information that we're going to be needing. And I'll say header right here. Now inside of this header, I'm going to be having a div with max width to be 5 XL, MX auto, padding horizontal, some padding vertical, display flex, item center, and justify between. And for the header, I'll say it'll be position sticky, top 0, some background slate 900 with 80 opacity, background blur medium, border bottom, and border slate to be 800. Let's see if I go over here. Okay, I think we have not imported it, right? So let's go on over here, and I'm going to be importing it just like this. So post editor header, and you can see I'm providing it with all of this data. So mode, obviously we have, initial data we have, is publishing will be either is create loading or is updating from right here, right? On save, when we need to create this handle save function. So let me just create it. So const handle save, I'm gonna keep it empty for now. Handle save, we need a couple of more of these. So handle publish, handle schedule, then on settings, setting open, I'm going to set is setting open to true. That is this state right here. On back, I'm going to use this router over here, and I'm going to say dot push slash dashboard. Right, let's go inside of it and first check if it's here. Yep, I think I can see it. It's small right now, but yeah, it's there. Let's add the content inside of the div. So first of all, for the left part, I'm going to be saying something like this. So I'm going to have a div with display flex item center space X to be 4. I'm going to have a button for going back. It's pretty simple, right? Let's import it from Shadcn UI, variant ghost, size to be small. On click, I'm going to trigger on back right here, right? Class name text slate 400, hover text white, right? And this will have an arrow left icon with back. And if it's a draft, then just like we did before in the layout screen, I'm going to be showing a badge right here for the draft, right? So let's import the badge from Shadcn UI and check. See, we have this back button right here. So that was the left part. And after this div, we're going to create the right part with all the settings icon and everything. So let's have a div right here with display flex item center space X to be 3. Inside of this, I'm going to have a button with variant ghost, size small. On click, it will trigger on settings open, that on settings dialog open, right? Class name text slate to be 400. On hover, text will be white. Make sure to import this settings icon right here and check. Yes, we have a settings icon right here. Right, now we're going to check if this is on edit mode or not. So I'll say if not on is edit mode. So I'll say and then I'm going to be rendering a button right here for publishing. Sorry, not publishing. First, we're going to render for save, right? Because in case of save, it will not be visible in the edit screen, right? Because we're no longer in a draft. So we have a button. On click, I'm going to trigger on save. It will be disabled when is publishing is going on. I think I did a spelling mistake, or is it fine? Yeah, I think it's fine. Variant ghost, size small, class name text slave 400, hover text white. If it is publishing, I'm going to show a loader to icon. Otherwise, the save icon. So let's see. So make sure to import save from Lucid React. Yes, something like this. If I make this true, you will see that there is a loading icon. Yes, that will appear right here. Great. So this is when it's not in the edit mode, right? What if it is in edit mode? So I'll say if is edit to be true, then I'm going to show update button over here. Otherwise, I'm going to show publish button. So in case of update right here, I'm going to show a button which will say variant primary. Disabled is publishing, just like we did, similar to save. On click, we will trigger on publish function and set is publish menu open to false. So we will open that drop down menu, right? If it is open, then keep it false. If the publishing is going on, then obviously we're going to show the loader indicator. Otherwise, we're going to show the send icon right here along with the text update, right? Similarly, for publish, here we're going to be showing a drop down menu. So let me show you. If I go to Shadcn UI, we installed the drop down menu, right? This one. If I click on it, this opens something like this. So I'll just copy it up and paste it right here. Import the drop down menu. Make sure to import it from ./UI, not from radix UI. Import the trigger, the content. I don't think we'll need the label or the separator. Let's just import this item right here. Okay. Let's see how this looks. Yes, something like this. Let's just style this to be a button. So this trigger is where our button will exist. So I'll have the button variant primary over here. It will be disabled when it's publishing and rest will be same as above, right? For this drop down menu, I'm going to say open is publish menu open, on open change set is publish menu. So that is this thing right here. Okay, let's see. Yes, our button is appearing. Let's have both of these buttons, publish now and schedule for later. So instead of all of these items right here, I'm going to be saying for the first button, that is this drop down menu, I'm going to say publish now, which will trigger on publish and set is publish menu open false. For second one, schedule for later, which will call on schedule function and set is publish menu open to false. So according to our use case, it will call different functions. And with that, I think, okay, we need to import calendar and this should be done now. Okay, yeah, it is done. Great then. So we have created our header. Let's go back to post editor and actually go and work on our editor component. So for our editor, I'm going to be creating a component called post editor content. Oops, content. Now, one thing that I forgot to create is the APIs for handling Gemini calls, which we will be doing next. So over here, I'm going to create a component post editor content dot JSX. RAFCE post editor content. Let's just import it right here. Now, first of all, what I'll do, I'll be creating a server action over here. So I'm going to create a new folder inside of app called actions. And this is a new feature that was introduced in Next.js 13 point something, I believe, 13.6, I guess, where you can create sort of APIs, internal APIs for Next.js called server actions, right? So I'm going to be creating a new file over here for Gemini.js, or you can just create it like AI.js, whatever that you want to write. And here I'm going to be writing two functions. One will be for generating the content and other one is for improving the content. But we also need to install Gemini for it. So let's do that. In the terminal, I'm going to say npm install at Google generative-AI and press enter. Okay, meanwhile this is getting installed, I'm going to go back to my browser and I'm going to need the API keys for Gemini. So just open a new tab and search aistudio.google.com/API, right, in this URL right here. And this will open this page. It might ask you to create a new Google Cloud account, so you can do that. And then after it, you can just create an API key from over here. Search any API key. I'm going to be searching something and it will generate an API key for me right here. Just copy it up and I'll go back and put it in my .env.local. So over here, I'm going to say Gemini_API_key equals this thing right here. Okay, this will be very helpful for us while creating this. So while creating server actions, you have to use server flag on the top. It's very important because it runs on the server. And here I'm going to be creating a new function, generate blog content, which will take title, the category, and the tags. For improvement, I'll be taking the current content and the improvement type, right? Like enhance, extend or make it shorter, etc. Okay, let's first work on the generate block content function. So here, first of all, I'm going to check if there is no title or title's length is 0, then this title is required to generate content is what I'm going to throw error over here. Then I'm going to be taking the model. So const model equals genAI, which will be imported from this package that we had installed at Google/generative AI. And I'll say get generative model and we'll choose the model. So let's choose Gemini 2.0 Flash. That's better. After this, we need to create a detailed prompt right here. So const prompt, and I've already written prompt for you guys. So let me show you. So if you open my GitHub repository, in the actions, you'll find this Gemini.js file. So this is the prompt that I've written. Let me just copy it and then I'll explain you what I've done over here. So, okay. So over here, I'm saying write a comprehensive blog post with the title this, whatever our title is. If the category is there, then we're going to provide the category. If tags are there, then we're going to provide the tags such as this. Then we have provided some requirement like writing engaging informative content, use proper HTML formatting. This is very important since we're going to be using React Quill editor, which works on the same concept. Include 3 to 5 main sections, and then I've given like multiple different instructions to it. Make it approximately 800 to 1200 words. Let me just put it around. Let me make it a little bit shorter. So 600 to 800 words. Later on, if you want, we can expand it. Include practical insights, and then I provided these tags that can be used, right? Ensure content is original and valuable. And I've also included do not include the title in the content. Okay, so we have this complete prompt that it should use to generate a blog for us. Then after this, we will take this prompt, so this prompt, and then I'm going to say await model.generate content and provide this prompt. So this model was coming from over here. Response will be await result.response, and then I'm going to take out the text from the content. Then let's just have some basic validation over here, like if content is not present or content.length is less than 100, then generated content is too short or empty. Then finally in the end, I'm going to return success to be true. Then after this, we're going to provide it with a bunch of error messages. So let's just do one thing. Let's wrap it in a try catch block, something like this. I'm going to take this whole thing until here, and I'm going to put it inside of this try block, right? Inside of the catch, we're going to check multiple things. First of all, I'm going to show the error, console.error, and then I'll check if error.message includes API key, then obviously API like AI service configuration error, or maybe the AI API key is missing. If the message contains something related to quota or limit, then I'll say success false, AI service temporary unavailable, and in the end, I'm going to return success false, fail to generate content if there's none of these errors, right? Okay, now let's go inside of this improve content and create this as well. So let's have a try catch block over here, and first of all, I'll check if this current content does not exist or if it is empty, then content is required for improvement, right? We're going to throw that error. Otherwise, I'm going to be taking this model from right here, paste it right here, and then I'm going to be creating a prompt over here. Now, again, for this prompt as well, I've already written it, so you can take it from over here. So there are actually multiple prompts to this. I'm going to be having a switch case. If it's expand, then I'm going to say this prompt. If it's simplify, or if it is enhance, we're going to have 3 different types of prompts, right? So I'm just going to copy it up and then I'll show you. So see, something like this. There are 3 conditions. So first of all, if it's expand, then prompt will say take this block content and expand it with more details. You can go through these prompts. I've already written it. I just provided it with this content, and for simplify and for enhance as well, right? Okay. After this, so finally, I'm going to say this thing. So I'll just copy this up and I'll paste it right here. So I'm just taking out the text from it, and then finally returning success to be true and content with the improved content dot trim. In case of error, I'm going to say success false. Error will be error dot message failed to improve content. And yeah, I think that should do it. Instead of this content right here, it's just I'm going to say improve content. Okay, nice. This looks good. Let's go back to our post editor content. And by the way, before continuing, let's just install React Quill, right? Because that is what we will be using for creating this editor. So let's go to over here, and React Quill new is what you're supposed to search. It's a newer version of this library. So if you see, they've given the complete documentation over here, which you can refer to. But the only thing that you need to worry about is this thing. So React Quill is what we'll be importing, and also we need to import this CSS. You can provide some theme and all as well, right? And then it will give you a proper rich text editor. You can also provide some configuration. Let's see if they've mentioned it over here. I think it would be mentioned in the more detailed documentation right here. See, something like this, it will give you this sort of editor. But don't worry, I'll show you how you can create this. So let's just copy it up and go back to my terminal right here and install it. So I'm going to paste npm install React Quill new. Alright, so meanwhile it is being installed. Let me just import it right here. So I'm going to import it dynamically. First of all, let me just make this a client component. So use client, and I'm going to say dynamic / dynamic and import React Quill new. Server-side rendering will be false. Let's import the CSS as well. So I'll say if type of window is not equals to undefined, then just import the same thing that was written over there in the documentation. React Quill new /dist /quill.snow.css. Alright, now there's going to be like configuration where we can define what are all the things that we need to be inside of it, right? So we're going to be very specific about it. So let me show you. If I go to my code inside of app dashboard create page.jsx. No, actually it should be in the components editor content. So see, I have defined it over here. What types of header sizes I need, font size, bold, italic, underline, all of these things, and all of the different types of formats that I'll be needing. So let's just copy this whole thing up and I'm going to paste it right here. So see, it looks something like this. We're going to be using this to structure our rich text editor, and if you want to change, like remove something or add something over here, you can do that on your own as well, right? So you can see I've added image, video support, different types of lists like ordered, bullet, etc, etc. I'm pretty sure you guys would be aware of these things if you have worked on Microsoft Word or something in the past. Okay, so first of all, the props that we'll take over here is the form that we created, right? The React hook form thing. So this thing right here, form, right? One more thing, I want reference to this React Quill editor outside as well. So I'm going to be taking a use state over here for storing the Quill ref and set Quill ref, right? So I'm going to be sending three things to this. First, the form, then set Quill ref, and then on image upload. What happens when we click on that image button, right? So it will set the image model type to whatever type it is, like featured or content, and set image model open to true. Let's go inside of it and I'll take set Quill ref and on image upload. Okay, so first of all, right here, I'm going to be taking an empty fragment and I'll have a main tag over here. Then I'm going to have a div which will contain things like featured, image, we will have title, and we will have the actual editor, right? So let's just render editor first and let me show you. So if I have a div right here and I'll say React Quill, let's see if it is imported. Yeah, we already imported it. So React Quill, we have set Quill ref, right? So I'm going to provide the ref to this. We can provide different themes. So I'm going to provide theme snow. In the formats, I'm going to say quill config.formats, that is these formats. We can provide it with the modules that we have defined on the top right here, all of these modules, right? So I'll actually create a function over here called get quill modules, where we will spread all of these quill modules, and then in the toolbar, I'll say quill config.modules.toolbar. This is just like, you can find this in their documentation as well. This is how things work in Quill. Handlers for the image, when we click on the image icon, I'm going to say on image upload and provide with the content, right? So it will trigger it. So over here, I'm going to be calling get quill modules, and see, currently this is how it looks. It looks a little bit weird. You can see all of these things are grayed out right now. So we don't want that. I'm going to provide it with some more styling. First of all, let me just say some placeholder, tell your story or use AI generate content. Style, can you minimum height 400 pixels, some font size and line height as well. And below this main, actually, we're going to provide style for this separately. JSX global styles. Right. So basically over here, like these are the styles that I use to generate. These are all related to React Quill, right? So you don't need to understand these styles. It's basically what it's doing is just styling it overall. So inside of this, I'm going to have a curly brace and Instead of backticks, I'm going to be saying, let's go to over here and let's just copy these. You can see it's just targeting QL editor, QL editor. For each and every one of them, just copy it up and paste it inside of it, right? So again, you don't need to understand all of these styles. I didn't understand these. These are part of their docs as well, and you can use ChatGPT to generate these. So let's see. You can see now it is all in a proper color and everything, right? Now you can type anything right here. If you want, you can make something bold or italic, right? If I type something and select it, and if I want to change the background color as well, I can do that as well, right? Okay, let's provide stylings around it. So we have this form over here, right? So we need to take out a few things from inside of it, which will be these. So the register is basically to connect to a particular input. Watch is going to monitor a particular input tag. Set value is for manually setting the value for the form. And inside of form state, we will get all of these errors that we can render if any error occurs, right? Again, you can go and check out my in-depth React hook form with Zord tutorial. You will get a better idea on how this works. So let me just say const watched values equals watch. And when we change this, we will update the content field, right? So over here, I'm going to say value equals watched values.content and on changed content to be set value content. Also, one thing, I actually created it outside of over here. It should be inside over here since we need this on image upload, right? We're also going to be needing two states over here. One is generating and other is improving for AI. Okay, there's that. After this, we're going to be using the watched values, this thing right here, and we will watch the title and the content if there's anything present over there or not. So I'm going to take two variables over here, has title, which will say watched values.title.trim. Another has content, will say watch value.content, and it should not be equal to empty. Okay. For the main tag now, I'm going to be saying max weight to be 4XL, MX auto, some padding, vertical and horizontal. So that it appears in the very middle, something like this. Let's have this featured image over here as well, this thing right here. So inside of this div, let's just give this a class name of space y to be 5. And then for the featured image, I'm going to have a simple button over here, which will say on click on image upload, and it will provide it with featured tag, right? Over here, we have provided it with the content tag. Inside this, we have image icon and a simple div, which will say add a featured image, upload and transform with AI. So let's see. Yep, something like this. If there is an image over here or like already, then we will render that image. So I'm going to take curly braces around it. And I'm going to say if watched values dot featured image, if this is true, then I'm going to render that image right here. So before colon, I'm going to be rendering a div over here, which will simply say an image over here and two buttons for change the image and remove. For change image, we'll simply trigger the featured, and for removing, we will set the value of featured image to be empty, right? Simple as that. Not much going on over here, and make sure that this is absolute, so that it appears on top of it, right? So something like this. If I have selected the image, it will say change image and remove, right? And the image will be rendered over here as I already mentioned. So yeah, these are the things that you can customize according to you. After this button, we will have the title, right? So it will be a simple div. So simple div with the input tag, import from Shadcn UI. And I'm going to say register with title. So I'm registering the title tag for it. If you just press Control space over here, okay, it won't appear because it's a different component, but it generally gives these suggestions, like all of these things that you can assign over here, right? Placeholder can be post title, some styling. And if there's any error in the title, we're going to say errors.title and render this error message right here. So see, something like this, post title. Actually, we also need to have AI tools section over here as well, right, for generating the content. So I'm going to have a div over here, and I'll check if it does not have any content right here, question mark, then I'm going to render something that is the button. Otherwise, I'm going to render 3 more buttons, right, for enhance, expand and simplify. So I'll leave space for that. So first of all, if it does not have any content, I'm going to render generate content with AI button. So something like this, a button with on click, which will call this function called handle AI, which does not exist yet. So let me just create an empty function for now. Const handle AI like this. Let's go back. Disabled if it does not have any title, or if it is generating the content, right? Then it will be disabled. Variant outline, size to be small. It will say generate content with AI with this want to icon. Let's see. There we go. It is here. So if I write anything, it will become activated. Okay. But if that is not the case, then inside the OR, I'm going to have 3 objects for enhance, expand, and simplify with 3 icons. So let me import these icons over here. And then I'm going to simply render the button and then call this function again with respect to whatever has been the type of this improvement, right? So I'll say improve and the type. So this handle AI will be an asynchronous function and will take 2 things, type and improvement type. Okay, we'll come back to it very soon. Let's also add a small message right here below this. If there is no title, I'm going to say add a title to enable AI content generation. So something like this, a little small message, right? And if the content is being generated, so I'm going to say is generating or is improving, then I'm going to show a bar loader over here. And for our React Quill as well. In this div, first of all, I'm just going to give class name of pros. So pros basically means we are applying the default typography styles from Tailwind's typography, and large means it changes the typography size variant to large. And below it, we can provide it with some error as well. So error.content, if there's any error, then we can show it over here. Okay, yeah, I think pretty much everything is done in this component. Let's go on and write this handle AI function. So first of all, let me just take out the values from inside of this watched values. As we are typing, we are getting it live over here, right? So I'm going to say if type is equals to generate. If you're trying to generate the content, then let's make sure the title is not empty. So if title is not empty, if title is empty, that is title does not exist, then I'm going to show a toast error. Please add a title. After that, I'm also going to check if the content is there and content is not empty, then we will confirm this will replace your existing content. If user says no, then we will return. Then finally, I'm going to say set is generating to true because we will start generating the content. But otherwise, if that is not the case, if it's not generating, then I'm going to check if content is not there, and if it is not empty, then I'm going to say please add some content before improving, because this will be like this. If it's not generate, then this will be an improve case, right? So set is improving to true. Okay, now that we have generate or improve, let's call our server actions that we created right here, this generate block content or improve content right here, right? So after this, I'll have a try catch block. And over here, first of all, I'm going to check the type. So if result equals, so type is equals to generate, then I'm going to trigger this generate block content server action, otherwise improve content server action. And this will give us the final result right here. Generate block content, as you know, takes title category tags. Improve content takes content and the improvement type, right? That's coming from right here. After this, I'll check if result.success is equals to true, then set the value inside of our form. And toast.success, I'm going to say that content is generated or improve whatever it is. Else, I'm going to throw the error. Inside of the catch, I'm going to say fail to generate or improve content. And then finally, I'm going to have a finally tag which will run no matter what. I'm going to stop the loading, right? So if it's generate, then set is generating, otherwise set is improving to false. Let's see, I think this should do it. Let's just have a simple blog. I'm going to say write something on React.js, right? So generate content with AI, it is processing. What's wrong? Generative model is not a function. Let's go and check. I made a mistake over here. So actually I have to import this new Google generative and not generative model, right? And then we have to take this Gen AI and we have to replace it right here. Same for over here in the improve content as well. And see, I'm providing the Gemini API key right here. So make sure to fix this mistake and ignore these, like these are the hydration errors. So React.js and generate content with AI. Let's see if it works. And there we go. It does work. Amazing. Let's try to do AI simplify. Prompt is not defined. Okay. What did I do? So prompt is over here. It is defined. Let's see. So in case simplify. Okay. I think if I go back. Okay. Here's the prompt. So let me just say let prompt first. Prompt. Yes. I didn't define it before it, right? So that's why. So let's try it again. Okay, now it's gone. So I'll just again say React.js. There we go. Let's try to do AI simplify and let's see if this simplifies. And you can see it has added this code blocks over here as well. So it supports all of these things. This React Quill is an amazing editor. So okay, content simplified and it has reduced the amount of content. Awesome. This looks great. Obviously this won't work right now, publish now or schedule for later or anything like that. So okay, no worries. We have created finally our editor over here. And actually one thing that I'm giving you, one homework that I'm giving you over here is try to go through their documentation, React Quill's documentation, and try to implement undo and redo over here. Trust me, it's very simple. They provide you with a feature called Quill history where you have different changes that you've made over time, right? Like if I made any change right here, you can press Ctrl Z to revert it, right? So go through the Quill history, maybe ask ChatGPT or whatever, right? And try to implement an undo redo feature over here. All right, finally, let's go on and create this settings icon right here, right? So I'm going to close this and come back to this post editor. And this is where this will be used, is settings open. And right here, I'm going to have this component called post editor settings. It will take is open. So is settings open. On close, we will say set is setting open false. We'll provide with the form and the mode, that is create or edit. So let's create a new file, post editor settings.jsx, RAFCE, post editor settings. Okay, so let's take all of these props right here. And since we're going to be allowing them to set the category over here, let's take some dummy categories as well. So I'll say const categories and we'll take some common categories, right? We will allow them to input the tag as well, right? The tags. So I'll have the state for inputting the tag. Let's make this a client component. So use client, then I'll take out inside of the form, I'm going to take out watch to watch the values and set value to manually set some value inside of there. All right, so this is going to be a dialog component, right? So let's take the dialog from Shadcn UI over here. I'm gonna go right here. So this is a dialog. If you click on it, it opens and pops up like this. So I'll just copy it up and paste it right here. Let's import dialog. Make sure to import it from ./UI. Dialog trigger. Actually, we won't need dialog trigger. Dialog content, dialog header, dialog description, and dialog title. So let's take our open and on close and assign it right here. And now you'll notice if I go back and if I click on this settings icon, it will pop up this dialog now, right? This is awesome. Let's provide it with some title and description of post setting and configure your post details. For dialog content, I'm going to say max width to be medium, something like this. Now below this dialog header, we're going to be rendering multiple things like, for example, category, tags, etc. So I'll have a div. First of all, for the category, I'm going to be taking another div right here. Inside this, we can have a select input, right? So I'll take the select from Shadcn UI. Let's just copy this and paste it right here. So select over here. First of all, let me just import this. Select trigger, select value, select content, and select item. So over here, in the value, I'm going to provide watched values dot category. And on value change, I'm going to say set value to category. So I've taken watch over here, and let's say watched values equals watch. Okay, nice. And for the select trigger, I'm going to say select category placeholder. Now for select content, simply inside of over here, I'm going to render these categories array that I've taken, right? So I'm simply going to say categories.map. For each and every category, I'm going to render it inside of it with key and a value. So now if I go back and show you, if I click on it, we have select category option. Great. And when we select it, it will change it right over here with using on value change. So below this div, here I'm going to be rendering the tags. Let's first of all render the label. So text white, text small, and font medium. And below it, let's have a div where we will render the input. So I'll have this input right here with value tag input, so that we have taken over here. On change, set tag input to be this. On key down, we're going to trigger this handle tag input function that I'm going to be creating over here. So const handle tag input over here. Placeholder is going to be add tags, class name, background slate 800, border slate 600. Now when we do on key down, it should add a new tag. So over here, I'm going to say if e.enter or e.key equals comma, then I'm going to trigger this add tag function. What is this add tag function? So let's create this. Add tag is simply saying const tag equals tag input dot trim. It's going to trim it to lowercase, and it's going to check if the tag exists. It does not exist inside the added tags, and that tags values is less than 10. Then simply I'm going to just set values tags, and I'll take whatever tags are already there and add the new tag, and then I'm going to put it as empty. Let's also create a remove tag function, which will simply do set value tags, and it will filter out the tag that we are trying to remove over here, right? So tag to remove. Okay, so let's go down over here and render all of them. First of all, I'll have a button over here for adding the tag. So type button on click add tag, just like we've been doing over here as well, like when we are triggering add tag through this. This will be for clicking. So variant outline, size small, and class name to be this. Let's have a plus icon over here. Let's check it out. Let's see. Okay, yep, tags is rendering right here. All right, now below this div right here, let's render all of the tags that we had. Right, so first of all, I'll check if watched values.tag.length is more than 0, then inside of it, I'm going to be having a div. And inside of this div, I'll render watched values.tags with a map. Right, so I'll say tag and index. I'll have a badge component over here. Make sure to import badge from ./UI. Key will be index, variant secondary, class name will be this, some background color and all. And I'm going to render the tag with a button of X, right? If you want to remove the tag, so import it, and we're going to trigger on click remove tag. So let's try to say test, press enter, plus on press. Okay, hello. Looks like enter is not working. So let's see. Handle tag input. Okay, we have to take E over here. Okay, now it should work. If I click on over here and say enter again, yes, it's working. Let's try to remove it. It is working as well. Awesome. Let's just add a small message over here. So below this div right here, I'm going to say if watched values.tags.length, whatever it is, and I'm going to show them, press enter or comma to add, right? It will show the total tags that has been added up until now. So if I add anything, you can see 1 out of 10 tags. Okay, let's add the feature for scheduling as well. So after this, I'm going to be checking if mode is equals to create. Only then we're going to be working on this, right? So otherwise it will not show up. I'm going to be adding a div right here with label schedule publication, and this will have an input tag of type date time local, right? Value will be watched values for dot scheduled for that we already taken through our Zord schema, and on change I'll say set value scheduled for e.target.value. It will have some class name and some minimum value, right? You cannot go before today's date, and I'll say leave empty to publish immediately. See, something like this. We can select the date right here, something like that. Okay, nice. And with that, we have created most of the features right here. The only thing remaining is to save the draft or publish our post. So let's do that. So what I'll do, I'll just go back to my post editor, and we have left all of these empty right here, right? Let's provide some gap between these and start one by one. First of all, handle save. Let me just destructure this form over here real quick. So I'm going to say handle submit, watch, and set value out of it, right? And watched values, I'm going to assign watch to it. By the way, we can also have the autosave functionality for creating the draft. So when it comes to this handle save, I'm going to have a use effect over here. If watched values.title does not exist and content does not exist, then simply we're going to return it. Otherwise, we're going to trigger autosave for every 30 seconds. So I'll say set interval, and if title and content is present and mode is created, then call this handle save function. And for that, we have taken a param over here, so it silently saves it behind the scenes. And when we clean this up, when the component is unmounted, then clear the interval with this autosave. Right, and it will run if the title and content is changed. So when it comes to each of these functions, so I'll just take this and place it right here only. They'll be calling one single function. So it will be const on submit, which will have data, action, if it's a silent save or something or not. So when it comes to handle save, I'm going to be saying call this handle submit, which comes from right here from the form. And inside of this, I'm going to give the data. So this is how it is, like the forms are submitted in React hook form. You call handle submit, and inside of it, when you have the data, you call another on submit button, because this handle submit provides us with the data of the form. So it will take the data and the type of action, which is the draft, right here, and it is silent. So silent data is going to be coming from over here. Silent equals false. In case of handle publish, it will be straightforward. So it will say, it'll take the data and publish. In case of handle schedule, notice if scheduled for does not have anything, then I'm going to throw an error. So import the toast. Please select a date and time to schedule. Otherwise, I'm simply going to say handle submit with schedule and the data. All right, let's go on and create this on submit now. So inside of this, I'll have a try catch block right here, and I'll take out all of the data from inside of this. So I'm going to be creating this post data object with title, content, category, tags, featured image, status. If it's like published, then I'm going to change the published, otherwise draft. And scheduled for, if that has anything inside of it, then I'll say new date, data.scheduled for get time, otherwise undefined. So we have the data now. After this, let's just say let result ID, will populate it later. So first of all, I'm going to check if mode is equals to edit and we have the ID for the post, then obviously we'll trigger this update post right here. So this update post with the post ID and the post data. Okay. Else if initial data is there, but it is a draft, right? Then we will call update post again with the post ID and the post data. Otherwise, we need to create the new post, right? With respect to if it's a draft or if it's a published, etc. Okay. After this, now, if it is not silent, if it's silent, then we won't do anything. If it is not silent, save or publish, whatever, then I'll say const message equals action.publish, then post publish. We're going to show this toast or draft save, whatever the action is, right? So we'll trigger this toast. If action is published, then we will route them now to /dashboard/page. And then finally, in the end, we will return the result ID because we have populated it right here. All right. And for the catch, I'm simply going to handle the error. If it's not silent, then fail to save post. And yeah, I think that should do it. The only thing remaining over here is this. So I'll just write it over here so that I don't forget. So const handle image select, right? We're going to be handling it when we go on to create the whole Imagekit flow. So for now, let's see if our text data is getting saved. Okay, who use effect is not defined. So let's define use effect. Let me shrink it and I'll import use effect right here. Okay, let's write something on React.js, or I don't know, our previous topic, importance of CSS. Let's generate the content with AI. There we go, it's done. Let me just select this and add some red color over here probably and click on publish now. What's going on over here? Posts.create, didn't find it. Let's try it again. Okay, something's wrong. So it says it could not find the create and update. Is that the case? But it is there. Create and update. I think I've imported API from the wrong place. Is that the case? Let me just import it again. Not sure what happened. Let me just try it out again. I don't know. Let's just write CSS and let's just write some random stuff over here. I'm going to try to save it. And again, it's creating some problem. Let me check. Oh, okay. So it says mutation is not defined. So inside of over here in the posts, I've imported query, but not mutation. So let's import and let's try it again now. This time properly. Importance of CSS, generate content. Okay, it is generated. Let's try to save it. Oh my god, what's going on now? What did we not import this time? V is not defined. Great. So this thing, let's import this V, save it. Okay, looks like it should work now. Let's save it as a draft. Yes, you can see we have the draft icon over here. Let's go out of this. I'm gonna go to dashboard and go to this page again. Yes, we can see it right here. If I click on publish now, post published, and we should be pushed to /dashboard/posts. Let's go back. Amazing. Everything is emptied over here. Great, then all of this is done. By the way, you guys might be seeing this hydration error for the button, right? So just to fix this, simply just come to this post editor header.jsx component and search for drop down menu trigger, and here you need to just add as child, right? Then it will not give you this hydration error. So if I go back and see, yeah, now it's fixed. All right, now so finally let's go on and build this image feature of our app. If we click on over here, let's go to our deployed app. If we click on over here or this image inside of our rich text editor, it will open up that pop-up, and there we can select image and add AI transformations and bunch of different edits using Imagekit, right? So how do we configure it? First of all, let me just go to my post editor.jsx component, and here we need to add that image component, right? So right here is where I'm going to be adding it. So in the components, I'm going to create a new file called image-upload-modal.jsx. RAFCE image upload modal, and save this. Now what will we be taking over here? So as I mentioned, this is a dialog, right? So this will obviously take is open and on close. This will also take a function on image select, what happens when you select an image, and also the title as well, right? If you want, you can add this. So upload and transform image, we can change it from outside. So this will dynamically update with respect to if we are on the featured image or if we are adding the image inside of our blog, right? So over here, let's import this component, image upload modal. I'll import it, and here simply I've taken this state right here is image modal open and set is image modal open, right? So on close, this will be false. On image select, we're gonna trigger handle image select function that we have kept empty up until now. For the title, if the image model type is featured, then we'll show this title, otherwise this insert image title, right? Simple enough. Let's just quickly go on inside of it and add that dialog from Shadcn UI. So here it is, dialog component, and I'm gonna copy this thing up and I'll paste it right here. Let's import the dialog. We don't need dialog trigger over here. Dialog content, dialog header, dialog title, and dialog description. And I'll be taking this on open and is open and on close, and I'll add this right here. Let me just create a separate function for the handle close, right? Because we're going to be performing separate function right here, because when we say handle close, I'm going to trigger on close, and we also going to trigger reset form, which will reset the uploaded image, transformed image, and set the active tab to upload, right? Basically everything related to the image. So let's see, if I click on over here, yes, we can see the dialog. If I click on over here, we can also see the dialog in this case. Great. Now when it comes to uploading images, so let me show you. If I click on change image and upload, let's say this image right here. First of all, you'll notice that we have two tabs over here, right? Upload and transform. So obviously we're going to be needing a tabs component inside of it. So let's just first add that. So I'm going to keep it open, and first of all, for the title and description, I'm going to be saying dialog title with the title whatever we have been provided over here, and the dialog description which will say upload an image and apply AI powered transformations. For the dialog content, I'm going to say max width to be 6XL, height to be 90 viewport height, and we're going to put important over here because we want these dimensions, and overflow Y to be auto. Let's see. Yes, we want it to be this big. Great. Let's add the tabs component over here now. So I'll just go to Shadcn UI and I'll have this tabs component and I'll copy it up, and right below this header is where I'm going to be pasting it. Let's import all of these one by one. So tabs list, tabs trigger, tabs content. So let's see how this looks first. If I come on over here and click on it, yes, we can see the tabs over here. Awesome. We'll obviously have to style them a little bit, so let's go on and do that. Alright, now here to maintain which tab is currently open, we can have use state as well. So right here, I'm gonna say active tab and set active tab. By default, it will be upload. Let's make this component a client component, so use client. Let's go right here, and first of all, actually I'll just make this width full, and for the tabs list, I'll make this class name grid width full, grid columns to be 2, so that it would look something like this. We will also take another state for uploaded image. When we have uploaded an image, right, we will keep it in local. So this will keep tab of the image has been uploaded or not. And right here for both of these tabs trigger, I'm gonna have first for the upload and then for the transform. And if the image is not been uploaded, then I'm gonna disable it by default. And right here on the bottom, I'm gonna take both of these tabs content, first for the upload and second for the transform. I'll just say upload over here and transform. Let's see. Okay, transform obviously will be disabled right now. It won't work since there is no image uploaded. Now if I show you inside of our deployed app, we have bunch of different things inside of this AI transformation. This is basically like a form, right? So we have remove background, drop shadow, we have things like resize and crop. Inside of this we can choose our aspect ratio, or we can also provide custom width and height right here, right? We also have smart crop where we can choose face, center, top, bottom, etc. we have text overlay as well. When we type anything inside of this, we get an option, like we get options for choosing the font size or the text color as well, right? So we're gonna need to keep tab of all of these options. And since this is sort of acting like a form, we can use Zord validation library to create the schema for it and React hook form to manage it. So let me show you right here. I'm going to be creating this validation schema. So let's import Z and see, first of all, I've taken aspect ratio. Aspect ratio will be z.string. By default, it will be original. If we have custom height and width, then we'll include it over here. Z.number, minimum 100, maximum 2000. By default, we're gonna show 800 by 600, right? Same for custom height as well. Smart crop focus. It will be auto by default. Again, it will be a string. Same for text overlay. All of these are optional. Whatever user chooses, we will show it right there. So text overlay will also be a string. We will choose the font size, minimum 12, maximum 200, and default will be 50. Text color, string again, text position, string again, and by default center. Background remove will be boolean and false by default. Same for drop shadow as well. Now for if you notice, we have this all of these options right here, right? For smart crop and all those things. So I have defined all these options as a static data right here. So you can see aspect ratios, smart crop option, text position. So you can just copy this up from this file right here in my GitHub repository. So go to this file, image upload model, and just paste it right here. This will be useful for us later on. So all of these values, right? Now let's go on over here and I'm gonna import use form from React hook form, just like before. And here I'm gonna be taking an object. Inside of this, we're gonna provide that transform schema. Let's import the Zord resolver as well. And after this, we can provide some default values for each and every one of those. So something like this for aspect ratio, custom width, custom height. Smart crop focus, text overlay will be empty by default, obviously. Some font size, color, position, and both of these will be false as well, right? Let's take out so const form from inside of it. If you want, you can also destructure this form right away over here, taking out watch, set value, reset, just like before. For keeping the tab of inputs, I'm gonna put this in watched values. This will be useful later on. Now let's first go on and create that uploading functionality, right? So over here, I'm gonna be taking another state for is uploading and set is uploading. After we have uploaded the image, we are also going to be transforming the image. So for that, we're going to create a couple of more states. First for transformed image, for storing the so this will store the original image, right? And this will store the transformed image. And while the image is being transformed, we will also have a loading indicator for that. So is transforming and set is transforming. So yeah, these are all the base things that we would need right here. All right. So one thing that you might have noticed, we have this drop and like drag and drop image here area, right? So for this, we're going to be using a library called React Drop Zone, and it's very easy to work with. So let me show you. Just go to the terminal and I'll say npm install react drop zone and press enter. All right, it's done. So now I'm going to be importing a hook right here, use drop zone, which obviously comes from React Drop Zone. So make sure to remove this slash, and inside this use drop zone, we need to provide a function called onDrop. We need to tell it that what type of images we are going to be providing it. So like JPEG, JPG, PNG, WebP, GIF, multiple is going to be false. And this will give us things like get root props, get input props, and is drag active, which we will be using const onDrop. I'll currently keep it as empty. We're going to come back to it very soon. This will basically be an async function and it will take the accepted files. Right. Now, over here inside of our upload, this is where our UI is going to be. So I'm going to be creating a div over here. Inside of this div, I'm going to have an input which will take get input props from right here, right? And I'll take this get root props and I'll provide it to this div. So this is basically the syntax on how you work with React Drop Zone. Don't think about it much. This is how their documentation explains it, how you need to do, right? So let's see if we can see anything right now. If I click on it, we cannot see anything right now. So for this div, actually, I'm going to say class name and I'll put it inside of curly braces and backticks. I'm going to say some border of 2, border dashed, rounded large, some padding, text center, cursor pointer, and transition colors. So yeah, you can see something like this. When you click on it, now it gives you the pop-up to select the image. Let's add a few more things, like right below this input, I'm going to say a div which will have an upload icon and another div which will say drag and drop an image over here, or click to select a file, right? If is drag active, that is from right here. If we are currently dragging an image inside of it, then it will show drop the image over here. Let's see if I click on it. Yes, we can see it properly now. Now, if the uploading is going on, that is we have this is uploading over here, right? Then we're gonna show loading over here, right? So right here for this div, I'm going to say if is uploading true, then I'll say colon, and before it I'll have a div with the loader to icon, and it will say uploading image, right? So right here, obviously this will not work right now. If even if I select it, it won't do anything. But is that the case? Let's see. If I go to on drop, inside of it, I'll take this file. So I'll say const file equals accepted files of 0th index. And if the file is not present, I'm going to return it. Otherwise, let's just console log this file right here. Now, if I go back and go to inspect inside of the console, and now if let's try to upload something right here. There we go. You can see the file right here. So now we have the file, and now we want to upload it to Imagekit. Right, first of all, let me just add some checks over here. Like if file type is not an image, then I'm gonna throw an error, like we're gonna show a toast right here. If file size is more than 10 MB, right, we're gonna just say 10 MB max, then I'm gonna show the error file size must be less than 10 megapixels. And then after this, we're gonna start the uploading process. So I'll say set is uploading to true. And then we can just have a try catch block where we are going to be calling the Imagekit's API. So let's do one thing before all of this stuff. Let's go on and configure Imagekit inside of our project, right? We already have the public key, private key, and URL endpoint, right? All of these things that we need. So why don't we go on and create the API for this as well? So what I'll do, I'll go to Imagekit's documentation, click on get started, and I'll go to Next.js quick start guide. So simply we have to do npm install at imagekit/next. So I'm going to paste this right here. Meanwhile, it's installing. Let's see how we can do this over here, uploading files. Right. So to upload files, we have to configure something like this for private key and for public key. So actually this is for the app router. Yeah, this is fine. But things have changed a little bit inside of Imagekit. Let me show you how. It has become a little bit easier to upload images. So what I'll do, I'll go over here in the app folder. I'm going to create a new folder called API where all of our public API points going to be. And inside this, I'm going to be creating a folder called Imagekit and another folder called upload. So this is what what our API point is going to be like, Imagekit/upload. And then we're going to have a route.js file where we can write the logic for our API. By the way, apart from this, apart from Imagekit/next, we would also need to just install the Imagekit right here, Imagekit package. All right, it's done. Now, I'm going to say const Imagekit equals new Imagekit and make sure to import it from Imagekit right here. Inside of this, we will provide all of our API, like all of the credentials that we had copied, right? So first public key, next public Imagekit public key, then for private key, and then for URL endpoint, right? Now we can make use of this and make API calls and upload our image to Imagekit. So I'll say export async function, and this will be a post request, right? So it will take request over here, request. And inside of this, first of all, we need to check if user is logged in or not, right? So I'll have a try catch block right here. And for checking the user login, I'm going to say const user ID equals await auth. This auth will come from @clerk/next.js/server. Make sure to do this. And also, why is it imported like this? This should be like that. Import Imagekit from Imagekit. And if user ID is not present, then I'm going to simply return next response.json unauthorized to the front end. Okay, cool. Then now that we have verified the user authentication, let's get the form data. So we will be sending inside of this request a form data, which will basically contain a file, right? That image file that we saw. So I'm going to say await request.form data. We'll get the form data right here. Now we need to extract the file. So I'll say form data.get this file and also the file name. So form data.get file name. All right, let's have some edge case check over here that if file does not, if file is not present, then I'm going to say no file provided. After this, I'm going to convert file to buffer to be uploaded to Imagekit. So I'll say const bytes equals await file.array buffer, and I'll say buffer from these bytes, and this will be converted to the buffer. Now we need to generate a unique file name. So first of all, I'll take the current time and I'll say const sanitized file name equals file name, whatever the file name was. I'll say dot replace with underscores in between. Otherwise, we're simply going to be calling it upload. And the unique file name is going to be user ID, our logged in user's ID, the timestamp of current timestamp underscore sanitized file name. Yeah, and that's all. Now all we need to do is we need to call the upload function. So I'm going to say await imagekit dot upload, and I'll provide the file buffer, I'll provide the unique file name, and we can decide a folder inside of Imagekit. So /blog images. So if I show you, so see, I have created this blog images folder right here, right? Everything will go inside of it. See, I have all of these images. If you want, you can call this function something like this folder something else. It's your choice. Okay, now that we have uploaded our image, we'll get the upload data and we can return it. So I'll say next response.json success to be true, and we'll return all of these things that we have gotten from Imagekit. So URL, file ID, width, height, size, and name. All right, that's good enough. Now finally, let's throw the error if there's any. So I'll say console.error Imagekit upload error with this error, and we'll return next response.json success false, error to be this, and some details of the error, right? Status 500, so that we can throw the error from the API. All right, with that we have created the upload route. Let's go on and use it. So right here inside of our try catch block, I'm going to first define the file name. So file name is going to be post-image date.now and the actual file name that was, right, which we will take out from over here. So if you remember, we had this, right? So we have this name over here as well. After this, we're going to say await upload to Imagekit, which we also need to create this function upload to Imagekit, right? So for that, I'm going to be creating it inside of this lib over here. I'm going to create a new file called imagekit.js. So inside of this, I'm going to say export const upload to Imagekit. So here we will define all of the routes and all that we need to call, right? And also convert the file into the form data. So here I'll say right here, I'm going to first take the file and file name, and I'll say const form data equals new form data, and I'll add file and file name inside of it. After this, I'll call that API endpoint. So this /API/imagekit/upload post, and in the body the form data. If the response is not okay, so not response.ok, and throw new error to be upload failed. But if it is okay, then simply I'm going to say result equals await response.json, and then return success to be true with all of this data that we've gotten from the API. In the catch, simply we can just console log the error and return success false with error. So now if I go back after this, after upload to Imagekit, I'll check if I get something. So I'll say if result.success is true, then set uploaded image, that is inside of this state right here, I'm going to provide the result.data, set transformed image. So right now obviously we have not done any transformation, but we will set it to this right here so that we can do some transformation. So this will require the Imagekit URL right here so that we can manipulate it, and I'll show you how easy it is to do that. I'll set the active tab to transform now, and I'll say toast.success image uploaded successfully, right? Otherwise I'm going to say upload failed. Then finally in the end, I'm going to say inside the catch console.error and some toast.error, and finally I'll say set is uploading to false. Okay, all of this looks good. So let's check it out. If I click on over here and try to upload any image, let's say this image right here, upload failed. Okay, what's wrong? Upload, okay, we have not imported upload to Imagekit right here, obviously. Let's try doing it again. I'm going to choose this image, and yes, it shows us the uploading image loader. Okay, it refreshed the page. That shouldn't have happened. Let's try doing it again. Maybe we need to do e.prevent default or something. No, I think yeah, now it's uploaded. So if we have the uploaded image right here, I'll say uploaded image, and inside of it is where we're going to be rendering a div. So I'll say a div right here, and inside of this div, first of all, I'm going to be rendering a badge variant secondary imported from ./UI. The image uploaded successfully with this check icon. And after this badge, I'm going to show a button right here on click set active tab to transform, where we can go to the transform tab and have a wand icon over here. And also we need to show the image over here as well. So let's try it again. I'm gonna choose the image right here and let's see. Button is not defined. Okay, so this button, let's import it, and the badge as well. Check icon, let's make sure all of these are imported. We can also show more information about image over here. So I'm going to say uploaded image.width into height and also the size. Okay, this looks good. Nice. If I click on it, it's not switching the tab. So okay, we'll fix that in a minute. But let's see if our image has been uploaded. If I go to upload right here, this API call, yes, it has uploaded this image. So let's just copy this URL. I'll copy it up and paste it right here. And yes, awesome. Our image was uploaded indeed. Great. Let's first check. And yeah, I think it's because of this. So we are not making use of this set active tab state. So instead of this default value, I'm going to say value equals active tab, on value change, set active tab. Okay. Yes, now it would be changing. Yes, now it's updating. Great. If we click on X over here, that is when we're closing it, it should reset everything, right? Which is, it's not resetting everything right now. So what I'll do, I have this handle close, right? I'll call this reset form function, and simply inside of this, I'm going to trigger set uploaded image to null, transformed image to null, set active tab to upload, and call this reset from right here from use form, right? So it will reset everything. If I close now, and now if I go again, yes, see, everything is now reset. Now next, let's go on and work on our image transformations, right? And let me show you how basically image transformations work. So I showed you this URL right here, right? Now, if I go to Imagekit's documentation and select transform and adapt, let's say image transformations, let's say resize and crop, right? So they've made it 200 pixel wide just by adding this tr:\w200. So if I go on over here and I'll say /trw200, you can see, or if I say 300, it's a little bit bigger now, right? So it's super easy to do these things. If I go to AI transformations right here, see, if I just want to remove the background, I'll just copy it up. Let me just remove this from over here. Oops. I'll say question mark and I'll say tr equals e-remove.bg and press enter. It takes a couple of seconds, but it gets the job done, right? If I want to add, let's say, a drop shadow right here, see, they've given these examples in their documentation over here as well. If you want to add a drop shadow, you can simply say :e-drop shadow, right? And press enter. See, now we have a drop shadow right here. Awesome. So yeah, this is what we want, and a couple of more features I'll show you along the way. So inside of this, we have remove background, drop shadow, resize, smart crop, and bunch of different things, right? So we will apply all of these over here inside of our app as well. So if I click on it, this is where we want all of them to be, right? So over here, inside of the transform. Now, if you want, you can create it inside of a separate component. I'll just create it right here so that it's much more clear, but I would recommend you guys to create a separate component for this. So here, I'm going to be taking a div, first of all, with display grid. In larger screens, grid columns 2, gap to be 6, max height 6, viewport height, and overflow Y to be auto. Because if you notice in our deployed app, we have two sections over here for this grid, right? One will contain AI transformation, other the image preview. Okay, so let's create this first. So let me just add this first div. This will be for our AI transformation, and another div, it's going to be for our image upload. Okay, so inside this, let's first have an h3 with the image icon, and with it will say preview. Then below it, I'm going to say if transformed image is present. So if you remember, when we upload the image, we also populate this transformed image state as well, right? So if it is present, then I'm going to have a div over here with class name relative if you want to have anything absolute inside of it. And then I'm going to add my image. So inside this div, I'll say image with src transformed image. This alt tag will be transformed preview, some class name with full height auto, some max height to be 96, object content so it does not lose its resolution, shape, rounded large, mx auto, and on error, I'm going to show this toast which will say fail to load transformed image. And we're going to set the transformed image to the uploaded image, right? Okay. And if there is a loading going on, that is if there is a transformation going on, we already have the state for it, right? It's transforming. I'm going to show this div, which will simply say loader 2. And this will be absolute. That's why we took relative over there so that we can show it above the image. So if I keep it true over here, you'll see if I go back and try to upload an image, see over here, you will see this applying transformations right here, right? So simply we have loader 2 and applying transformation. Let's bring it back. Now right below this, we're gonna have two buttons. So if we have the uploaded image and we have the transformed image right here, I'm gonna first show, like, use this image and then show the cancel. So if I show you, yes, use this image and cancel. So let me just show an image, like a message right here. So inside of this div, I'll say current image URL ready for use. And for this div, I'll have class name text center and space y to be 4. And right below it, we're gonna have a div which will contain two buttons, use this image and cancel. So for use this image, we're gonna have handle select image, which does not exist yet. For cancel, we're simply gonna call handle close, which exists. So let's take this handle select image and I'll go right over here. And inside of this function, this is pretty simple. I'm going to say if transformed image is present, then we are going to call this, let's see, where is it? On image select, right? So which is coming from outside. So on image select. And inside of this, we will provide it with some information like URL to be transformed image, original URL, file ID, name, height, width, and then simply I'm going to close this, right? So on close and reset form. Okay, so before adding the transformation, obviously, let's just go on over here and create this on image select. So over here in the post writer on image select, we have handle image select, right? So basically this will add the image to our featured image or our blog image, whatever that we're trying to do over here. So here, first of all, I'm going to check if the image model type is equals to featured, then I'll set the value of featured image to be this, right? And then I'll show the success toast. Otherwise, I'll say else if image model is equals to content and we have something inside this Quill ref over here, right? So we want to manually insert inside of our blog, right? That's why we took the reference of our editor. So now we're gonna make use of it, and I'm going to say const quill equals quillref dot get editor. We'll get our whole editor. We'll get the range where we want to insert it. That is wherever the user's cursor is right now, right? So this will give me where, because that is exactly where we want to insert the image, right? Then after it, I'll say const index equals if range exists, then I'll take range dot index. Otherwise, we'll get the whole length of our blog and then we'll insert it at the very end. Okay, now let's insert it. So I'll say quill dot insert embed on this index. This will be an image and with this URL. And then finally, I'll say quill dot set selected index +1. We will increase the selection to next line. And I'll say insert like image inserted. And I'm going to close it. So I'll say set is image model open to be false. Let's see if this works. So right here, I'm going to first try setting the featured image. Let's just choose this only. So uploading the image. And if I click on use this image, yes, it is inserted right here. If let's say if I say anything over here and right here, something like this, and if I try to insert the image between this, right? So I'll choose and select the image from over here. Let's choose this image itself and I'm going to click on, and there we go. It is inserted in between. Amazing. This looks awesome. Now let's go on and I'm going to remove it. Let's work on the other features of the transform, that is this AI transformations, right? So I'll just close this, and over here in the image upload model, I'll go down to here, tabs content, value transform. And here inside this div is where we will start working now. Let's first have a div space y to be 4 where we can show our heading. So I'll say h3 with wand 2 and I'll show AI transformations. Okay, then after this, first of all, we will show the background removal. Then we will show the drop shadow. Let me just write it out real quick so that we have a clear roadmap what we need to create. Something like this: background removal, drop shadow, aspect ratio and cropping, text overlay, and the action buttons. Okay, let's start. So you already know how this flow is going to work, right? We will select a particular effect and then we will click on apply transformation and it will apply the transformation on our image, right? But how will it apply it? For that, we're gonna be having a function right here. Let me just shrink this tab right here for the upload. We're gonna have a function right here called apply transformation. And we will also allow user to reset the transformation to the original. So I'll have reset transformation. Right, now inside of this apply transformation, what will happen? It will basically create an object that we will provide to a function called build transformation URL, and it will take the image and it will take the transformations and it will create a URL and will return us, right? So before creating this, we would need to create that function for building the transformation URL, and we will be creating that function right here in the imagekit.js. Right, so we've already created this upload to Imagekit. We are now going to be creating build transformation URL. And here you can see I'm supplying it with the source URL and the transformations array. And it will have different effects. Like for example, if I show you inside of it, we can say an object like effect drop shadow, right? And we can add, I don't know, something like remove bg, right? So this is how this array is going to be looking like, right? And we will pick each and every child for this, and we will apply the transformation on the image URL. So first of all, I'm going to check if transformations.length is 0, then return src. Otherwise, I'm going to map through each and every one of them. So I'll say transformation params equals transformations dot map, and I'll take each and every transformation. So I'll say transform, and then inside of this is where we will be writing our logic. After we have done this transformations params, I'm going to check if this already has the tr, right? So I'll say if src.include/tr:, that is, it already has the transformation, then we need to append to the existing transformations, right? We don't need to create this tr again. So I'll say src.replace this thing with this, all of the transformation params. Otherwise, we're going to be adding new transformation. So I'll say URL parts, and I will split it with this. I'll say const file index equals URL parts.length -1. That is at the very end of the URL. So I'll say at the end, delete. We don't want to delete anything. So I'll say 0. We're using splice over here. And then I'll add tr:, the transformation params. And then we will join it with slash again. Right, so this will finally create the URL for us, and then we will return it, right? So okay, let's go on and build this. So first of all, I'm going to take an empty array of params, right? And one by one, we will check this. Like for example, if I show you, I'm going to say if this transform object has width inside of it, then I'll say params.push w-this. For height, h-this. If you want to focus on something like you saw that crop, right? Auto crop. Then I'm going to say fo-transform.focus, say for crop mode, and you can find all of these things in the Imagekit's documentation as well if you're confused, right? So crop mode will be transform.crop mode. Then after this, we can handle the effects like removing the background or adding drop shadow. So I'll say if transform.effect is there, then e-transform.effect, whatever it is, right? If it's just the remove background, then that. Now, in case you want to add addition of some background in your app as well, you can do something like this. So transform.background, and you can say params.push bg- whatever your background is, right? So I'm just giving you some ideas that you can use to improve this app, right? Now, what about the text? So if transform.overlay text is there, then inside of this, we need to set multiple things, right? Like what the text is, how bold it is, what's the font size, and multiple different things. So just like this, I'll say layer params equals l-text. I'll provide the actual text over here. So transform.overlay text. I'll make it bold. If you don't want to make it bold, you can remove it from over here. And I'm adding it by default on x-axis 20, y-axis 20. Then after this, I'm saying if transform.overlay text font size is there, then I'm going to provide some font size. If font color is there, like text color is there, then I'm providing that over here. Then with respect to the position, if user has provided any position, I'm going to say, like, let me create an object over here first. So gravity map, we will send center, northwest, northeast over here, right? So with respect to this, I'll say gravity map transform.gravity, and I'll take it from inside of it, right? And we will map it over here. And then finally, we will push it to the layer params. So over here, inside of this, I'll provide it with the mapped gravity. Okay, what else is remaining? Let's see. After this, we can say if there's any text padding that we have provided, then we'll say PA- whatever the padding value is. If there's any overlay background, we can provide that as well, like any color background or whatever. Actually, this will be inside of over here, and this whole thing, this gravity thing will be, I'll say if transform dot gravity. If that is there, then we will do these computations inside of over here. Then after all of this is done, we will finally push it, I'll say L end. That is, the text ends here, the text, whole text thing, right? And I'll join them all using comma. Okay, so that sorts our text situation. Then I'll join every single transformation using comma. So I'll say params.join. So this params that we took right here, we will join all of them, whether it's effects, text, whatever, right? We will join them using comma over here. And finally, after this, I'll filter it. I'll say dot filter. If params.length is more than 0, only then we will join them using colon. So I'll say dot join using colon, just like this, right? And then we've already done our checks over here. Okay, yeah, I think this should do it. Let's see. I'm going to go back over here in the apply transformations, and let me show you how we will be sending the data. So inside of this, I'll first of all check if the uploaded image is not there. So if the uploaded image is not there, then I'm going to say return. Otherwise, I'll say set is transforming to true, right? Then I'm going to have a try catch block right here. Now inside the try block, I'll create the transformation chain that we will be sending to that function that we just now created, right, for building the transformation URL. So inside this transformation chain, I'm going to check what effect is applied right now. So to watch all of these effects, I have this watched values, right, that we will be using over here inside of this, yeah, over here, right? Whenever we select, let's say, background removal, we will make this thing, this background removal, to true, right? And then we can make use of it and check it right here inside of apply transformations. So over here, first of all, let's say I'm going to check for apply like aspect ratio and resizing. So I'll simply check if watched values dot aspect ratio is not equals to original, only then we'll go inside of it. So we have the aspect ratios array, right? This thing, all of these aspect ratios right here. So I'll say dot find if it exists inside of it. So our dot value equals to watched values dot aspect ratios. Then I'm going to apply it. So I'll say if ratio is there and ratio dot width is there and ratio dot height is there, right? So if you notice here, we have width and height over here. Then I'm going to say transform chain, this like this array, I'm going to push this thing inside of it, width, height, focus. And if you remember, we are handling it right here. See, width, height, focus, isn't it? Else, I'm going to say if it is custom, right? We have provided custom width and height. Then I'm going to push those custom width and custom height right here along with the focus. I know this might be a little bit hard to understand right now, but don't worry. As we go on and create the UI, all of this will be much more clear. Just hang in there, right? So after this is done, let's check for background removal. So I'll say if watch values dot background removal is true or background removed is true, then I'll say transformation dot chain push this effect. Same thing is what we will do for drop shadow as well, but drop shadow will only work if the background is removed, right? So I'll say watch values dot drop shadow is there and watch values dot background remove is there as well. Then only we will add it inside of over here. Okay, now for our text overlay. So this is the most complex one. So watch values dot text overlay dot trim. If we have something inside of it, then I'll push it inside of our transformation chain along with overlay text, overlay font size, color, gravity, and overlay text padding. So again, if I show you this whole text, let me make it smaller, this whole thing for the text, right? We are checking overlay text, font size, text color, and different things over here, right? So yeah, this is what we are sending from over here. And then finally, in the end, after we have transformed this transformation chain, I'm going to say apply transformation, where I will call this build transformation URL that we just created over here, right? So inside of this, I'm going to provide the URL and the transformation chain. Simple enough, or maybe not, but don't worry. As I mentioned, you will be able to understand as we move forward. Now, simply after this, we're going to show a small delay to show the loading state and allow Imagekit to process like things like background removal and all those things, right? If you want, you can increase this as well. Let's just say 3000. Let's at least allow it 3 seconds to process. And then after this, I'll just say set transformed URL to this URL, whatever that we have transformed right here, and then show a toast.success. After this, let's make the loading false. So inside of catch, I'm going to say transformation error if there's any, and fail to apply transformation. And finally, we will say set is transforming to false. All right, cool then. So this was quite a big function right here, apply transformations, right? Now we can go on and create all of these effects, and along the way we can check if these are being applied or not, right? So let me just create action buttons first so that we can apply it along the way. So simply we're just going to have two buttons over here inside of our div. Class name flex cap to be 3, and this button will have on click apply transformation that we just now created. It will be disabled when the transforming is going on, and variant will be primary, right? If it's transforming, I'm going to show loader 2, otherwise wand to icon. And I'll say apply transformations. Below this, we're gonna have reset button for resetting the transformation. Let's import this reset CW icon. And inside this reset transformation, it's pretty simple. We are just going to call this reset form, which comes from our React hook form, and set transformed image to the original uploaded. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I think this looks good. Let's first start now from background removal and try it out to see if this is working or not. All right, so first of all, for background removal, I'm going to have a div over here with some padding, some background slate of 800 with 50% transparency, rounded large, some border, and border slate 700. Right, so inside of it, I'm going to be taking two things. First is going to be a div, which will contain the button for removing the background. And then below it, I'm going to take a simple paragraph which will say AI powered background removal. Something like this. Yep. Now, inside of this div, I'm going to first take a label which will say remove background. So let's import this label from ./UI. And then below it, I'm going to have a button. So this button, which will be of type button, variant washed values dot. If the background is removed, then the button will be default, otherwise outlined. Size small, and on click, we're gonna change, like set the value of background removed inside of our form to whatever the current value is and invert of that, right? And this, with respect to that, we're gonna show the icon over here as well. So check mark if the background is removed, otherwise X. Right? Let's save this and let's try this out. So if I select this image again, there we go. If I select remove background and click on apply transformations, you can see it is applying the transformations, and there we go, the background is removed. Awesome, this looks good. Let's move further. Let's do it for the drop shadow as well. So what I'll do, I'll just copy this whole div up and I'll paste this right here. Let me just make this a little bit smaller so you can see properly. For this, instead of remove background, I'm going to say drop shadow. For the button, we just replace this button by this. So I'm going to say if washed values drop shadow is true, then default, otherwise outline, just like before. If background is not removed, then this will be disabled. We cannot do it. And on click, we're gonna set the value of drop shadow to whatever that is, invert of that, right? And again, same check and X mark over here. And in the paragraph tag, I'm going to say if the background is removed, then add realistic shadow. Otherwise, the background is not removed, then I'm going to say requires background removal. See, something like this. See, in this case, it's removed. If I just remove it, you can see it says requires background removal. Okay. Now, actually, I realized I made one mistake. So I created the action button inside of this div right here. So I'll take this div, that is this closing div. So this one, I'll keep both of these drop shadow and remove background inside of it. So I'll remove this one closing div from over here and close it right here. So now you will see the changes in UI. Yes, now it is part of one div and this is separate, right? So now after this, we can start creating aspect ratio, text overlay, etc. So for the aspect ratio and cropping, I'm going to again take a div over here and I'll give this h3 of resize and crop, right? Let's import the crop icon, and below this h3, I'm going to have another div with the class name space y to be 3. Okay, now inside of it, let's provide the label of aspect ratio, and below it, I'm going to have a select drop down. So let's go to Shadcn UI and let's select the select over here, right? So something like this. So I'm going to copy it and paste it right here. Let's import the select, select trigger, select value, select content, and select item. Now this select will manage the aspect ratio, right? So right here in the select tag, I'm going to say value will be washed values dot aspect ratio, and on value change will set the value of aspect ratio to be this value. And then simply inside of the content, I'm going to render all of the aspect ratios that we have taken right here. Also select item, I'll provide the key of ratio.value and value of ratio.value, and I'll provide ratio.label inside of it. Okay, but what if user selects custom over here, right? Then for that situation as well, we have to manage this. So after this div over here, I'm going to say if watch values.aspect ratio is equals to custom, then we want to render the width and height, right? So I'm going to have a div over here with class name grid columns 2 and gap to be 3 between them. And inside of it, first I will take the width over here. So label to be width, input is going to be type number, value, watch values.custom width that we have taken. On change, I'm going to say set value custom width and provide it with the custom width of the input, minimum 100, maximum 200. And below this div, I'll similarly be taking the height, right? So everything is same except the custom height over here. Okay. Now after the aspect ratio is selected, we can also choose the smart crop that we have added. So I'm going to say watched values.aspect ratio is not equals to original. That is, we have selected something over here. Then actually I'll simply just copy this whole thing from here, this div to over here. So I will paste this right here. And actually one more thing over here, we should have removed this class name and this placeholder. Same thing over here as well. So remove class name and the placeholder as well. And here simply in place of the aspect ratio, I'm going to be saying smart crop focus. And here instead of aspect ratio, I'm going to render all of the smart crop options. So all of these right here, right? Let's see if this works before moving forward. Let me just make sure I've imported these, right? Yeah, I think I have. Let's see. I'm gonna choose the same photo, uploading image. All right, there it is. I'm going to choose, let's say, square over here. Apply transformation. There we go. It is done. And I'm going to choose face and apply transformation. It should focus on this part now. Yes, something like this. Awesome. So this is working flawlessly. Now coming down for text overlay finally. This is, I would say, the hardest one yet. So I'm going to have a div over here. And then first of all, I'll have an H3. So with this type icon, and I'll say text overlay. Okay, now below this H3, I'm going to have a text area where we can input our text, right? So I'll say label to be text, and we're gonna have text area imported from Shadcn UI. Value will be watched values.text overlay. On change, I'll say set value to be text overlay and e.target.value. Placeholder will be enter text to overlay, and we'll have 3 rows over here. So it will update it. And after this, after we have entered some text over here, I'm going to say, let's just have some empty fragment over here. And if the text is added, then inside of it, I'm going to have a few things. Like for example, font size, text color, position. So let's add like font size first. So I'm going to say a div with label this. And we have also installed slider from Shadcn UI, right? So slider simply takes the font size, the current value, and if you want to change it, we have the same on value change, and also text font size, and we'll update the value over here, which will in turn update this. Max 200, minimum 12. If you want, you can add some input over here as well, so that user can custom input the size, right? And width to be full. Okay, below this div, I'm going to have another div where we're gonna have 2 things. First, the text color, and then the text position. So for the text color, I'll have input type color. So this is important so that it will input the colors from us. And then value watched values dot text color. On change, again same thing, set value text color to be e.target.value. And below this div, we need to select the position. So again, select tag. Let me just choose this thing right here. I'll just take this whole thing. It will be very similar to this. So I'll paste this right here. And what do we need to change? Instead of aspect ratio, I'll say position. Over here, instead of smart crop focus, I'm going to say text position. And over here, instead of smart crop options, I'm going to say text positions.map, right? So it will have all of these positions right here. So I'll put .value in key and value and position.label right here. And yeah, I think that should do it. Let's go and check it out. If I choose something, let's just insert it over here. If I choose the same image, and let's try to add input is not defined, my bad. I have not imported this input right here. Make sure that I've imported slider. Yes, I guess I have. Let's try it again. All right, here we are. I'm just going to enter font size to be 70 pixels, and let's choose it to be top left, that is right here. I'm going to apply transformation and let's see. Okay, there we go. We have this text right here. If I want to make it a little bit bigger and apply transformations, there we go. It is a little bit bigger now and we can make it as big as we want, right? So something like this, if I click on reset over here, see, everything is now reset. Awesome. So we have successfully created this feature. This is super cool. Now some homeworks for you guys. I would encourage you guys to add more text feature inside of this model, right? Features related to text. I would encourage you guys to have more filters related features. Like if you go to their documentation and you'll find effects and enhancements, you can add like sharpness over here, unsharp, shadow. You can add borders, rotate, flip, radius. So there is endless possibility. So I would highly recommend you guys to go and check out Imagekit's documentation and implement those features on your own so that it becomes even better than what I have instructed you to build right here. Awesome. Now, finally, let's go on and build this My Posts page where we will render all of our posts. All right, so first of all, let's go on and create the APIs that we will be needing for this posts page. The first one will be for get user posts, right? And simply for this, we are going to be taking the filter, right? Because over here, we want to get all of these posts, but in case user wants to add some filter, like user only wants to get draft posts or publish posts, we can filter it using the status, right? And this is optional. If user does not provide it, we're going to be displaying everything like the draft and the publish posts as well, right? Then I'm going to be having an handler over here. Now inside of it, I'm going to check if user is logged in or not. So I'll say x.run query internal, we have already imported it, .user.get current user. And if user does not exist, we're going to send the empty array of posts. Otherwise, I'm going to fetch all the posts. So I'll say let query equals ctx.db and I'll say query the posts table and filter. So I'll take the query and I'll say q dot equals to author field ID should be equal to user, which is logged in, right? So user ID. So we're going to get all of the posts related to that user and I'm going to order them in the descending order. So I'll say const posts equal await query dot order descending order dot collect. Right, so you have to add this dot collect at the end to get all the posts. Let's add username to each and every post. So I'll say return posts dot map, and for each and every post, I'm going to say username user dot username because we're not storing username inside of the post object, right? That's why we have to do it manually, and we will return this array. Okay. Now after this, if we want to edit some post, right? We want to get the information of that post as well. So it's going to be very simple. So I'll just say get a single post by ID. Export const get by ID and I'll say query in the args. I'll just send the ID to that particular post through the args, and inside of the handler I'll take ctx and args. So await ctx.run query. I'll see if user is authenticated and then I'm going to return that particular post. And I also forgot to use this args like status over here, right? So we need to filter by status if we are provided. So right here I'm going to say if args.status is there, then I'll say query.filter q dot equals to status to be whatever the status is, right? So we're going to compare it with this field and we'll return it. Okay, now one more is if we want to delete some post, right? So this is going to be a mutation. So I'll say export const delete post, and over here as well we will take the post ID first of all from the args. So args to be the ID v.id posts, comma, I'll say handler, and handler is going to be a callback function. I'll take ctx and args and it's going to be an asynchronous callback. Inside of this, again, first of all, we'll check if user is logged in or not. So ctx.run query internal.user.get current user. Then after this, I'm going to get the post and check if user owns it or not. So I'm going to say const post equals args.db.get args.id. So this ID, and I'll say if post does not exist, then throw new error, post not found. Otherwise, I'll check if post.author ID is not equals to the currently logged in user ID. Then I'm going to say not authorized to delete this post. And after this, finally, we will delete it. So I'll say ctx.db.delete args ID, and then I'll return success to be true. Yeah. So these are the three main functions that we will be using to create our My Posts page, right? So over here in the dashboard, I'm going to create a new folder, posts, and I'll create new file page.jsx afce posts page. Okay, let's see if it is working. All right, there we go. We have posts page right here. Let's go back. Now, what do we have to do over here? Let me just go to this posts page right here, and you can see I have my draft here and the publish post here as well. So over here we have this heading, create new post, which will take us to this create post right here. Okay, we have a search box, and then obviously we're rendering all the posts, and we will create a post card right here, which will be helpful for us when we are rendering the post inside of username page. We can also click over here to select published or draft or all statuses. That's why we added it inside of our API. We can select newest first, oldest first, whatever, right? There are a bunch of different options to sort by over here. Okay, so first of all, I'll just make this a client component. So use client, and then I'll be taking a few states right here, like for search, for status filter, and for the sort by filter, right? So it will be by default newest, this all, and that one will be empty. So let me just import use state. I'll also have router over here from use router in case we want to send user to some other page. Let's get the API that we just now created, get user posts. So right here I'm going to be saying use convex query. Instead of it, I'll take the API dot posts dot get user post, and I'll take out the post and is loading. Okay, let's take out the delete post as well. So delete post equals use convex mutation and the delete post API. We're going to be using them as we move forward. Now, before going on and rendering our posts, first of all, let me just do this. I'll show you. If I put posts right here, and if I go back and click on inspect, see, we have this one post right here that we published, right? Let's do one thing. Let's have a draft as well. So if I click on create post right here, I'll say test, and I'll just add test draft, and I'll save it as a draft right here, right? You can see. And if I go back to my posts, now you'll see, yes, we have two things. One of it would be a published post. So you can see this is draft and this is published. Okay, cool. But what do we want to do? We want to filter it with respect to this status or sort or search, right? So we have three states right here. That's why. So what I'll do, I'll say const third posts equals, and I'll take I'll take use memo over here, so that this does not re-renders, and I'll take the function. So basically use memo will return us some value, single value, and over here inside is where we will be filtering it with respect to search and status filter, right? So first of all, I'll check if no post exists, then return empty array, right? Otherwise, I'm going to say let filtered equals posts dot filter. I'll take each and every post, and inside of it, first of all, with respect to the search, so this search query, I'm going to say matches search equals post dot title. I'll search with respect to the title over here to lowercase. I'll convert the title to lowercase, and I'll say if title dot includes this search query. So I'll convert search query into local, like lowercase as well, so that we can match it properly. Right, so this will match for the search results. We are also going to be checking for the status. So if you notice over here in the status, we have published and draft. So I'll say if matches status equals status.filter equals all, or post.status equals there's any status filter, right? Then we'll simply return true or false right here. So I'll check both of them, matches search and matches status. If both of them is true, then we will return true. Now after this, we will check for the sorting as well. So after this, I'll say filtered dot sort a comma b, and I'll sort with respect to whatever that has been selected. So in sort, you can see newest first, oldest first, most views, most liked. So with respect to that, we'll create a switch case over here. I'll say switch, and we'll take the sort by, whatever the sort by value over here is. Let's say if it's newest, then what will we do? And by the way, if you don't know how this sort works, just go to YouTube and search sort and roadside coder. You will find a short video that I have created on this. You'll be able to understand. So basically, if I say case newest, that is basically the descending order, right? So I'm going to do b dot created at minus a dot created at. So it will put b before a. And if I say oldest, that is ascending, then it will be reverse, right? We're comparing it with respect to the created at over here. But if it's most views, then we will compare it with respect to the views, right? So I'll say b dot view count minus a dot view count. Whatever has more views will be put first. Same for the likes case as well. So b dot like count minus a dot like count. Then if you want to place it with respect to the alphabetical order from a to z, then I'll say a dot title dot locale compare b dot title. If it comes before it, then it will be placed right there, right? And by default, we're going to be putting it in the descending order, that is newest, right? Okay. And then in the end, I'm going to return filtered, this filtered that we have taken right here, right? And for this filter post, actually, we have taken use memo over here, right? So I'm going to be taking an empty dependency array. That is, this will only run if either one of these changes. So if posts change or search query, status filter, or sort by, these three which are responsible for its change, right? Otherwise, this will not change. Okay, cool. Now we'll also check if it's loading, right? Like if it's being fetched. So after this, I'm going to say if is loading is true, then inside of a div, I'm simply going to be showing a spinner. Or actually, if this is too complex for you, we can simply just add a bar loader over here, right? So I'll say bar loader that we have used, something like this, right? I'll just copy it up and oops, paste it here just like this. I think this is more appropriate. So if I go back inside of our app and just refresh this, we will see the bar loader just like this while the page, like the posts, are being loaded. Cool. All right, so first of all, over here, I'm going to be taking a div which will say space y to be 6 between the items, some padding, and some more padding in the bigger screens. Then let's create the header part first. So I'll take another div of display flex, flex to be column in the smaller screens, and in the bigger screens, flex is going to be row, just 5 between, items to be sent like start, and in the bigger screens, item will be center, and gap to be 4. So inside of this, I'm going to say my posts. And I'll say manage and track your content performance, right? And below this div, I'll add the link tag to take us to the create new post page. So I'll have this link tag, import from next /link /dashboard /create. I'll have a button from Shadcn UI and this plus circle icon from Lucid React, and I'll say create new post. So let's see. Yep, something like this. Now below it, we want to have the filters and search. So you know what, in the deployed app, we have created this card component around it. I don't think we need this, right? It's taking unnecessarily more space. So below this div, I'm going to just have a simple div right here with display flex, flex column, and the biggest screen's flex row and gap to be 4. And then here, first of all, I'll take search input, right? So I'll have a div with a search icon and the input tag from Shadcn UI, which will simply say value to be search query, this state that we have taken, and then I'll use set search query to change that value. Class name, padding left to be 10, background slate 800, and border slate to be 600. So something, let's see if I refresh this, something like this, right? Let's have those two select over here as well. So after this div, we're gonna have two select tags. So what I'll do, I'll just go to Shadcn UI. Yes, we have select already open. So I'll just paste it 2 times. And let's import all of these select right here. Select trigger, select value, select item, and select content. Let's get rid of this class width 180 from both of these places, and I'll just simply say width to be full. In the bigger screens, width will be 40 because we want to display it along with the search, right? Background slate 800, border slate to be 600. Let's see. Yes, something like this. Let's change more values over here. Inside of this, I'll simply have a filter icon from Lucid React and the select value. And for storing the value, I'm going to have status filter over here. So this one, and set status filter on value change. Similar to this, I'll have for sort as well. So value sort by, on value, set sort by, same state that we have taken previously. Now simply over here, we'll display the items. So for status, we'll have all status, published, and draft with these values all published and draft. And for the sorting, I'll say newest, oldest, most views, most liked, alphabetical, right? The one that we have taken. Let's get rid of this placeholder over here, and over here we've already removed. So let's see now. Yes, we can see it right here. Let's see if it's working. So I'll click on inspect, go to console. See, right now we're displaying 2 arrays, like 2 items inside of the array, right? What if I choose draft here? Okay, looks like it's not working, or is it? Oh, wait a minute. We need to console log this thing, filtered post, and not the posts. So I'll just take this and put it right here. Now let's see. See, now we can see only one item right here, right? And that would be the draft. If I just say published, now it would be published. And if I say all, we can see 2 items, Great, so this is working. That's nice. Now below all of this, we need to render the posts grid, right? To display all of the posts. But what if posts does not exist? So I'll say if filtered post.length is equals to 0, then we will display a card component right here. Otherwise, we're going to display a div with all of the posts, right? So first of all, for this card component, I'll take the class name of card glass. Inside of this card component, I'll have card content just like before. Inside this card content, first of all, for this card content, I'll give the class name of padding 12, text to be center. And inside of this, I'll have an icon of file text. So import it from Lucid React, and I'll have an h3. If search query is there and status filter is not equals to all, then I'll say no posts found. Otherwise, we will just simply say no posts yet, right? Because there are no posts if there is no filter and still we can't see it. Below it, we'll have a paragraph tag, which will say class name to be text slate 400, margin border to be 6. And I'm going to say, if search query and status filters are applied, but still we cannot see it, then try adjusting your search or filters. Otherwise, I'll simply say create your first post to get started. And if there is no search filter and status filter, but still we cannot see anything, so something like this, then I'm simply going to have a link tag over here with a button tag with plus circle icon. I'll say create your first post. So let's see. Right now we have posts, right? So what I'll do, let's just make it true over here and then see. Okay, card is not defined. So let's import card content, file text we have imported. Let's see. Yep, something like this. This looks awesome. Let me revert this to be this. And now inside of this div is where we are going to be having all of our posts. So first of all, what I'll do, I'll just give this a class name of display grid. In the smaller screens, grid column will be 1. In medium screens, it will be 2. And in the bigger screens, it will be 3, right? And gap of 6 between them. Now over here, I'm going to say filtered posts dot map. I'm going to map through each post. I'll take each and every post right here. And here, I'm going to return post card. So obviously this does not exist yet. So let me just go on over here in the components. I'll get a new file, post-card.jsx, RAFCE, postcard. Let's just import it right here and check if we can see it. So yes, we have 2 posts, right? That's why we can see 2 postcard. What's wrong here? Okay, it should have unique key prop. So we need to send a few things to this component, including this key, things like the post information. So post equals this post that from right here. Now this component, this postcard component will be used in multiple places, like in the public pages as well, like when we are showing users posts. So there we don't want to show the admin actions like edit post or something like that. So we're gonna have something called as show actions flag, and in this case it will be true, but in that case in the public space this will be false. Here we don't need to show the author, so I'll have another flag called show author. We can show author in the public space but not here because we already know who the author is, right? And then we'll have 2 more buttons, one for on edit, we will trigger handle edit post, and on delete we will trigger handle delete posts. So let's just do one thing. I'll create both of these right here. So handle edit post will be very simple. This will simply route us to router.push /dashboard/posts/edit, which we will create very soon, and /the post ID. This page will allow us to edit the post. And for the deletion, we'll have this function handle delete post, which will take the post and it will confirm, are you sure you want to delete this post? If user says yes, then in the try catch block, I'll say delete post dot mutate. So we've taken this delete post right here, right? So I'm going to say dot mutate id post dot underscore id toast dot success post deleted successfully. Otherwise, we'll throw the error. So let me import this toast right here. Yep, that's fine. All right, let's go inside of this postcard and start building this. So let me first take all of these params right here, like post, show action, show author, and all of these things, right? We can also provide any custom class name if we want over here. All right, now first of all, if we see the structure of the post card right here, we can see we have this tag right here, if it's published or if it's in draft mode. And if we click on it, or actually if we click on over here, we have options like edit post, duplicate, delete post, right? And since this is published, if we click on this, it will take us to the public page for this post. where this post is published just like this, right? So okay, let's take care of this status tag first. So I'll say const get status badge. So instead of this, I'm going to say if post.status is equals to published, then I'll go inside of it and I'll check if it's scheduled post or not. So I'll say post.scheduled for has anything and post.scheduled for is more than the current date. Then we will return these variant class name and label for our badge. Otherwise, we will return these things. Now this is condition for the published. But what about the draft? So after this, I'm going to return variant outline, class name, background orange and stuff, and label draft. Okay. Now we need to also get the post URL where we will send when user clicks on the post. So I'll say get post URL, and this will be very simple. I'll say post.status is published, and if we have the username, that is user has provided their username, so I'll say /username. So post.author.username or post.username and / the post ID. This is the URL for the public page, right? So we have both of these things. Let's take them over here in the variable. So I'll take the status badge, whatever it is with respect to published or draft, and I'll take the post URL over here as well. Okay, now let's create this post card. So first of all, I'll say it will be a card component. Let's import the card with the class name of backtick over here. I'll say card glass. When we hover on it, I'll say border purple to be 500, and we will add the transition to the colors. And if you remember, we have taken this class name over here, right? If you want to send additional classes to this, so I'm going to add that right here. Now inside of it, I'll take the card content just like this, and here inside of it I'm going to be taking a div where we will render our image, the title and everything, right? So first of all, let's render the image. So image will be covered with this link tag, so make sure to import from next/link. So I'll say href to be public URL that we have created over here. Class name, if public URL is not there, then pointer event will be none, that is we cannot go anywhere, right? But if it is, then we will show this. You can see hand icon, pointing icon, right? Target blank. After this, we're gonna have a div, class name relative with full height to be 48, and image right here we will render, we'll take it from next/image. We will render simply post.featured image that we have added. Otherwise, we will add the placeholder.png. So if you remember, we have added it right over here inside of the public folder, this placeholder png. In the alt tag, post title, class name will be object cover. When we hover on it, scale will be 105, transition transform, and duration 300 milliseconds. Now here we are adding like responsive sizes over here. So max width, when this is going to be, then we'll say 100 viewport width, 1200 pixels, then I'll say 50 width and 33 viewport width, and the all other screens. So let's see how this looks. So if I go to our app, yes, both of them are, with like displaying the placeholder image because we have not added any image. But don't worry, we will when we go on and add the edit functionality, we'll make sure to fix that. Now after this link, we're gonna have another div for our header, where inside of which we will display the badge and the title and everything. So first of all, I'll have a div over here, flex1, minimum width to be 0, so it takes most of the space, and right here inside of it we will render our badge. So something like this. Make sure to import this badge from ./UI. Variant will be status badge dot variant. So right here, right, we have structured it, and with respect to that we will be rendering it over here, status badge dot class name and status badge dot label. So with respect to draft or publish, it will render the badge right here. And then if it is scheduled post, and if the scheduled date is more than now, then I'm going to render this calendar icon with new date post.scheduled for to local date string. Let's see. Yes, we can see draft and published. After this, let's add the title for the post. So below this div, I'm going to have a link tag with href public URL that we've taken up there. If it's not there, I'm going to say pointer events to be none. H3 will be post.title, something like this. Now, if we want to show the actions, so this action, that is the drop down menu, we will check right here. So below this div, so I'm going to say show actions. If it's true, then over here I'm going to be displaying a drop down menu. So let's go to Shadcn UI and see this drop down menu. If we click on it, see something like this. So I'll just copy it up and paste it right here. Let's import all of these. So drop down menu, trigger, menu content, menu separator, menu item. Yeah, I think that's all. Let's just remove all of the other item. Let me just display 2 for now and check how this looks. label is not defined. Okay, I didn't import the label over here. Okay, if I click on open, yes, we can see something like this. So instead of this open, I'm going to say a button with the variant ghost. Make sure to import button and more horizontal icon from Lucid React. So variant will be ghost, size icon, and class name flex string to be 0. So this more horizontal is this 3 dots right here, right? And we don't want any hydration error, so that's why I've added this as child right here. Now when it comes to this drop down menu content, I'm going to say align to end. So if you notice, if I click on it, it will start from right here, from the end of these posts, so that its whole body is inside of this space. Okay, now let's add one by one, all of the items one by one, right? So we're actually not going to be needing this label. So first of all, we want for the edit, right? So I'll say if on edit is true, then I'm going to show drop down menu item on click this on edit that we're getting from right here. And inside this, we're going to have the edit icon with edit post. So let's see if I click on over here. Yes, edit post. Similar to this, if we have public URL, we will show view public and we'll show external link over here so that we can go to external link to see this. And then after this, after the separator, let me just add this. I'm going to remove both of these. I'm going to say if on delete is true, then I'll add the drop down menu separator inside of it and drop down menu item, which will say delete post and call our on delete function right here and import this trash2 icon. Let's see how this looks. If I click on over here, yes. If I, let's say, click on delete post, you can see it's asking me, are you sure you want to delete? Yes. Okay. Let me do one thing. I'm going to click on create post. Let me just add some image right here. Let's say this image only. Okay. Let me use this image. I'm going to say test draft and I'll say test draft content. Let's save this and this will be a draft. And if I go to my posts now, it should display me the post with this picture. Awesome. This looks great. Now, if you want to show the author over here and also these views, likes and comments, number of views, likes and comments, we also going to show that. So right below this div, I'm going to say if show author and post author is true, then inside of it, I'm going to have a div right here, inside of which we will have another div. And here I'm going to check if post.author.image URL is there, then I'm going to simply render inside of this image tag post.author.image URL along with the alt tag of post.author.name rounded full object cover. Otherwise, we're just going to show a round icon with post author's initial name, right? So you can see char at 0 to uppercase. That is, if it's Piyush, then it will just show P over here. Okay, so after this, and actually you cannot see it, see this part right here, even if you make this true, because we don't have the post author image URL right here. That is for the public pages. And below this div over here, I'm going to have another div which will show post author's name and their at, right? So at roadside coder or whatever. Okay, now below this is where we will be rendering the tags if we want. So let me quickly add this and show you something like this. If post.tags is there and post.tags.length is more than 0, then I'm going to slice through them. I just want first 3 and then I'll map through them and render it inside of this badge component. So obviously both of them don't have any tags right now, so we cannot see it right here. Let's go on over here in the draft and let's add some tags. I'll say React CSS and I'll save it. Now you can see, we can see React and CSS right here. Okay, if it's more than 3, then we will show that plus these many more tags over here. All right, now after this, we just need to show all of the stats and details, etc. So I'll just have div right here. Inside of this div, I'm going to render views, likes, and comments. So I'm going to have a div inside of this. First of all, I'll render this I icon and I'll say post.viewCount.toLocalString, same for like count. I'll import this heart icon over here and for the comments as well, right? You know what, we can get rid of comments, I think, because likes and views are the major things that matter over here, right? Comments can be seen if you go inside of the post. Below this div, I'm going to have a time tag, which will say if post status is published and published at, we have like the access to that information, then I'm going to use format distance to now. And this will be coming from a library called date-fns. So it will calculate the distance, like the time from the time of published to until now, right? So Let me just install it. So I'll say npm install date dash fns, press enter. So if it is published, then we'll show this, and if it has updated at, then we'll show that distance from that to now. Okay, it is installed. Let me just import it just like this. Let me remove this. So yeah, I think that is pretty much it. Let's go and check it out, how our postcard looks. Okay, we need to style this a little bit. So I think I should move this time tag inside of over here so that it appears in front of it. Yes, something like this. Yeah, this looks pretty cool. And with that, we have successfully created our posts page. If I click on over here, or let's say this public post, and click on edit post, this should take me to /edit/yes, this page right here. Okay, let's go on and create this. So what I'll do right here, if you want to create this dynamic pages like this, which has this ID over here, right? So what you need to do, you need to go on over here in the app, inside dashboard posts, and I'll create a new folder called edit, and then the ID, the dynamic ID, right? So you have to say new folder, and inside of these square braces, I'll say ID. And here we can say page.jsx, AFCE, and I'll say edit post page. Let's see if we can see it right here. Yes, edit post page. Great. So first of all, what I'll do, I'll take out that ID from the URL. So I'll say use params hook. I'll take it from next/navigation, and I'll say use client over here. It's a client component. So now that we have this post ID from params.id, I can fetch the post, right? And I can do that by using use convex query, and I'll take this API and I'll say api.post.getById, right? And I'll send this ID of post ID right here, and we'll get the data is loading, and if there's any error. Let's show the loading. So I'll show it just like what we did over here, is loading and bar loader. So let me just paste it right here, something like this. So import bar loader, and I'll check if there's any error or if there is no post, right? Then I'm going to say a div. Inside this, I'll have an h1, I'll say post not found, and I have a p tag, the post you're looking for does not exist, right? That's all. And in the end, right here, we're going to be using the post editor that we have created, right? So the post editor component, just like this, we will import it from add components /post editor, right? And here, if you notice, we are giving mode to be edit. So now if I go back, you'll notice we are on the edit page, and now you won't see that save button for the draft, right? You won't see the schedule over here. By the way, I can see this tags does not have any space. So let me just do that. If I go inside of it, or actually let me just search here. So right here, below this tags, I'm going to say padding bottom to be 2, or rather I'll say padding top to be 2 over here, right? And notice now we have some space. Okay, let's do one thing. Let me just add any image right here to this published post. Let me just add this creator logo itself right here, and let's see, it's okay, it has been added. Use this image, and I'll click on update, and you can see it, instead of publish, it shows update over there. And yes, we can see this right here. Awesome. Now finally, if I click on over here and click on view public, so we're here, my username is this and my post is this, but obviously this page does not exist, this public page. And by the way, one more thing, we don't want to show this header right here. So what I'll do, I'll just go to header.jsx, and over here I'm going to add a few conditions. So instead of this, I'm going to say I want to hide the header on the public, profile and post pages, but not on the feed. So feed is also a public page, right? So I'll say path is not equals to landing page, and path is not equals to feed, and path.split, and I'll check if there's anything over here. So if it's slash or if it's feed only, then we will show it. Apart from that, we won't show this header anywhere. So you can see it's gone now. So cool. Now for creating the public pages, we've created all of the pages related to our dashboard. Actually, no, not all of the pages. Actually, I forgot. We have this dashboard remaining, obviously, where we will show all of these stats, and this followers page as well, like which will show us the followers and following. And you know what? This is honestly a very simple page. All you have to do is fetch the number of followers and the following, right? And just display them right here. And also have the follow back button over here as well, right? If they are following you, so that we can click on it and we can follow them as well. So you can see it shows me unfollow now over here. So we can unfollow from here itself. We can search users from over here. So it's very straightforward, and I would highly recommend you guys to go and first try it yourself. So this is another assignment for you. Pretty simple, right? So let me show you. In the Convex, I have added this follows.js, where you'll find get my following and get my followers logic over here as well, right? But you can implement it after we have implemented that follow logic by creating the public pages, right? So which we are going to be doing next. So this is the assignment for you for later on. All right, so first thing first, for creating all of the public routes, we cannot do it inside of this dashboard, right? So we have to create a new folder over here which will contain all of our public route, and I'm keeping it inside of these parentheses so that Next.js does not consider this as a route. And inside of this, I'm going to create a new folder for our username. So I'll say square braces and username and press enter. So our posts, like the user post, will be inside of this page. So I'll say new file page.jsx RAFCE username page. And inside of this, we're going to have another folder which will be for the post ID. So inside of square braces, so I'll say post ID, and I'll create another file for page.jsx over here, RAFCE, and I'll say posts page, right? So both of these pages will be the public pages. So let's see. So if I go to my username, you can see we are able to access the username page. Great. So let me just show you. See, I'm on this user page, and this is what we're supposed to create, right? The details of the user and then the posts below it. So first of all, let's go on and create the APIs for it. So inside this Convex folder, I'm going to create a new file called public.js where we'll keep all of the functions related to this public posts. So first of all, we're gonna get all of the published posts by username. Let's import this query right here. And inside of this, so this is going to take the username. Now over here in the args, I'm going to take the username and the limit of the post that we want. So this is optional and it's going to be v.number. So let's import this v, and then obviously we're gonna have the handler right here, right, with ctx and args. So inside of it, we would have the access to the username, right? So we can use that to fetch user information. So I'm gonna say await ctx.db query users table, and I'm gonna filter it with respect to the username, right? And obviously one user can have a unique username, so we're going to be saying .unique, right? Only one user can have one type of username. If user does not exist, then I'm going to return post to be empty and has more to be false. This has more is for basically pagination. Now let's get all of the published post by the user. So I'm going to say ctx.db .query posts table and .filter. Inside of this, I'm going to have an AND condition. That is, it should be equal to the author ID. User ID should be equal to author ID, and status should be published. Only then we'll get all of these posts. After this, I'm going to put const limit equals args.limit, right? Whatever limit that we are supposed to get, only that much we will return, right? Const posts equals await query.take limit +1. I'm going to check if this has any more posts so that we can click on load more and load more posts over here, right? So I'll say post.length is more than limit, then this will return true. And in the final post, if this is true, then I'll say posts.slice 0, limit. Otherwise, we're going to take all the posts. Now, finally, we're going to add user information to each and every post, right? So that we can display it right there. So I'm going to say post with author, and I'll say promise.all. And right here, I'm going to say final posts.map. Inside this, along with each and every post data, I'm going to be adding author object with all of this user information. And after all of this is done, in the end, I'm going to return posts and has more, right? Has more will be Boolean. Okay. Now for the posts page, I'm going to get the information of that particular post that we are on. So I'm going to say export const get published post. Instead of it, I'm going to take both of the information that we have, that is the username in the URL and the post ID from the URL. Then I'll say handler, and it will be an asynchronous callback ctx, args. Again, here as well, just like we did earlier, we're going to make the use of username and get the user data. So I'll say query users table, filter just like before, and .unique. If user does not exist, then we're going to return. We're also going to take the post information with respect to this post ID. So I'll say await ctx.db.get args.post ID. If it does not exist, then we're going to return. Now we also need to verify that this post belongs to this username, right? They coexist with each other. So I'm going to say if post.author_id is not equals to user dot the post status is not published, right? Then I'm going to return. Otherwise, we will simply return it with the author info. So all of the post information and the author info. That's all. Now, as soon as we land on the post page, we want to increase the view for that post, right? We are tracking all of these for our analytics. So after this, I'm going to say increase view count. This will be a mutation, so make sure to import mutation. And inside of it, this will simply take the post ID, right? And then the handler, async handler, will take ctx, args. And now inside of it, notice, I'm going to say await ctx.db.get. I'll get the post information using the post ID. And if post does not exist, or if it's not equals to publish, I'll say return. Then we will update the view count. So by saying ctx.db.patch, that is update args.post ID for this post ID, I'm going to say view count will be post.view count plus 1. Now after this, we have to update the stats for today as well, right? So if you remember, we had this table inside of our DB, right? Daily stats. Now you can take two approaches over here. Either what you can do what I'm doing over here by updating it along the way, or later on when you fetch the data for displaying it in your dashboard over here, you can structure the data right here as well, but that probably would require you to go through a lot of iterations inside of your database, right? So it's better to do it right here. So I'm going to take today's date, and let's first check if today's data already exists. So I'm going to say existing stats equals await ctx.db query daily stats, and I'm going to filter to match the post ID and today's date, right? If it already exists, so I'll say if existing data is there, then I'm simply going to update it, right? Then I'll say ctx.db.patch for this existing stats.id. I'm going to update the views. Otherwise, I'm going to create new daily stats entry right here by doing ctx.db.insert inside of daily stats table with post ID, date, views, created at and updated at. And simply in the end, I'm going to return success to be true. Okay, so these are, I would say, the major APIs for when it comes to our public page. Let's see what else do we have. So we have this follow button. If I go inside of this post page, we would also need this like APIs, right? And also comment. So if I say hello and post comment, check this out. It has added this comment. So we would need these APIs as well. So let's first create the APIs for this follow because it's going to be used over here in the username page, right? So I'll go back and I'm going to create a new file over here, follow.js. I'll rename it to follows actually. That's better. So first of all, I'm going to create the function for follow unfollow, right? So I'm going to name it toggle follow. It will obviously be a mutation. And inside of this, I'm going to take args of following ID. I'm going to take v for the types as well. So following ID is basically the user that we are trying to follow over here, right? So that's why I've kept v.id users. Then I'm going to have this handler function right here, and inside of it, first of all, we'll check that if user is logged in or not. So I'll say const follower, that is us. We are trying to follow, right? Await ctx.run query, and internal I'll import this .users.get current user. Now first of all, we need to make sure that user cannot follow themselves. So I'm going to say if follower.id is equals to args.following ID. If we are trying to follow ourselves, then we're going to throw the error, you cannot follow yourself. Otherwise, we need to check if user is already following. If they are, we're going to unfollow them. So I'll say const existing follow equals await ctx.db. In the follows table, I'll say .filter, and I'll check if follower ID is our ID or the user who's trying to follow, and following ID is this, right? If this entry already exists, so I'm going to say if existing follow is there, then we are going to unfollow. That is ctx.db.delete this entry from the database. Otherwise, else, I'm going to say await ctx.db.insert in the follows table, this follower ID and the following ID, right? And then return following to be true. Cool, I think that should do it. Now after this, we're going to have a function to check if current user is following a specific user, right? When we let's say land on their page, we would need to check if we are following them or not. So here as well, we're gonna take the args just like before, and inside of the handler right here, I'm going to say follower equals await ctx.run query. We're gonna check if user is authenticated or not, and then I'm gonna make the call const follow equals await ctx.db query follow. Inside of the follows table, I'm going to check if the follower ID, that is our ID, and the following ID matches, that is we have the entry, then we will return true or false according to that. So if we get something, I'm going to return true. So I'm putting double exclamation marks over here. Now we want to get the follower count for a particular user as well. So for that, we have this function, get follower count for a user. This will take a user ID in the args. So args will be user ID, and this will be optional, v.id users. And then after that, simply inside of the handler, I'm going to say async ctx args, and I'll say follows, await ctx.db inside of the follows table. I'm going to filter it and check if following id is equals to args.user id or not. And I'll say dot collect and return follows dot length. And actually we would be using needing this user ID. This is not optional, right? So if following ID is equals to this, we're gonna connect how many followers that particular user has. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's go on and create the username page, and then we will create the like and comments API for the posts page. So I'm going to close this and go over here. Now we need to get the params. So I'm going to say params. This is also another way to get the params from the URL. What we're trying to get is username, right? So after this, you can say username equals react.use, which is introduced in React 19 recently. And I'll say params over here. Let's just make this a client component. So use client, and here I'm going to say const user equals use user. That is, we're getting the information of the user from Clerk. So let's import this use user from @clerk/next.js. Let's get the user profile since we want to display the user information. So I'll say use convex query, and I'm going to import this API get by username. And actually I forgot to create this one. So let's go inside of the users.js, and yes, we had update username. I thought we had get by username as well. So let's create this as well. So I'm going to say export const get by username, and this will take the username inside of the arguments. So args username. I'll say comma handler async, and I'll have callback over here. I'll take ctx and args, and simply inside of it, I'll check const user equals await ctx.db query the user table with respect to this username. So I'll compare and I'll get one unique entry over here. If user does not exist, then return null. Otherwise, I'm going to return all of the user information just like this. So simple enough. Let's go on over here. This is what we're doing. We're triggering this with respect to the username that we have gotten from the URL. Now below this, let's also fetch the user posts. So I'm going to say use convex query api.public.get published posts by username. So this one that we just created, we will provide the username and the limit of 20 posts initially. We will also get the follower count for the user as well. So I'm going to say api.follows.get follower count. So this is also something that we created right here, get follower count along, we'll supply the user ID over here. We need to also check if we are already following this user. So I'm going to say api.follows.isFollowing. If current user is there and user is there, then we're going to supply the following ID as this user. Otherwise, skip it. All right. And also let's take this toggle follow as well. When we click on follow button, we're going to trigger this, right? So toggle follow equals use convex mutation. Let's import it. api.follows.toggle follow. Okay. So we have everything right here. Now, when the user is loading or when the posts are loading, we can show some loader over here, right? And I've created some custom loader over here. So notice I've said animate spin, rounded full, height 12, width 12, border bottom to be 2, border purple to be 500, MX auto, and margin bottom 4. So let me show you. If I refresh this page, what's wrong? I think this is initially not populated. So what we can do, we can just say if user is there, then user ID is user dot, otherwise skip. So let's see. It says get by username does not exist. We have created it over here. Let's see inside of follows. I think this query is the issue. So you can see query was not defined. So now let's see. If I refresh the page, you'll see the loader that I've created. Yes, you can see it looks beautiful. It has issues here as well. So let's see. Username, users.js, maybe this v is there, query is there. Okay, never mind. It is working. So you can see the loading indicator, and then we can see this username page. Awesome. So right here, after this loading, I'm going to check if there's any error. So I'll say if user error or if user does not exist, then I'm going to return this not found. So make sure to import this not found. So this basically triggers the not found page over here. Okay. After this, let's get the post of the user, like posts. So I'll say const posts equals posts data. That is this posts data dot posts. Okay. Need to check if users profile, like the user that is logged in, if this is his own profile, this is their own profile, right? So I'll check current user and current user dot public metadata dot username is equals to the logged in username. So I'll check if the logged in user, that is current user, is there, and current user dot public metadata dot username is equals to user dot username. If that is the case, that is we are the one who is logged in. So we will treat it differently. Now over here, inside of the return, I'm going to be taking a div. And first of all, for these public pages, I'm going to be taking a common header. So I'll say public header. I'll just create a separate component for this, and just this will render a back button and a title, right? So back button should have some link. So I'll say link will be slash, it will take us to the home page, and the title will be back to home. So let's create this. I'll just go on right here. Actually, inside of username, I'll create a new folder called underscore component. So using underscore over here means that Next.js will not consider this as a route or anything inside of it, right? In case of this parenthesis, it considers things inside of it, just ignores this. But in this case, it will ignore everything inside of it. So I'll say new file public dash header dot jsx rafe public header. Okay, so this will basically, as I showed you, will take a link and a header. So just like this, and this will be a header. Inside of this, I'm going to be having a div, max width 7xl, mx auto, padding horizontal, some padding vertical, display flex, item center, and justify between. And for the header, I'll say border bottom, border slate 800. It will be sticky to the top, so top 0. Background slate 900 with 80% opacity and some background blur. So let's add the back link over here inside of this div. I'm going to say link with href link. So import it from next/link, and we'll have a button, variant ghost, size small, and class text small for like text slate 400. And this will have an arrow left as well. So let's see. Okay, public header is not defined obviously. So let's import this right here and check. Yes, something like this, back to home. Let's display our logo over here as well. So right below this link, I'm simply going to have a link with image tag from next/image, src logo.png, all text will be creator logo, right? And it will take us to the home page. Let's see. Yes, if I click on it, we are on the home page. Let's go back. So right here on the username page, below this public header, let's display the user information. So I'll have our div over here, which will contain all the info. Then we will have another div inside of it, which will contain majorly like image, username, follow button, etc. Right? So let's create them one by one. First of all, for the image, I'm going to have a div right here, which will check if user.image URL is there. Then I'm going to render this image tag from next/image with user.image URL, user.name as an alt tag. Right? Otherwise, I'm going to simply render a circle with user's initials. So user.name char at of 0 to uppercase. Okay, after this, I'm going to render the name and the username. So I'll have an h1 called user.name with text 4xl, font bold, margin bottom, gradient text primary, and a paragraph tag which will display a small username. So let's see. So something like this. Okay, now for the follow button. So over here, I'm going to check if it is not user's own profile and current user is there, then we're going to display a button with on click handle follow toggle, which obviously does not exist. We will create it in just a moment. It will be disabled when is loading is going on, when the user is following someone. If is following is true, that is user is already following this other user, then we'll show outline, otherwise primary. And over here we'll also display different text. So if we are already following the user, we'll show following, otherwise we'll show follow. Let's import both of these icons right here, user check and user plus. And over here is where we're going to be creating const handle follow toggle. So see, now we can see the follow button over here. And now inside of this handle follow toggle, we will first check if user is not logged in, that is no current user, and actually this will be an asynchronous function. Then I'm going to throw the error over here, please sign in to follow users. Otherwise, we're going to say toggle follow dot mutate, and I'm going to provide this following ID right here. Otherwise, if it fails, we're going to throw the error. Okay, let's go back down here. And if you want, you can also show when the user joined the platform. So you can say calendar icon, and I'll say joined, new date, user.created at to local date string. And I'm going to say month, long, and year in numeric, that is December 2025, something like that. So see, something like this. This looks good. Now after this, we can show some stats over here about the user, right? So we'll take a div over here, display flex, justify center, and gap to be 8, and margin bottom to be 12. Now, first of all, we'll show the number of posts. So I'll say posts dot length and posts. So let's see. Yes, something like this. Then we will show the follower count that we were getting by doing that API call. So follower count and followers. Then after this, I'm going to show the total views on my posts. So currently it would be 0 since we have not created that posts page. And then after that, I'm going to show the total likes. So posts, again, same thing over here as well. So posts dot reduce, and I'll calculate, like I'll start from 0 and calculate total view count over here and total like count over here. So let's see. Yep, something like this. Now finally, below it, we can display all of our posts. So below this div, I'm going to have another div with the h2 of recent posts, and below this, just like we did in the posts tab in the dashboard, we are going to say if we have like post.length is equals to 0, then we're gonna show the card component, card content with no posts yet. Check back later for new content. Otherwise, we're gonna have a div with grid, again just like we did earlier, posts.map, and we're gonna import this post card that we have already created, right? So over here in this case, we're gonna say show author to false, show actions to false. So let's see. Yes, something like this. If you do show author to true, it will display the name of the author as well. But we will do this in the feed, right, where it's needed to show the author. Here we already know that it belongs to this user, right? Cool. Now if we click on it, see, it will take us to /username/post ID, and this is what we are supposed to create next. So if I just open it right here, okay, something like this. This is what we want. So I'll go back to over here, post ID. First of all, this will also have the public header, right? So I'm just quickly going to add this public header, import it, and this will take us to /username this time instead of slash, and title will be back to profile. And here for this div, I'm going to have class name, minimum height to be screen, background slate 900, and text white. Let's just make it a client component. So use client, something like this, and let's go on and check. So it says username is not defined, obviously because we have not taken it out of the URL. So over here, I'm going to take the params, and I'm going to take out both username and the post ID over here. See, something like this. Let's import. Yeah, React is already imported. So let's see. See, when I hover on it, you can see right here, it will show the username page, right? So cool. Let's also take the current user over here. And actually, before moving forward, let's go on and create the APIs for likes and comments. So basically, both of these likes and comments and stuff, right? Rendering the comments over here. Use user is not defined. Let's have use user over here. Let's make sure there's no error. Okay, there's no error. Cool then. Let's go back to this Convex folder, and I'm going to create a new file for likes.js and another file for comments.js. First of all, for likes.js. So inside this likes.js, I'm going to be taking the function export const toggle like, and this will be a mutation. So let's import this. And inside this, first of all, I'm going to take the args. Now, what are the args that it'll take? Obviously, the post ID. We're going to provide it the information what post ID the user is liking right now. Okay, then we're going to have the handler to write the logic. And inside of this, I'm going to say const post equals await ctx.db.get args.post ID. That is this, right? Then we'll get the post. If post does not exist or post.status is not equals to published, then we're going to throw the error. After this, I'll get the user ID. So I'm going to say const user dot run query. And by the way, let me just import this v over here and this internal, and I'll get the get current user, right? And get the user ID. After this, I'll check if we have already liked this post, right? So I'm going to check for existing like, await ctx.db.query likes table, right? We're going to have the likes table separate. And I'll say dot filter, and I'll check both of these conditions, that it post ID should match this and user ID should match this, right? Then we'll get that particular like if it exists. And so I'll check if existing like is there, then we're going to remove it, right? So I'll say ctx.db.delete this like ID, and we are going to decrement the like count on that particular post. So for that particular post ID, I'm going to update, that is patch update like count to be less than 1 and return like to be false and like count whatever it is updated. Otherwise, if it's not already liked, I'm going to say inside of else, we're going to add the like inside the table. So ctx.db.insert likes and post ID, user ID, created. Now, you can simplify this if you want by not tracking who liked the post, right? But that would be troublesome if you just want to increase the number of likes inside the post, right? So it's better to take this approach to add the like and then increment the number of likes inside of that post and then return like to be true and like count to be incremented by 1. Now after this, we also need to have a function which will check if user has liked a post or not. So again, here as well, we're going to be taking post ID inside of the args, and inside of the handler, it's going to be very simple. Let me just bring it in real quick. So first of all, we're going to check if user is logged in or not, and we get the user ID. And here, just like before, we are going to check, like we can get the like entry from the likes table. And if it exists, then I'm going to say return with double exclamations so that it gets converted into true or false, right? And yeah, these are the two functions that we're going to be needing. Let's go to our comments.js. And here, first thing first, we're going to be having a mutation for adding a comment. So let's import this mutation over here. And inside this, I'm going to be having post ID and content. Let's make sure one thing in the likes, if we are doing query, yes, we need to import query as well. Otherwise, later on, it will give us errors. So yeah, to add a comment, we need the post ID and the content of that comment, right? Then inside of the handler right here, we will first of all check if user is logged in or not. So ctx.runQuery internal.users.getCurrentUser. So let's import internal. And after this, we're gonna get the post, just like from the likes, right? So I'm going to get the post with args.post ID, and I'm going to check if post does not exist or if it's not published, then we're gonna throw the error. After this, we're gonna validate the content that we are trying to comment. So I'm going to say args.content.trim if it's not like if it doesn't have any length, or if the length is more than 1000, right? So comment must be 1 to 1000 characters. After this, we're gonna finally create it. Now, while creating the comment, let me show you inside of the schema. If you notice, we have something called as status. So approved, pending, rejected. So I've added this, in our app, this is not really useful, but I've added this feature in case you want to add the anonymous comments, right? So you can see I've added these things as well, like made this optional in case you want to add the anonymous comment feature, right? Currently, it does not exist. So I'll just hard code this approved for this, but later on you can add the feature so that user can approve or reject the anonymous comments, right? So for now, over here, I'm going to say comment ID equals await ctx.db.insert inside of the comments table, and I'll insert post ID, author name, email, content, status, which is approved by default and created at, right? And return the comment ID. That's all. Then after this, I'm going to get the comment for a particular post. So again, in the args, we're going to be needing the post ID. Let's import this query right here. And after the args, I'm going to have the handler function. Inside the handler, we're simply going to fetch the comments for that particular post. So over here, I'm going to say const comments equals await ctx.db.query comments. So from the comments table, and as a dot filter, this post ID and status is going to be approved. And again, for now, we can also get rid of this as well. So it's upon you. Order will be ascending order, and I'll say dot collect. Okay. After this, we will add the user info for all of the comments, like inside all of the comments. So I'm going to say something like this: comments with users equals await promise.all. And for each and every comment, I'm going to get the author ID and return that particular comment with the author's information like ID, name, username, image URL, right? And after this, I'm going to return comments with users. So this thing dot filter, and if author does not exist, then I'm not gonna return it. All right, that's that. And then after this, let's have for delete comment as well. So to delete a comment, we're just going to be needing the comment ID, right? And then inside of the handler function, I'm going to say user equals await ctx.runQuery. We're gonna verify if user is authenticated. Then after that, we're gonna check if comment exists. So I'll say await ctx.db.get this comment. If it does not exist, then we're gonna throw the error. Otherwise, after it, we will also check if user can delete this comment or not. So first, for that, we're gonna need the post. So if that post exists, like whatever post that comment belongs to. Otherwise, I'm going to say post not found. And then finally, I'm going to have the condition over here can delete. That is comment.author ID equals to this and post.author ID is equals to this. That is user can delete it, right? Then after this, if I'm going to check like if can delete is not true, then we're going to throw the error. Otherwise, I'm going to say ctx.db.delete and simply delete it, right? And return success to be true. All right. So yeah, these are all that we need. Let's just import this v as well. Like for comments and likes, this is what we needed. Let's go on and create this posts page now. And actually this should be post page because it's just going to be one post, right? So here, first of all, we're going to take a couple of states. So there's going to be comments over here, right? So I'm going to take comment content and set comment content. Let's make sure to import use state over here. And is submitting content when the content is being submitted. So a loading indicator for that. And actually, I think we don't need it because we are going to be taking the loading from Convex Mutation itself, right? So yeah, this is not really needed. Now after this, we need to get obviously the post data, our post that we are trying to display over here. So I'm going to take use convex query, and here I'll be importing API inside of it, api.public.getPublished post. That is this one right here. And I'll take the username and post ID that we're getting from over here inside of it, right? And I'm going to take out the data is loading and error right here. We also need to get the comments for this post. So I'll say use convex query api.comments.getPostComments, and I'll provide with post ID. And I'm going to take the data and is loading. Let's get the like status for the current user. So const data has, I'm going to rename it to has liked, and I'll say use convex query api.likes.has user liked function that we created right here. If current user exists, then we're going to supply the post ID, otherwise we're going to skip it. After this, let's import all of the different mutations that we're going to be needing over here. So let me just import all of them. So inside of the use convex mutation, I'm going to first get the toggle like so that we can, like, dislike a post. I'm going to get the add comment mutation, just the one that I mentioned, right? When we are in the process of commenting, we're going to show the is submitting comment right here. After that, we're going to have for the delete comment and the increment view count. So all of these mutations are going to be helpful for us. Now, as soon as the user lands on the post, we want to increment the view, right? So over here in the use effect, let's import use effect. When the post loading is, changed, and I'm going to check if post is there and post loading is not going on, then increment view dot mutate to post ID. I'm going to show it do it in the behind the scenes, like backend. Now, when the post is loading, I'm going to show the same animate spin that we showed in this username page as well, right? So just copy and paste this code right here. And I'm going to say if post loading is true, then show this. But what if there's any error? So if this post error is true or post is not there, that is post error is true and post is not there, I'm going to show not found. So let's import not found over here as well. Then after this, right over here below the public header, let's start creating it. Right. So first of all, I'm going to take a div. Max width to be 4XL, MX auto, some padding horizontal and some padding vertical. Inside of this div, we're going to have the article tag where we will be keeping our post, right? This is good for accessibility. And then first of all, let's render our featured image for that post. So I'm going to say if post.featured image is there, then inside of our div, I'm going to make use of this image tag from next/image and post.feature inside of the src, post.featured image. And alt tag, I'm going to keep post.title, and I'm going to provide some responsive sizes, that 100 viewport width when max width to be 768, otherwise 896 pixel, and it's going to be in priority. Let's check it out. See, this is the one. Let's try to change this picture. Let me put something apart from the logo. I'm going to edit the post, and notice, if you would have noticed, like the view count has increased for this. So let me just put, how about something like this? Yep, let's put the aspect ratio to 16:9, apply transformation, use this image. Okay, I know it's nothing to do with the post, but yeah, we're just trying out, right? So okay, let's go back, and yep, you can see this has been updated right here. Now after this, let's display the post title. So inside of this div, I'm going to be having an h1 of post title, class name text 4XL, in the bigger screens 5XL, font bold, gradient text primary, something like this. Okay, below this we need to add some author information and some metadata. So inside of it, we're going to have a link tag, and inside this link tag, so basically this link tag will take us to the username because we are displaying the user information right here. So we're gonna have a div right here inside of this. I'm going to say class name relative width to be 12, height to be 12, and over here we're gonna check if image URL is there. Then I'm going to display the image of that user. Otherwise, we're just going to be displaying a circle with the initials, right? And below it, we will display another div with post author name and post author username. Okay, let's go and check it out. Okay, it's right, like a little bit mixed up. So what I'll do for this div, I'm going to say class name, display flex, items to be center, space x to be 3, on hover opacity will be 80, and transition to be opacity. And yeah, let's see. Actually, I made a mistake over here. So this is going to be outside of this image div, right? Now it should be better. Yes. If we click on it, you can see we have this link down there. If we click on it, this will take us to the username page, right? Okay. So below this link, we are going to be having a div which will say, so this div right here, which will simply display more metadata. Like with the calendar icon, I'm going to show when was this published at, and with the eye icon, I'm going to show how many views this has. So let's see. Yep, something like this. Okay, this looks good. Now below this div, I'm going to show all of the tags if this post has any. So I'll simply take post.tags and post.tags.length. If it's more than 0, then I'm going to map through them. And I'm going to display a badge right here from add components, Shadcn UI, right? So key will be tag, variant secondary, class name, background purple to be 500, text purple 300, and background purple to be 500. Sorry, border purple. So let's see. This one doesn't have any tags. So let's just add any tag. I'll edit it and let's just say CSS Tailwind. Let's update this post now and go back. Yes, we can see both of those tags right here. Awesome. Now below this div, we're going to show the post content. So it will be very straightforward. I'm going to say a div. So over here, class name will be prose. That means the default typography styles from Tailwind, and large means the large variant. Prose invert, that is the dark mode for those typography, and max weight to be none. Prose purple just assigns an accent to this. And dangerously set inner HTML, because we already have the post content in the HTML format, right? We just need to inject it right here. So let's see. Yep, you can see something like this, but this is not proper because again, we need to provide it with some styles, just like we did over here in our post editor content. We have all of these styles, right? Quill editor and all of those things. So similarly, I generated the styles for this one as well from ChatGPT. So what I'll do right over here, I'm going to add the style JSX global, and I'm going to add those styles from my Git repo. So if you just go to this Git repo right here, just take all of these styles from right here. So you have to go to username, post ID, and page.jsx. Just take all of these styles and paste this right here. That's all. You don't need to worry about all these things much. This is just to configure React Quill. So there we go. Now you see. We have all the title, heading, and all those things right here. Awesome. This looks amazing. Let's add some actions over here. So below this, like we're going to be having the like, right? So for actions, I'm going to be taking a div right here. And inside of this div, first of all, we will have the button to like it, right? So I'm going to have a button from Shadcn UI. On click, we're going to trigger handle like toggle, which obviously does not exist yet. Variant ghost. Class name will be display flex, item center gap to be 2. And if the post is already liked, we're going to show text to be red. On hover, text red 300. Otherwise, we're going to show text slate. And this will be disabled if we are currently being liking it, right? So toggle like dot is loading when the loading is going on. And we're going to show the heart icon over here. And again, same, if it has been liked, we're going to fill it. Otherwise, this will be empty. And we're going to display the post like count over here, right? So let's take this handle like toggle. And I'm just going to simply put it const handle like toggle, just like this. And let's first go back and check. If we go down, yes, we can see it something like this, right? So let's just write this logic first. I'll also actually, while we are at it, add the number of comments on this post. So after this button, I'm going to simply display a message circle, and I'll say comments dot length right there, these many comments. So something like this, 0 comments. Okay, let's first go on and create this handle like toggle. First of all, I'll check if the current user is there or not, if user is logged in or not. If user is not logged in, I'm going to show the toast that please sign in to like the posts, right? Simple enough. Otherwise, I'll simply say instead of a try catch block, so make sure this is an asynchronous function. I'll say toggle like dot mutate with this post ID. Otherwise, we're gonna throw the error fail to update like. And yeah, I think that should do it. Let's go and check it out. If I click on over here, yes, you can see a like has been added. Awesome. Let's move forward. And right below this article is where we're gonna have the comments section. So first of all, I'm going to be taking a div over here, and inside of this div, I'll have an h2, which will say comments. So let's see. Yes, comments, something like this. And then below it, we're gonna check if user is logged in or not. So over here, I'm gonna say current user. If the current user is there, then I'm going to show over here the card component, inside of which we will show the text area. Otherwise, we're gonna show a different card component which will say sign in to join the conversation, and I'm gonna show the link over here to the sign in page, right? So let's make sure both of these are imported, and let's import the card component and the card content right here. Let's make this false for now and check. Yeah, something like this, sign in to join the conversation. But if that is not the case, over here, first of all, I'll say card class that we created, and I'm going to have a card content, and then inside of it we are going to be having a form. So a form like this with on submit handle comment submit. So we'll come back to this very soon. Let me just create const handle comment submit over here. For now, let's go back down here, and inside of this form, I'm first going to have the text area. So text area, you make sure to import from Shadcn UI. Value will be comment content, and on change I'm going to say set comment content to be e.target.value with some placeholder and some class name of background slate to be 800 and border slate to be 600. It will have rows 3 and max length is going to be 1000. So let's check it out. Yes, something like this. Then after this, we're going to show a paragraph which will say how many characters are there, because we're going to allow only 1000 characters over here, right? And we're going to have a button tag with type submit. It will be disabled when the comment is being submitted. Variant will be primary. When it's being submitted, we're going to show the loader to icon, otherwise the send icon in the button, right? And I'll say post comment. So if I show you, see something like this, post comments. If I say hello, and we can post the comment right here, right? So obviously it won't work right now since we have not written anything inside of the handle comment submit. So let's create this. First of all, I'll take the event over here and I'll say e.prevent default, so it does not refreshes the page. Then I'll check if current user is not there, then I'll say please sign in. If content for the comment is not there, then I'll say comment cannot be empty. Then after this, I'll simply have a try catch block, and let's make this an async function. So I'll have a try catch block which will trigger this add comment from over here with post ID and the content for the comment, and I'll say set comment content to be empty, right? So it makes the box empty, and then I'll show the toast success. And actually, let's create one more function over here for deleting the comment, which will be useful later on. So I'll say handle delete comment. It will take the comment ID and simply will trigger delete comment dot mutate with the comment ID, right? And I'll show the success and error accordingly. All right, let's try it out. What do you guys say? Let's see. If I say test comment, if I click on post comment, okay, comment added. Let's check our DB in the comments table right here. There we go. Test comment has been added. Great. Let's just render all of the comments first. So right below over here, below this thing, I'm going to be having the comments list. So I'm going to check first if comments are loading, then I'm going to display a div over here. Otherwise, I'm going to check if comments is there and comments length is more than 0, then I'm going to have a div over here which will display all the comments. Otherwise, I'm going to have a card component. So let's have a card component which will display no comments yet. So it will look something like this. See, so let's add the comments loading first. So when the comments are being loaded, I'm just going to display that animate spin over here, or rather, you know what we can do? We can just have the bar loader. That will look better. So let's get the bar loader that we have used previously. So I'll just take this thing over here, copy, and I'll paste it right here. Let's see if I refresh this. Let's see loading post, and if I go down, okay, we cannot see the loading. Let's just make this true so that we can see it. Yes, something like this. The comments will be loading. Okay, now over here we'll be displaying all the comments, but what if there is no comments? That is right now oh, right now we have a comment, right? So let me just do one thing. Let me just delete this comment and then we can handle no comments state. So here, if there is no comment, I'm going to simply say card component, card glass, card content, text center with some vertical padding. And I'm going to show a message circle for comment. And I'm going to say no comments yet. Be the first one to share your thoughts. Let's see. Yes, no comments yet. Okay, now inside this, let's render all the comments. So I'll make this class name space y to be 4 and inside of it I'm going to render all the comments. So I'm going to say comment dot map and I'll take each and every comment, and again right here I'm going to have a card component with class name card glass key comment dot id. Inside of this we're going to have the card content with padding to be 6, and then inside of it we will have a div which will contain the whole comment content. Now first of all we need to display the author image and author name. So this div will contain that. Like inside of this we're gonna have first div which will contain that. Apart from that we will have another div which will contain the delete button, right? So I'll say delete button, and then below it we're gonna have the comment content. So let me just display this first. So I'll have paragraph tag with comment dot content. So let's see if I say test comment, and you'll see it will be rendered in real time. Yep, something like this, test comment. We just need to display the author information above it, right? Who made the comment. So inside of this div first, we're going to have a div which will say comment.author.image URL. If it's there, then I'm going to show the image URL. Otherwise, we're going to show the initials, right? We've done this multiple times up until now for displaying the user's profile picture. And below it, we can just simply display the user's name. So over here, I can say comment.author.name, otherwise anonymous, and when the comment was created. So I'll say new date comment.created at to local date string, and I'll display it accordingly, like month in short form, day numeric, etc. So let's see. Yes, something like this. We need to style this a little bit properly. So over here in this div I'll say class name to be display flex, item center and space x to be 3. So let's see. Yes, this is looking better. Let's display the delete icon over here. So over here below this I'm going to say if current user is there, comment.author information is with us, then I'm going to check if current user ID is equals to comment author ID, or the current user ID is equals to post author ID. That is the one who made the post and one who made the comment. Both are authorized to delete the comment, right? So I'm going to show a button with on click handle delete comment which will supply the comment. Variant ghost, size small, and class name text slate to be 400. On hover we're going to show text red 400. Let's import this trash 2 icon over here and we will see. Okay, we cannot see it right here. What's wrong? So the issue over here is the current user is coming from Clerk and we want the user ID from Convex. So what we can do over here is I can say use Convex query and we can take api.users.getCurrentUser, and I'll check if current user is there, then nothing. Otherwise I'll say skip, and we can return this current Convex user from over here. Now let's go down to over here, and instead of this current user I'm going to replace it with current Convex user, and over here as well I'm going to say current Convex user dot underscore ID for both of them. Let's see if this works. Yes, we can see this comment right here. If we click on here, it's deleted. Okay, let's just make another comment. Great, post comment. Yes, everything is working fine. Awesome. Finally, it's time to go on and work on our user feed. If I go back to profile and back to home right here, this should not, like when we are logged in, it should not keep us over here. It should throw us to the feed. So this slash feed right here, which does not exist. So let me do one thing. If I go to my header, so inside of the components, I'll go to header and I'll add a condition over here. Inside of the use effect, I'm going to say, let's import use effect first. I'm going to say if is loading is false, that is user is loaded, is authenticated is true, and path is homepage, then we need to send them to slash feed. Let's take router over here. Const router equals use router from next slash navigation, and now you'll notice we have been pushed to slash feed. Okay, nice. And this will be changed only if either of these changes. Right, so let's quickly go on and create the page for our feed. So over here in the public, I'm going to create a new folder, feed. I'll create a new file, page.jsx, RAFCE, feed page. Let's save this and check. Yes, we can see the feed page over here. Great. let's go on and see how our feed looks like in deployed app. So something like this. Currently we just have one post over here. Let's log in with some other user. So I've logged in with some other user. In our feed, basically we have what's on your mind. We have trending posts over here, which we will create an algorithm to decide which posts should come in trending according to the performance. So it will decide for past few days which posts are performing better, right? And we have the feed where we can see the new posts and we can see the suggested users and we can follow them from over here as well. Let's go to this post. If I go to this user, you can see I'm already following. If I click on it, I will unfollow them. Okay, nice. So let's just do one thing. Let's go on and first create the APIs for it. So I'll create a new file, feed.js. So first of all, I'm going to be creating the function for getting our feed posts. So this will take the arguments for the pagination. So basically the limit, how many posts that we want to show at once. And here I'm going to be having a handler. Now inside this handler, we're going to get the limit, args.limit. I'll say const all posts equals await ctx.db dot, like the post table, right? And I'm going to say dot filter, get the posts which are published in the descending order, right? And we want to take these many posts. So limit +1 because it starts from 0. Now we're going to say const has more equals all posts dot length is more than limit. That is, we're checking if it has even more posts. Then I'm going to say const feed posts equals has more. If it is true, then I'm going to show from 0 to limit, otherwise all posts. Now finally, let's add the authors inside of the post. So I'll say const posts with author await promise.all, and for each and every post I'm going to say ctx.db.get the author ID, right? And we will add it inside of that particular post object. So along with all of the posts, we're adding this, and then in the end I'm going to return posts with author.filter. We will remove the post which does not have any author and has more information. That is, we can even load more feed posts over here. After this, we're going to be creating the function for getting the suggested user. Let's just make sure one thing, that we are importing this query and this v over here. Okay. Now inside of this, for getting the suggested users, first of all, we can provide it with the limit, which is optional, and it's going to be a number. Then after this, we'll have the handler function inside of which. So let's think what will happen over here. We will first of all check if user is logged in or not. And with respect to that, we will show the suggestions. If user has already followed someone, we will not show them as the suggested user, right? So first of all, I'm going to say const identity equals awaits.get user identity. After we have it, we'll check the limit and let current user null and follower user IDs to be empty array, which we will populate. So first of all, if we have user logged in, that is if identity is there, then inside of it, I'm going to say current user equals await ctx.db will get the current logged in user, right? So dot unique. After this, if we get the current user, then we're going to get the users already being followed so that we cannot display them, right? We will avoid displaying them. So await ctx.db in the follows table, and we'll filter it with the follower ID. So for this follower ID, get all of the tables. And we will create a new array over here by saying follows.map, and we will take all of the following IDs out of that object, because that is the only thing that we need. Okay, so after this, we will get all of the users with recent posts who are not being followed by the current user, right? So I'll say all users equals await ctx.db inside of users table, and I'll say q.not equals to, and I'll take the ID of current user, right? So apart from current user, we'll get all of the other users, and I'll say collect. Now let's see. So I'm going to say filter out already followed users. So already followed user we have already populated over here. So we're going to filter them out from all users. So I'm going to say promise.all, and inside of it, first of all, from the all users, I'll say dot filter, and I'll take this followed user IDs, and I'll say if this includes user dot underscore ID, so for this user, and user dot username, then we will filter them out. Otherwise, we will map through each and every one of them. Okay, so inside of this map, now this thing is optional. This thing might make this a little bit more complex, right? So we're gonna get users public posts, we're gonna get users follower count, and we will calculate the total engagement score. So this is fine, but this might be a little bit overkill over here, because if I show you in my deployed app, see, we're showing the latest posts for the user as well, right? That's why. So it's your choice. If you want, you can avoid having this over here. So I'm going to say posts equals await ctx.db in the posts table, and I'll take that author ID, which is user.id, and the published post. So I'll take 5 recent posts. Let's get the follower count over here by doing .query follows .filter for this following ID, and I'll provide the user ID over here. Now to calculate the engagement score, I'll do something like this. So first of all, we'll get the total views for the user, the total likes for the user for the last 5 posts over here that we have taken. Then we'll calculate the engagement score, that is total views plus total likes into 5 plus follower length into 10. Once we have that, we are going to return this object right here for each and every user. So user ID, name, username, image URL, follower count, post count, engagement score, with respect to which we will rank them over there. Last post when they posted it, and the recent post as well, like ID, title, view count, like count. That was quite a lot. So after this, let's just sort them with respect to engagement score and recent activity. Right, so right here I'm going to say ranked suggestions equals suggestions.filter. We're gonna only filter out those users with post count more than 0, and I'll say sort, and we will sort it first of all with respect to the last post at. So we can prioritize the recent activity. So if a dot last post at, and we're also converting it in the similar format, and b dot recent. So if this is true and this is false, then we'll return -1, that is in descending, I believe, and this one for the ascending. And then we'll also check the engagement score right here. Right, so first we're gonna prioritize the recent activity and then by the engagement score. If you just want the recent activity one, then I think you can avoid doing this whole engagement score thing right here, right? That will be much more cleaner, I guess. And we're gonna slice it with respect to the limit and return the ranked suggestions. That's all. After this, we're gonna get all of the trending posts, that is all of the posts with highest engagement. So I'm going to say get trending post query. Inside this query, we will take the argument of limit just like before, and we'll take the handler. So inside of this, we're going to first take the limit of args.limit, and we want to take the date of 1 week ago, right? Then after this, we will get all of the recently published posts. So I'll say .query posts, and inside of the filter, I'll say posts which are published and which are published like greater than or equal to this 1 week ago, right? So in past 1 week, we will take all the posts. Then we will calculate the trending score and we will sort them. So I'll say .map, and we will add the trending score. So trending score is basically the view count plus like count into 3. And then I'll say sort with respect to the trending score right here that we have calculated, and we're gonna slice them with respect to the limit. After this, simply we will just add the author's information right here. So after slice, I'm going to say const posts with authors equals await promise.all, and again just like before, for each and every post I'm going to take out the author, post.author ID, and just add it and return it right here. And then in the end we will return all of the posts who have any author. Alright, so yeah, these are the 3 APIs that we will be needing to create our feed. So let's go on over here and finally start working on it. Now before creating our feed page, let me just show you one thing. We're going to be using this library called React Intersection Observer. So basically this will help us to render more posts over here. So this is how it basically works. Like if we have a bunch of posts over here, we'll set the threshold, and once that threshold is reached, we're gonna fetch more posts after it. So let's say if we are scrolling and we reach certain limit, so it will render or it will fetch more posts over there and increase the limit. Right, so yeah, I'll show you how we can do that. Let's just copy it up and I'll paste it right here in the terminal. So first of all, over here, we're gonna be taking a few things like the current user from use user from Clerk. So let me just say use client. We're gonna take a state for the tab, currently active tab, that is feed or trending tab. For infinite scrolling that we installed right now, we're gonna be taking use in view from React Intersection Observer. We're gonna take some threshold and root margin to be 100 pixels. That is, if the 100 pixels are remaining till the very bottom, we're gonna load more over here, right? Let's take the queries. First of all, will be for getting the feed. So import use convex query and this API. So this will give us the feed data and feed loading. We will also take get suggested users that we created. So suggested users and suggestions loading, and limit will be 6 by default. And we will also get the trending posts, right? So by doing api.feed.get trending posts, and limit will be 15 over here. Okay, then after this, we're gonna take the follow mutation that we have already created. So use Convex mutation over here. So toggle follow that we have created already. And by the way, inside of our posts page right here, we had this function, sorry, not here, in the username page, we had this function for handle follow toggle. So let me take this. This will be useful over here as well. So I'm going to paste it right here. Let me import the toast over here, and this toggle follow will be used from over here. Let me just move it on top of here, just like this. And apart from that, I think most of the things are good, like user.id. So instead of this, I'm going to be taking the user ID from over here, because there's not just one user here that we need to follow, right? There can be multiple users that can be followed over here. Okay, now since we are going to be having tabs, right? So let's have a function over here for get current posts. So if the active tab is trending, we're gonna show the trending posts, otherwise feed data dot posts. Okay, apart from that, let's just have is loading over here, which will take feed loading if this is loading right here, this, or if active tab is trending and trending is loading, right? Whatever it is, this will become true. And this current posts, actually we need to say const current posts equals get current posts. Okay, so we have all of these things ready over here. Let's render them inside of return. So here, let's have our div, and inside of this div, we're going to have another div which will contain our header, right? So over here, first of all, for our header, I'll have this div which will say discover amazing content and stay up to date with the latest posts from creators you follow. So let's see. Yes, something like this. Okay, below this, now below it, we're gonna have a div which will display our posts, our main feed for the posts, right? So over here, I'll have another div which will display the tabs. Now inside this, we're gonna have this div which is going to be for the tabs of the feed. So over here, I'm going to keep these two buttons right here. And we're creating custom tabs over here because we want to show this primary button inside of the tabs. So over here for you, if I'm going to say if this is active, then show primary, otherwise ghost. If this is active trending, then show primary, otherwise ghost. And we're going to be using this set active tab that we have taken right here. Okay. After this div, we're going to have create post prompt. So right here, notice what I'm doing. So let me just shrink it a little bit. So here I'm saying if current user is there, then have a link tag right here which will cover the whole thing, which will take us to /dashboard/create. And inside this, we're gonna have a div which will display the user's image, otherwise the placeholder image for the user, right? And then it will have a box, a div which will say what's on your mind, share your thoughts. So it will look something like this. See, for you and trending and this as well. When we click on it, it takes us to /dashboard/create. Yep, something like this. So if I go back over here, and after this, we're gonna show all of the posts right here for the feed. So after this, I'm going to say posts feed, and I'll first of all check if it's loading, then we're gonna display something over here. Otherwise, we're gonna be displaying all of the posts over here. Okay, so first of all, for the loading case, you can display that spinner right here, or you can also display the bar loader. So let me just get the bar loader from over here and paste the bar loader right here. Okay, after this is done, then over here, I'm going to say if current post dot length is more than 0, we're gonna show some, like we're gonna display all of the posts over here. Otherwise, if the current post dot length is equals to 0, then we're gonna display that no posts, right? So this will be a simple card component. Let me just put placeholders for now over here, something like this. So yeah, over here, we're gonna be displaying a card component, something like this. If the active tab is trending, it will show no trending posts right now, otherwise no posts to show. If the active tab is trending, we're gonna also show check back later for trending content, otherwise we're gonna say follow some creators to see their posts over here. Okay, then below it, we're gonna show the posts grid over here. So inside of it, I'm going to have a div with current posts. So these current posts, I'm going to map through them, and I'll use my post card component that we have created earlier. So key equals post.id, post, show actions will be false, and here we're going to show the author. Class name, max width, and we can show the load more indicator over here if user wants to load more posts. So below this div, I'm going to have active tab equals feed, and feed data dot has more. Then we're going to show this div with this loader and I'll provide the ref over here, load more ref. So as soon as we reach over here, we will show the loader and load more posts after this. Okay, now below it, below this div, we're gonna show the left sidebar, which is for the suggested users, right? So we're gonna have the card component inside of it, and we're gonna take the card header. So basically you can copy this from Shadcn UI. Card title is going to be suggested users, and we're gonna show this sparkles icon. Make sure to import this card header and card everything below it. Let me just see if it's working up until now. Bar loader is not defined. Okay, so let's import the bar loader. What else? Okay, you can see it is showing the loading, and yes, we can see this post right here. Awesome. Let's see more. Okay, right here for the suggested users. Below this, I'm going to have card content, and inside of this, I'm going to say if suggested loading, suggestions loading, I mean, then we're gonna show something over here. Otherwise, I'm going to check if there are no users, no suggested users, right? So I'm going to say if suggested users or suggested users.length is equals to 0, then we're going to show something over here, basically a message of no suggestions available. Otherwise, we're going to be showing a div right here, right? So these three things. So first of all, when this is loading, I'm going to show a div with loader to icon. Let's check. If I refresh the page, we can see, yes, we can see the loading going on over here. Nice. If there are no suggestions, then right here, I'm going to show no suggestions available. So you can see no suggestions available. And then below it is where we're going to be rendering all of our users. So here I'm going to have the class name space y to be 4. And then inside of it, we're going to render suggested users dot map. Inside this, I'll take this parenthesis, and here I'm going to render a div, right? And inside of this div, I'm going to have another div which will contain the user image, username and username, and the button for following the user, right? So inside of this, I'm going to take a link tag, something like this. And inside this link tag, so this link tag will basically take us to the user page, username page. Inside this link, I'm going to have the image and the user's information. So first of all, inside of this div right here, let me just shrink this div first. So first we're going to have this div where we will have this div which will contain the image. So if user.image exists, I'm going to take this image and I'm going to render user.image. Otherwise, we're going to display the user's initials just like before, right? And then after this, I'm going to simply display user's name and user.username. Let's see. Oh, obviously, it won't show me right now. Let me just switch to some other profile. But actually, you can see if I go to feed right here as a user who is not logged in, we can see this right here, right? Let's sign in and log in with some other user. All right, there we go. I am logged in as some other user. Let's go to the feed. Yes, right here. We can see this. Let's display the follow button over here. So below this link, I'm going to have the button. Let's import this button. We'll trigger this handle follow toggle that we have created right here with this user.id. So we are providing the user ID over here specifically because there can be any user over here, right? And we're going to import this user plus icon for the follow. So let's see. Yes, this is loading and we can follow this user over here and see now it's gone after we have followed them. Display their information like follower count and etc. But let me just unfollow this user first. So I'll just go to their post. Let me just go to their profile and I'm going to unfollow them. Okay, so now you can see in real time it started appearing right here. Okay, so over here below this div, I'm going to show two things. First of all, the number of followers and the number of user posts. Apart from that, we're going to display the recent post from that user. So I'll say latest and user.recentpost.title and save this. Yep, something like this. Awesome. This looks good. It shows like one post and all. If we click on it, it will take us to the user page. Okay. So by the way, there was an error right here that I was seeing again and again related to the header. So basically I moved this use effect from below this if statement to above this if statement, right? And yeah, now that error is fixed. So if I go back to home, yep, it looks something like this. Great then. So we are done with our feed now. Let's go to our dashboard and start working on this dashboard analytics page. Awesome. So let's see how this looks. So in our deployed app, it looks something like this. We have total views, likes, comments, followers. It shows our recent posts, recent activity, who commented, who liked our post. So if someone follows us or likes or comments, it will start showing right here. Right, and also we will display this chart right here and also the quick actions. If I click on here, create new post, it will take us to this page, right? So different things. This is a complete management dashboard, right? So let's go on and create this. So we will be creating it right here inside dashboard page.jsx. But first, let's go to this Convex folder and create the APIs for it. So I'll create a new file dashboard.js. So first of all, we're going to be creating the API for getting the analytics of the authenticated user. So let's import this query, and this won't have any args. This will just have the handler. So async like this. We're going to take the context, and inside of this, first of all, we'll check if user is authenticated by doing our ctx.run query and import this internal right here. Right. After this, we're going to get all of the users post to calculate the analytics. So I'll say await ctx.db posts and filter out with this author ID of user.id, right? After this, we're going to get the user's follower count. So follower count equals await ctx.db follows, and we're going to check the following ID for this user. Okay, now let's calculate the analytics of total views and likes. Right, so I'm going to say posts.reduce, and I'm going to sum all of the view count. Right, initially it will be 0, and then we'll start with this. Same for the like count as well. After this, let's get the comments for users posts. So I'll say posts.map. I'll take all of the post IDs, and with respect to that, we will loop and fetch all the comments from the comments table, right? So I'm going to say let total comment equals 0 for post ID of post IDs, right? So we're going to loop through it, and we're going to say await ctx.db query comments table, and then I'm going to check the post ID should be this, and status should be approved for the comment, right? And again, this is here, like this here is optional because all of the comments will be approved in current flow. Then after this, I'm going to add inside of this total comments, right? So now we have total comments as well. What else? Let's calculate the growth percentage. So first of all, we'll take the date from 30 days ago. So we'll calculate the growth from 30 days, and then I'm going to consider 3 criterias. First, the recent post. So from all of the posts, I'm going to get only those posts, like filter out those posts which are created after, like in these past 30 days, right? Recent views from these recent posts, right? I'm going to sum them, and likes as well. Right, after this, let's do the growth calculation. So I'm going to say for the views growth, if total views are more than 0, that is the total views that we calculated up there, then I'm going to say recent views divided by total views into 100, and we will calculate the percentage, right? Same for likes as well. And for the comments and followers, I'm just putting some placeholder over here, and I want you guys to implement this. All right, so try to think what logic that you will be implementing over here. Okay, then after this, simply I'm going to return all of this data like total views, total likes, total comments, total followers, views growth, likes growth, comments growth, and followers growth. Let others know how you calculated both of these in the comments below. Okay, so let's get the recent activity as well. So this recent activity. So I'm going to say get recent activity. Inside of it, I'm going to take the limit of how much activity we want to see. So let's take the limit, and this will be optional, and it will be a number. Let's have the handler function right here. Inside of it, again, we're going to first check if user is logged in or not. So say const user await ctx.run query, and let's make sure that this v is imported as well. Now after this, let's fetch all of the user posts, right? So just like before, we're going to do this. Now we want to get recent activities, right? So for that, first of all, I'm going to get all of the post IDs over here from all of these posts that we have fetched, and activities will be empty by default, and we need to populate this, right? So what I'll do, I'll say for const post ID of post IDs, right? I'm going to loop through them. And instead of it, in every post ID, I'm going to take out likes. So we're going to query the likes table, and I'll filter out all of the likes related to this particular post ID, or it will be descending order, and we need 5. That is 5 recent likes, right? And let's do one thing. Let's push inside of the posts object. So I'm going to say this. So for like of likes, if like has any user ID, then I'm going to say const like user equals await ctx.db.get that particular user ID, and we're going to find out the user information. And then inside of the post, we're going to find out that post, and then in the activities, we will push that particular like activity, right? With respect to the user, post, and time. Okay, now after this, we're going to get the recent comments on user posts, right? So it will be exactly the similar to what we have done over here. So I'm going to run a for loop right here, and inside of it, first of all, let's get all of the comments just like we got all of the likes with respect to the post ID. Then after this, I'm going to say for const comment of comments, and for each and every post, I'm going to check for the post ID, and then I'm going to push it inside of the activities array. And this will be of type comment. This one was of type like, this one type comment, and user, post, and time. Again, information same. Same thing we're gonna do for followers as well. So right below this, so I'm gonna get all of the recent followers for that user, and then for each and every follower, I'm going to loop const follow of recent followers. I'm going to get the follower ID and fetch the information for that follower and just add it to the activities. Now finally, let's sort all of the activities with respect to the time and return it. So after this, I'm going to say activities.sort with respect to the time, and I'll return activities.slice 0, args.limit. Otherwise, we're going to return 10. Okay, now finally, let's get the posts with the analytics for the dashboard, right? So over here, I'm going to say get post with analytics, and inside of it, again, we're going to provide optional argument of limit. And after this, I'll say handler, an asynchronous handler inside of it. First of all, we're going to check if user is authenticated or not, and also we will get the recent posts with enhanced data. So first of all, we are fetching the posts over here in the descending order, and then after this, we will add some information like the number of comments for that post, right? So already we have the views and likes data inside of the posts. We just need to add the comments data. So I'll say posts with comments equals promise.all, and I'll say posts.map, and for each and every post, we will say await ctext.db.query comments table, and I'll say dot filter get the post ID, like get the comment with respect to this post ID and the status approved, and I'll say collect and return the post information with the comment count inside of it, right? That's all. And after we have this information, we will simply return post with comments. And yeah, I think this looks good. These are the three functions that we are going to be needing right here. So let's finally go on to our page.jsx and start building this. So first of all, let me just import all those three functions that we just now created. So I'll say use client, and right here on the top, I'm going to say use convex query, and I'll import the API as well. So first I'll take the get analytics, then get post with analytics, and then get recent activity, and we'll provide the limit over here as well, right? And for each one of them, we're going to take the data, rename it, and I'll take the loading and rename it as well. Let's see if the analytics is being fetched, right? Let's show a loading indicator right here. So similar loader to icon that we have before. If you don't want this complex loader, we can just take the bar loader again that we have used in the past. So I'm just going to copy it up and paste it right here. Let's make sure to import bar loader. Yep, this looks good. Now we are going to be populating our stats, right? So right here, I'm going to take an empty object, like not an empty object, but the initial object of stats. This will take the analytics if the analytics is there. If not, then we're simply going to have an empty object with all of these as 0, right? All of these values as 0. So over here, first of all, I'm going to be taking a div, and inside of this div, I'm going to be creating the header. So let's see this header right here with title and the create new post button. So I'm simply going to be taking a div over here with display flex to be column, in the medium screens flex row, that is in the bigger screens it will be flex row, justify between, items to be start, and in the bigger screens items to be center vertically, and gap to be 4. Right, so first of all we'll take the heading dashboard, and welcome back. Here's what's happening with your content, and we're gonna have a link tag which we'll import from next/link. We'll import a button tag from Shadcn UI, a plus circle icon, and I'll say create new post, right? This will take us to /dashboard/create. Variant will be primary. So let's see something like this, right? Now below this div, we are going to be having the grid for the statistics. So I'm going to say stats grid, and this will be basically display grid. Grid columns will be 1 in the smaller screens. In the bigger screens, it will be 2, and in the larger screens, 4 with gap of 6. So first of all, inside this div, I'm going to be showing views. So I can say something like this: card component with card header, card title, icon over here, and card content, right? So if I go and check, see something like this. Similar to this, we're gonna be creating 3 more elements for likes, comments, and followers. So notice what I'm doing over here. I'm checking stats.totalviews.toLocalString. I'm rendering it. And then after this, we are rendering the views growth percentage, right? That we calculated inside of our API. So stats.views growth is more than 0. Then we're going to render it. But why is it not showing it? So let me do one thing. Okay, yeah, we are on the wrong account. So let me just sign it out and sign in to the correct account over here. There we go. We can see total views to be 24 and 100% from last month, because last month we didn't have any views, right? So, okay, after this card, we are going to show the likes, right? So over here, everything will be same except views. We are going to have total likes and likes growth over here. Again, similar to this, we are going to be having also, let's just make sure the icons are changed. So this will be the heart and trending one will be the same. After this, we are going to be having for the comment. So I'll have this card component again with the message circle, and this one will be for total comments and comments growth, right? So let's see. Yep, something like this. Okay. Then after this, we're going to have the last card, which is going to be for the followers. So total followers and followers growth. Let's make sure we have this users icon right here and check. Yep, there we go. Currently, we don't have any followers. That's why it shows 0. Okay. Now, below it, we want to show all of these main items, right? Recent posts, recent activities, etc. So I'm just going to say below this div, I'll say main content grid. And here I'm going to be having a div. I'll have display grid, and in larger screens, grid columns will be 3. So why 3? Because we are taking almost 2 columns over here and 1 column over here, right? And gap to be 8 between them. So first of all, let's render the recent posts inside of this div. Okay. So actually, I'm going to take the card component over here from Shadcn UI. So let's copy this card component and I'll show you what we will be doing over here. So I'll paste this card. Let's remove this action and the description. We also don't need the card footer right here. Let's make sure to save, like import card header, card title, all of these things. This card will be of class name, card glass, and let's see. Yep, something like this. This is what we wanted. Apart from this, we are actually going to be having one more card component below it. So something like this. Let's see. Yes, this will be for our charts. Okay, then 2 card components right here. So after this div, I'm going to be having another div, and this will be for our activity feed, right? Let me just bring it over here. And inside of this as well, we're going to be having 2 card components. So let me just copy and paste this again 2 times right here, back to back. And we will see that we should get, yes, something like this. So over here, if you notice, we also have card components like that. Okay, let's go on and start building them one by one. So first of all, for this one, for the card header, we're going to take the card title as recent posts. And then we're going to have a link tag over here, which will take us to /dashboard/posts. So this button will say view all and variant ghost. So if I show you something like this, recent post, and if we hover on this, you can see on the bottom, we will see the link to go to /dashboard/posts. Now over here in the card content, if the posts are loading, we're going to show something. Otherwise, we're going to check if recent posts does not exist. So over here, I'm going to check if recent posts or recent post outline equals to 0. Then we will show something over here like no posts yet. Otherwise, we are going to be showing a div over here, right? So something like this, just like we've been doing up until this point. So when the posts are loading, we can show a bar loader over here. So let's take this bar loader that we have right here, and we can display it in place of this, right? Okay, that's bar loader. And if recent posts are not there, there is no posts, then right here, we're gonna say a div with no posts yet, and a link tag, which will take us to create, and a button with a plus circle icon from Lucid React, which will say create your first post. But we won't see it right here since we have posts, right? So actually, let me just make it true just to make sure if it's working fine. Yes, we can see no posts yet. Cool. And if we have posts, let's just render them over here. So let's have a div over here. Inside of this div, I'm going to say recent posts dot map, and inside of it, we are going to be having a div, right? So what is this div all about? So this div will wrap our whole posts, and when we click on it, this will open the post into another window. So /dashboard/post/edit post.id to edit the post, right? I'll say key post.id and class name to be displayFlex item center, justify between some padding, some background color. When we hover on it, we're gonna show 700, some cursor pointer, rounded large, and transition colors. Now inside this div, I'm going to be having another div with flex 1 so that it takes most of the space. And then I'm going to have an h3 with the post title. Then for displaying more information, we're going to take another div right here. Inside this, we're going to display information like published, or if it's published or scheduled. So I'm going to be having a badge over here from @component/UI. So I'm going to check for the variant. If it's published, then we're going to show default. If it's scheduled, then secondary. Otherwise, if it's a draft, then outline. Same for the class name over here as well. And with respect to that, we are going to be showing the color over here as well. And I'm going to display post status inside of it. So let's see. Yep, something like this. See, we can see both of them over here. Okay, below the badge, I'm going to be having a span tag over here. If the post status is published and published at date is there, then we're going to show when it was published. Same for draft and same for scheduled for as well, right? So for this format time right here, I'm going to be creating a function which will help me format the time. So basically this function right here will take the timestamp and we will take format distance to now. That is how much time it has been. Like from current time to this timestamp right here. If it's in the future or in the past, right, it will show us that 2 days remaining, 3 days remaining, whatever, or 2 days ago, something like that. So we'll be using format distance to now from date-fns, right? So we're gonna be displaying it inside of this format time. So see, something like this, updated 22 hours ago, published 4 days ago, something like this. Now below this div right here, I'm going to be showing the other information like post view count, post like count, post comment count. Let's import these icons, eye icon, heart icon, and message circle is already imported, right? Let's see. Yes, something like this. For the published post, you can see we have all of the information pre-populated. All right, and yeah, that's pretty much it for this one. This one will be for the chart component. We'll come back to this. Apart from this, we have this recent activity component right here. So over here, I'm going to be showing the title, recent activity, and the description of latest interactions with your content. So right here. Now over here inside the card content as well, I'm going to checking if the activity loading is there, then I'm going to show something. Otherwise, if the recent activity is not there and recent activity.length is empty, then I'm going to show something like no recent activity over here, right? Otherwise, we're going to show a div with all of the recent activity. So something like this, right? So instead of it, first of all, when it's loading, we can show the bar loader from right here. Where is it? Yeah, this bar loader. I'm going to take this and I'm going to paste it right here, right? If there is no activity, then simply I'm going to be displaying a div right here with no recent activity text. Otherwise, we're going to be rendering the activity. So here inside of this div, I'll say class name to be space y to be 4. Inside of this div, I'll say if recent activity dot map. So inside of this, I'll say activity and the index. I'll take both of them, and then I'll have another div over here with key index, class name display flex, item start, and gap to be 3. Inside of this, we will first of all have a div which will say something like this. So this div, the activity type is like, then we're gonna show heart icon. If comment, show message icon. If follow, show user icon. And we will style it a little bit as well. We're gonna say width and height to be 8, rounded full, display flex, item center, justify center, and activity type is equals to like. Then we're gonna show this color. If it's comment, then we're gonna show this, otherwise green. Now below this div, I'm going to be having a div over here. Inside of this paragraph tag, I'll render the activity. Activity type is like, so if you remember, we are setting the type over there, right? So liked your post and like whatever user, first of all, we're gonna say activity.user and then liked your post or commented on your post or started following you. We will display that with respect to the activity right here, right? Okay, then we will display the time when this happened. Let's see. Yep, something like this. See, Piyush Agarwal commented on this, liked your post, something like this. All right. And yeah, after that, for this last card, the title will be quick actions. In the card content, I'll have class name of space y to be 3. Inside of this, we're gonna have 3 buttons. So let me just bring them real quick. It's pretty easy. So the first button will be this. For create new post, we'll send them to /dashboard/create. Second one will be for manage post with calendar icon. We'll send them to /posts. And the third one will be for view followers. We'll send them to /followers, right? Simple as that. Let's see. Let's import calendar icon. Now let's see. All right, something like this. This looks awesome. Now finally, in the end, for this chart component. Let me show you how you'll be doing it. So we are going to be using a library over here, which will be React Chart JS2. So what I want you to do, install this library over here, and I want you to implement this. And this is super simple. Don't worry, I will explain you everything. So if you go to content, we have different types of charts over here. We're going to be using line chart, and you can find everything over here in their documentation. You can click on see full examples of the line chart, and they will give you the complete code over here, right? So thing is, let me show you. If you go to my GitHub repository, first thing that you have to do is to create the data for it, right? So over here in the Convex, go to dashboard.js. So this is not what you're supposed to do first, right? First of all, you're supposed to create this yourself. So this is the get daily views API that you're supposed to create, that will give you the daily views for past 30 days. And if you remember, we have this table. We have this daily stats table, right? Where we are storing all of the value. So if you go inside of the post, or I think it was in public.js, yeah, increment view count. So over here, we were storing all of the views daily. Whenever someone stumbles on the post, we are storing the value inside of this daily stats table right here inside of our schema. So this one, right? So you're going to be fetching the information from over here, and you're going to be creating this function. If you're not able to create it, obviously refer to this repository. And after you're done, you are going to be creating, so come inside of this dashboard, inside of page.js, we have left this card component right here. Where is it? This card component, where we have this daily view chart component. And this is created using React Chart JS2. Where is this? You can find this inside of the components, daily views chart. It's a very small component, you can see. It's very simple. You just have to use this line chart over here. So this is the assignment for you for this video. This one and that followers tab as well. This followers tab, right? So do it yourself and let me know in the comments down below, and everyone else, how you did this. Cool. And with that, we are done. I hope you were able to create this. Let's finally go on and deploy this website on Vercel so that you can share the link with the world. So right here, I've opened Convex documentation to understand how we can deploy a Convex app to Vercel, right? So first of all, obviously we have to create our Vercel account. If you don't have it, go and create it. After this, we are supposed to obviously push our code to Vercel. Sorry, not Vercel, I mean GitHub. So let's just add all of these changes right here. You can click on this plus icon, or you can also go to your terminal and say git add dot, right? And then say git commit -m and give the message preparing for deployment. Press enter. It will commit all of these changes right here. Right now we need to go on and create a Git repository. So I'll go to my GitHub account and click on over here, create new. So new repository. Let's name the repository creator, and we're not going to touch anything else. Create repository. There we go. Now we need to take this git remote add origin right here and paste it over here, and then simply we need to push it, right? So git push origin master. Press enter. Let's wait for it, and it's done. Let's refresh this page and you'll see all of your code right here. Awesome. Let's see what's the next step when we want to deploy it. So it says, okay, so first of all, let's go to Vercel, and I'm going to click on add new. I'm going to click on project right here, and I will choose this creator project that we just now created. So I'm going to click on import, and right here in the build and output settings, it's asking us to change something. So we're supposed to do npx convex deploy npx run build, right? So over here, I'm going to turn on this build command and paste it right here, something like this. After adding this command, we need to add all of the environment variables over here. So see, we need to set up convex deploy key inside of our environment variable. So let me just copy it up, and let's go to our .env. So we're not going to be like using both of these now. We need to create something called as convex deploy key over here. So how do we do this? Let's see. We need to go to Convex dashboard first. Okay, let's go there. And we need to go to our project settings page and generate production deploy key. So over here, first of all, let's go to our project. And here I'm going to click on production. Go to the settings over here, and we need to click on generate production deployment key. Vercel, press enter. There we go. We have this. Let's copy it and paste it right here. Apart from this, I think we need to configure Clerk over here as well. So inside of environment variable, we don't have anything. But if you remember, inside of development, we did set this, right? So inside of environment variables, let's just copy this value and go back to production. And let's click on add and paste it right here. Okay, save it so that Clerk continues to work. Also, one more thing, let's just bring our data from development to production, right? So let's go back to development and I'm going to click on backup and restore. Let's back up. So I'll click on backup now. It's backed up, I guess, in progress. Okay, now let's go to production. And here in backup and restore, I'm going to restore from over here. Let's click on over here and click on restore. So continue, I understand, and restore. So this will copy the development data inside of our production database, right? You can see we have comments and we can see the users and all as well. So this is a good news. Nice. So now that we have all of these deployment keys, why don't we just copy them up and just paste them right here. Where is it? Here. I'll paste them here, something like this. And I'm going to click on deploy. Let's hope everything works great. So right here, you can see deployment queued. And in the build logs, we can see the whole process step by step. Creating an optimized production build, generating static pages. Okay, nice. And there we go. Congratulations, this is deployed. Okay, let's continue to dashboard. I'm going to go to the settings and just check what the domain is for this one. So just go to domain right here. And okay, so it's something like this. Creator sage.vercel.app. If you want, you can change it. I'm just going to keep it this only. Let's go open our app. And there we go. Our app is successfully opening. It looks beautiful. Let's go on and sign in and check if our data is there or not. Continue with Google. Continue. And there we go. We are successfully logged in. Amazing. If you like this video, hit that like button as hard as you can. And now the next step for you is to prepare for front-end interviews. So click the link in the description down below and check out my complete front-end interview preparation course and enter coupon code CREATOR to get flat 60% off. I'll see you in the next video.